This man was once a hero, bound by fate to save lives, not take them. That is what. When facing Seong Han, the man who killed all his comrades, Kang Ju could only capture him. Not kill him on the spot, but fate had other plans. At Seong Hwan's execution, he did not die instead. He went on to kill Kang Yu's older brother, the prison guard who held him. Before, Kang Yu's comrades used to say this: heroes are born to save people, not to kill. Even your brother, a prison guard, often said the only ones who judge people are the law, and those who enforce it are the guards. Yet now, both your comrades and your brother have left you. That is what ignited the fire of hatred inside Kang Yu. He went straight to Luke Euler's prison himself. At that moment, the inmates locked behind the door were trying every trick to break it down and escape. But when the heavy prison gate swung open, a group of inmates was blasted away. The ones behind stared wide-eyed as dust and smoke filled the gate, their only way out. And as the smoke cleared, a figure appeared. See Kang? But this time, he was not coming in as a hero, he was a guard. A bloodthirsty butcher. Listen up, you filthy rats. I am guard Seo Kang Yu, he spoke calmly, but his eyes burned with bloodlust. Most of the inmates had heard of Kang Yu before, so they were puzzled seeing him in a guard's uniform. But that did not matter much. What mattered was that every one of these jerks wanted Kang Yu dead, but whether they had the guts was another story. Dozens of inmates with terrifying strength charged at Kang Yu, who stood still like a statue. Just as they got close, Kang Yu unleashed a thunderous punch, sending dozens of huge inmates flying. The blood and gore from that single punch made the others shudder in fear. They knew Kang Yu was a hero, but they never imagined he was this powerful. You pathetic scum. Listen up, Kang Yu said after straightening his clothes. From now on, by government order, executions start on floor 1. Kang Yu was determined to take over his brother's job. Meanwhile, his sworn enemy, Hong Xeung Hon, sat in basement 5, atop a pile of dead guards, waiting for him. The inmates laughed bitterly when Kang Yu mentioned executing them. Many had not even received their orders yet. They thought this was ridiculous, which only made them angrier. But in Kang Yu's eyes, these monsters who'd taken countless innocent lives did not deserve to live. So what if we kill people? It is just a few lives, a prisoner named Kalita shouted, admitting he would killed 12 innocent people. Hearing this, many others started protesting, claiming their hands had not spilled enough blood yet. Their ridiculous outburst made Kang Yu sick to his stomach, their noisy chatter echoing through the prison. Among the rioting inmates, a blue-haired guy named Choi Gu-hwan stayed silent the whole time. He would killed 8 people and committed assault on his victims. Now, a dark thought was forming in Gu-hwan's mind. He figured Kang Yu was distracted by the other inmates. This was his chance to escape. No sooner thought than done. Choi Gu-hwan moved silently, using lightning speed. He dashed past the other inmates, past Kang, heading straight for the open gate. But his plan, though clever, would not succeed, because the man standing in his way was Seo Kang Yu, the hero, who even captured Hong Seo Hong Kerma. Just as Gu-hwan was about to slip through the gate, Kang Yu stopped him with a powerful kick. Blood sprayed everywhere. The brutal scene made even the cold-blooded killers watching shudder. The takedown was impressively effective. The prisoners fell silent, their eyes now filled with fear as they looked at you. You jerks. I am giving you one last chance. Put on the tracking devices quietly and head back to your cells to wait for your turn to be executed, or get it done by my hand right now. A Kang Yu's cold tone made the air feel suffocating, until another prisoner suddenly burst out laughing, drawing every eye to him. What is that jerk thinking? There is one thing I want to say if I am not going to make it anyway. Dying in a riot sounds better than just waiting quietly to be killed. Your negotiation is pointless. This is not a negotiation. Kang Yu cut him off. This is just the last mercy I am giving you. The prisoners exchanged uneasy glances, clearly confused. Some felt the condemned man made a good point. If you are doomed, dying in a riot beats waiting for the axe. But others wanted to cling to life a little longer, especially since Kang Yu was not just any guard, but a hero from equality with terrifying power. They figured it was smarter to listen to him. So a few started putting the tracking devices back on, but that prisoner, Hyla Sen, still was not giving up. He suddenly growled, grabbing everyone's attention again. Seeing all eyes on him, Hyla Sen spoke up. Listen up, everyone. Even if he is a hero from equality, there is no need to be so scared. He is just one guy. I have taken down a second-tier hero before. We just need to team up. With just that one line, Hyla Sen shook the prisoners' confidence. They thought he made sense, so they turned back to Kang Yahu, forcing crooked smiles. Riding the momentum, Hyla Sen kept stoking their bloodlust. That is right. No need to be scared. Let us take him down and get our freedom back. Kang Yahu stared at this jerk and sighed. Half measures really are just half measures. He recalled what Zhou Zun had told him earlier. Luke Lute's prison is divided into sections based on prisoner danger levels. The first floor holds murderers over 300 inmates there. Basement 1 houses over 100 regional-level criminals. Basement 2 has more than 30 city-level criminals. Basement 3 holds 10 dangerous national-level offenders. Basement 4 contains 5 continental-level threats. And finally, Basement 5 has 3 prisoners, including Hong X Ung Hon, whose threat level endangers the whole world. That is a lot. But the prisoners you will deal with are far fewer, she said. Seung added that inmates from Basement 2 and Basement 5 hate each other fiercely. Among the 300-plus prisoners on the first floor, one name stands out and needs caution: Hila Sen, the thorn in Kang Yu Heiser's side. He is more dangerous than the others, because he has a skill that easily convinces others with his words. Hila Sen also attacked a hospital, injuring 30 and killing 7, including a second-tier hero named Heiser, making 8 total deaths. But as Kang Yu mentioned this, Hila Sen coldly cut him off. Hint. I killed 10 people because that hero was pregnant with twins. As he said this, a twisted smile appeared on his face. Clearly, after all this time locked up, Hila Sen never felt remorse for his crimes. He even saw taking the lives of unborn twins as some twisted badge of honor. Kang Yu sighed and quietly spoke into his radio. Commander, I think we will need to use some force here. Does this prison have any weak points? No matter what you do, it won't collapse. I guarantee that. The voice on the other end replied. Kang Yu was pleased now he did not have to hold back his power. But Hila Sen still did not know fear, because in his eyes, even if Kang Yu really was a hero, his power was only on par with Hayes, the one who once lost to him. Hila Sen even openly provoked Kang Yu, hitting right at his pain. Let us. You are supposed to be some kind of equality hero. But you can do a damn thing, trying to catch Hoang Seong Hon, who is so desperate he used his own teammates as bait. Right. Then today, we will send you off to join your buddies through that door, without backing down. Hila Sen threw his head back and let out a roar like a wild beast, firing up all the prisoners on the first floor. He felt his body surge with power at that moment, and just like that, under Hila Sen's command, the crazed prisoners on the first floor charged Kang Yu, desperate to finish him off. Too bad for them. Kang Yu had zero intention of giving them mercy. Just like he said, Kang Yu used all his strength to turn the first floor of the prison into a chaotic mess. Hila Sen could not even make out what was happening anymore. All he saw were the prisoners around him getting beaten to a pulp, screams echoing everywhere, and when things quieted down a bit, almost every prisoner was knocked out cold on the floor. They looked over at Kang Yu, the one who just painted this bloody masterpiece, and it seemed Kang Yu was not done yet, because right after, he suddenly lifted his leg high and slammed it down hard. A massive force exploded, knocking back anyone still standing. The shockwave was so strong it even shook the death row inmates in the basement below, but before he could even recover, Hila Sen saw Kang Yu, expressionless, lunging straight at him. Come on. Stop it, Hila Sen shouted. But it did not work, because by then, Kang Yu had already activated his death spiral skill. Every prisoner on the first floor got caught in it, Hila Sen included. It unleashed terrifying power, sharp slashes swirling together into a deadly vortex. Once caught in those slashes, survival was nearly impossible. Take that jerk, Hila Sen got sliced in half. A second later, all the prisoners collapsed, barely any left with intact bodies. Kang Yu still looked fresh after that. The first floor execution was complete. Now it was time for him to head to solitary confinement. When he reached the solitary cell on the first floor, Kang Yu repeated exactly what he would told the prisoners outside. He gave them the choice. Wear the monitoring device or get executed right there. The deeper down he went, the more vicious and dangerous the prisoners became. But compared to Kang Yu, a hero carrying a deep blood feud who was really more dangerous, the same scene played out. The prisoners initially refused to listen and attacked him. Then they got knocked down again. But after going deeper, the prisoners got craftier. Like this guy Mark with the bun, after seeing his buddy taken out by Kang Yu. He put on a pitiful act begging for mercy. Please. Spare me. I will put the device on right away. Come here and take it, Kang Yu ordered. Mark cautiously stepped forward, hands raised, ready to grab the monitoring device. But Kang Yu had already sensed something was off. Sure enough. Right after, the jerk waited for the right moment. A blinding purple light shot from between his palms. Carrying power that could probably destroy an entire street, Mark fired the blast at Kang Yu. Sure he would take him out. Then he burst out laughing maniacally. You really think I am gonna listen to you? Ah, jerk. But before he could laugh more than 3 seconds, Mark's eyes went wide in horror. Kang Yu stood firm, completely unharmed by the blast. Kang Yu's fist smashed Mark like a bug. That was the end of him. Kang Yu moved on to the solitary cell in the basement. After you opened the door and stepped in, the guy inside looked like he would been waiting a long time. He spoke first. It is loud out there. Ah, been 3 years. Right. I knew you would show up. Long time no see. Hirokant. Remember me. This jerk's name is Fideo. A criminal caught for cannibalism and brutally torturing his victims. Earlier, the death spiral Kang Yu created outside already caught his attention. Fideo quickly recognized his old enemy from years ago. So when he saw Kang Yu here, he looked pretty excited. Looks like you switched careers. Not looking too good. Kang Yu was not interested in old stories with this creep and cut him off cold. Choose live with regret or just die. Fideo did not seem to care much about Kang Yu's warning. He pulled back his mask, revealing a twisted grin. If I would known we would meet like this. Hope you and your hero buddies at your equality club are doing okay. Fideo's smile reminded Kang Yu of their first encounter. You and your team subdued him, then started searching the crime scene. That is when Kang Yu noticed a pot filled with human flesh, so full the blood was spilling out. It was a sickening sight. But Fideo shamelessly taunted you then. Not tasty. You look like you are about to kill me. But you would not dare. Provoked like that, Kang Yu's anger flared up instantly. His hand clenched into a fist, charging at him fiercely. One punch from Kang Yu sent Fideo straight down. Yet somehow, your attack was stopped. Why did not you just hit him? Kang Yu. You turned and saw Captain La Sa's eyes full of unspoken feelings watching you. You really did not continue the attack. Right, Lao Tzu always said heroes are born to save, not kill. But just as you pulled back, turning away with a scowl, Fideo kept jabbering behind you. Look at your team, seems like they are pretty disappointed. Back then, if it were not for your teammates, you probably would be finished him off. Back to none. Fideo is still as mouthy as ever. Kang Yu really did not want to engage with him. If Fideo want to answer, then you will just assume he is choosing an early death. You want to know why I kill? Fideo jumped in again. Not interested. Kang Yu replied, then quickly launched a spear strike, hitting him in the head. Thought it would end there, but Fideo's mocking voice still echoed. That is because I want them to remember me. So I took their lives and became the most unforgettable part of theirs. When they die by my skill, they will never forget me. They will have my image burned into their eyes. As proof, I can show you the memories of those I have killed. The isolation cell filled with an eerie purple light. Purple butterflies carrying Fideo's memories fluttered around Kang Yu. Looks like he really intends to show you the memories of his victims. A white light appeared in Fideo's palm, condensing into the shape of a child, one of his victims. Fideo planned to start with this child's memory first, but he never asked if Kang Yu wanted to see it. In the end, Kang Yu swiftly severed Fideo's right arm, causing the child's image to fade away. Were you put in solitary because of your non-stop jumping around? I really want to shut you up, Kang Yu said quietly. Stepping closer. You do not have time to attack me with your skills. Do you? Seeing through his stalling, Fideo did not argue. He just wants to ask you one thing before he dies. Do you remember the people you have killed? Thought it would be a heavy psychological question. But Kang Yu did not even hesitate. He answered right away. There is nothing worth remembering, especially not losers like you. Kang Yu just wanted to end this quickly. But that jerk Chindio used his skills to create images of your fallen comrades. What is even scarier is how real those images look. Kang Yu. Do not. Kang Yu could even hear their voices, just like before, begging him not to strike. No matter if the target was a criminal, because a hero's job is to save lives. Seeing Kang Yu so dazed, Chindio looked downright smug. You remember these people, do not you? 1 second. 2 seconds pass, and Kang Yu stays silent. His silence just made Chindio sure he would hit Kang Yu's weak spot. The familiar voices of his old teammates kept ringing in his ears. But after a few stunned seconds, Kang Yu gripped his sword tight and cut through their illusions himself. Done playing your little games? He asked Chindio with a look and tone full of resolve. The smile on Chindio's face froze. He did not expect Kang Yu to strike down his own teammates without hesitation, even if they were just illusions. Looks like Kang Yu's mental strength is way tougher than he thought. Now, face to face and inches apart, Chindio had no way out. No tricks left to escape. And just like that, Kang Yu's overwhelming power split him in two. I am not a hero anymore. I am a warden now. So do not think I can take you down, Kang Yu said. The only reply was a sneer of contempt from the other side. You are not just a warden, you are a monster. No different from Hong Seo Hon. After saying that, he took his last breath. Seems like being compared to Hong Seo Hon pissed Kang Yu off. But Chindio was done, for there was no point in staying mad. Meanwhile, in the 5th basement, Seo Hon was killing time by physically abusing another female prisoner. He did it for fun, but she did not resist at all. Her expression blank, which made Seo Hon lose interest. When are you coming down here? See, can't. Otherwise, maybe I should just go up there myself, Seo Hon muttered. Elsewhere, Kang Yu's actions were being recorded by a group of 3 other prisoners. Leading them was a woman named Sinka. Just by her dark look and makeup, you could tell she was not ordinary. When will you start? Lady Dunn. The man beside Sinka asked impatiently. Sinka replied with excitement in her voice. He is here, he is my beloved husband. Your husband? Sinka's two underlings looked confused. But she smiled brightly, once again firmly declaring Kang Yu as her husband. Isn't he your husband, Hong Seo Hon? The man named Canis asked. Puzzled. That is right, that is why Lady Dunn attacked the prison to rescue him. Then the woman named Kato chimed in. They did not forget to add that Kang Yu was a hero, but the least useful one for Sinka's plans. But it seemed like she did not care after all. Kang Yu was only ever a hero. Besides, judging by his current dark look, he is way more of a monster than Hong Seo Hon. You should pick just one, polygamy's illegal. You know, Canis and Kato said together. Sinka stared at the tablet in her hand, clearly deep in thought. Then she made a decision, between Seo Kang Yu and Hong Seo Hon. Whoever survives till the end is her destiny. Who is it gonna be? Sinka's voice rose high, clearly eager for the final showdown between those two men. After Kang Yu cleared out the first basement level where Xian appeared, he could not deny how terrifyingly fast the guy was at sweeping the edges. But the prisoner's strength in the basement below would multiply exponentially. Xian advised Kang Yu to take a break and rest up. However, he refused and demanded Xian open the next basement door immediately. Seeing Kang Yu's determined gaze, Xian knew any more advice would be useless. But before he went down, she had one favor to ask. There was still a guard alive in the second basement, sending out a distress signal. So Kang Yu's mission was not just to clear out the prisoners, but also to save those people. How many guards are on each floor? Kang Yu asked. Xian shook her head, saying all communication devices on the first basement were broken. So she did not know for sure. But she was certain there was only one survivor on the fifth basement. Because all the communication devices there were still working, that guard had both legs chopped off. Still alive but crawling on the ground, constantly calling for help. Behind him was that wild beast. Seung Hon kept the guard alive, in that miserable state, and left the surveillance equipment intact so those upstairs could witness it all. His cruelty was beyond words. Kang Yu was itching to get down to the bottom floor. But first, he had to speed up clearing the upper levels. Through the radio, Xian ordered her subordinates to open the door between basements 1 and 2. Before Kang Yu went down, she still was not at ease and warned him once more to be careful. Because the power gap between prisoners on these two floors was huge like night and day. Even though Kang Yu was not weak, the enemy's numbers overwhelmed him, making a direct confrontation too dangerous. As soon as the second basement door opened, a chaotic, noisy atmosphere hit Kang Yu like a wall. The prisoners inside were rioting, fighting with their bare hands and firing wildly. Seeing the door crack open, they focused all their firepower on the newcomer, no matter who he was. Watching a hail of bullets aimed straight at Kang Yu, Xian panicked and called out to him loudly. But before she got a response, a tall shadow suddenly blocked her view. Worry about yourself before you worry about others. A criminal with a reckless grin appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her by the throat with one hand, and lifted her up. You are a guard. Ah, what a rare chance. I have always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours. Should I do it now? He laughed harshly, then turned back and shouted. Hey. You guys, that is a guard. Whoever catches him first wins. But before he could finish, the scene in front of him shut him up. Because the prisoners who were wild just seconds ago were now all lying face down on the ground. It was like a massive force swept through them too fast to react. What the hell is this? The jerk muttered. He stared too long at the scene, and did not notice the danger right above him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The deadly claw from above swooped down like an arrow, using those 5 basic punches. Kang Yu immediately knocked the jerk out and freed Sin's strangled throat. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Even Cn did not expect Kang Yu to be this strong. Don't he go down to the second basement? It is too dangerous. You said. Yeah. I got. Sexton stammered back, still shaken from what just happened. But before Kang Yu left, Cn suddenly remembered something and called out to him again. Wait. Kang Yu. There is one more thing. Tomoki was captured in the first basement. I know, Kang Yu replied. In the solitary confinement room on the first basement, a group of dangerous prisoners were locked up together. Among them was Tomoki, the one the ominous car just mentioned, and also Tom's sister, one of Kang Yu's fallen teammates. Hear that? Sounds like they are out of steam. They made it? Ah. The death row inmates whispered, thinking the upper-level prisoners' mass breakout had succeeded. You idiots. Did they really make it? You actually believe any of them could stir up trouble here? I doubt you will ever figure it out. Tomoki sneered, forcing a live prisoner to kneel on the ground and using his back as a seat. She held no grudge against these criminals, but she loved taunting them just because she was stronger. Plain and simple. The other death row inmates, insulted by Tomoki's jab at their intelligence, were furious, especially a big guy named Thanner. He lunged at Tomoki, shouting threats. "Hey, you jerk. Want me to kill you?" The threat did not faze Tomoki. It just made her laugh and fire back. "Kill me. You have only taken out regular folks, ever killed someone with powers, or even fought them. And if you are wondering why I am here, it is because I have killed plenty of them." Tomoki's face was dripping with arrogance as she flaunted her deeds. But dumb Thanner still thought she was easy prey, even boasting he would kill a powered person right now, as he clenched his fists. Muscles bulging, Tomoki just saw a useless pile of meat. With a flick of her hand, her claws sliced Thanner's big frame clean in two. "Kill me. Who is the one getting killed?" "Idiot." Tomoki's claws dripped with blood. Having just taken a life without even blinking, this crazy woman was actually a hero, a former hero. To be exact, she would caught countless villains before, so she knew exactly how to handle powered criminals. Using that knowledge, she would taken down 28 other heroes and ended up locked in this prison. "Now, I am going to teach you fools a lesson," Tomoki declared. "I will show you how to hunt a powered person. And more importantly, I have figured out what Cell King Yu's power is." "How do you know Cell King Yu's power?" the inmates around asked. Curious, Tomoki proudly replied that since she used to be a hero herself, she had reliable intel. "Even if you know, what can you do about him?" At that, another inmate named Speak Ben spoke up. He knew Cell King Yu was a hero from equality, an elite group far above third-rate heroes like Tomoki. But Tomoki remained calm, showing no sign of worry about Cell King Yu's power. Since stepping up as equality's leader, there have been changes in the hero system. She added, "First, heroes no longer have the right to take prisoners' lives at will. Second, they hold group training sessions for heroes. And finally, the hero ranking system from 1 to 5 was abolished." Tomoki mentioned this because Cell King Yu joined equality right when the ranking system was being overhauled. He was recruited without any notable achievements. In other words, Tomoki believed Cell King Yu got in through Ozu, and there were even rumors he was Los's lover. Hearing this, Spick reconsidered and realized he would never actually seen Cell King Yu fight. Still, he wiped out over 300 prisoners on the first floor in no time. That alone proved Cell King Yu's power was at least rank 3. One step above them. The first floor is full of pests anyway. Tomoki laughed loudly. "You guys could do that easily too. Right?" The reason she said that is because this solitary confinement room is full of dangerous people. For example, Jumagang has killed 1,738 people. Hana Yu took 1,983 lives. Korean has killed 2,270. Mizujuna, a murderer, has taken 3,521 lives. And that guy Spick is also a particularly dangerous criminal, who has killed 6,435 people. There is not a single one here who is not terrifying. Tomoki's no exception. You are really strong. But she knows exactly where your weakness lies. That is what. If all the dangerous ones here team up and strike at that weak spot, they could definitely take you down. Hearing this, Spick shot her a skeptical look. "You know Han Yu's weak point. Wait. Why are you overthinking this? How long are you going to keep pondering? Just move. Hurry up. He is almost here." Tomoki urged. Outside the cell, footsteps echoed as expected. The prisoners exchanged looks, each one agreeing to join the plan one by one. Spick took the longest to decide, but in the end, he agreed to join. Tomoki was very pleased and started briefing them on her cruel plan. Now, going back, since the last century when humans began awakening superpowers, scientists classified these powers into 3 main types. First, those who can transform or enhance their bodies, called the physical ability group. Second, those who can create objects out of thin air, called the creative ability group. Anyone whose powers do not fit into those 2 groups falls under the abnormal ability group. At that moment, standing before the prisoners in the cell led by Tomoki was Kang Yu, his face colder than ice. The moment he appeared, all the prisoners showed a fierce look, like wild beasts zeroing in on their prey. Meanwhile, Spick and Tomoki were exchanging information through brainwave communication, using their physical abilities. They knew Kang Yu's powers were also physical, like theirs, and they thought they had his weakness figured out, since they would watch him train every day. Back then, Tomoki was still a hero and often saw Kang Yu sparring with training robots. As for Kang Yu, he did not care whether these prisoners were just stubborn or up to something. He just walked toward them and repeated the classic line he used on other inmates. "Put on the monitoring device, or I will execute you right here." Then Kang Yu noticed they were all already wearing the devices. He scoffed and said, "How cooperative. But if you want to cash out early, just let me know." Nobody expected the group blocking his way was just bait. as Kang Yu focused all his attention on their necks. Tomoki shot him from the side. Just like when she watched him spar at the organization. Kang Yu did not even flinch. She would arrange the prison doors as a shield, then had those with creative powers launch continuous attacks. But Tomoki knew Kang Yu did not dodge because none of those attacks could hurt him. Like now, standing in a hailstorm of bullets and bombs, his body did not budge an inch, and his face showed no expression at all. She had anticipated this and still held back one more card. A long-range attack Kang Yu probably could not predict. When he sensed something was off and coming his way, his whole body was suddenly shackled by dozens of power-limiting devices. Those were trophies Tomoki had the other prisoners collect from the guards who died in the first basement level. At first, they doubted if these would work on Kang Yu. But Tomoki was certain they would just put more of them on him. These are from the first basement. For second-tier heroes, 10 of these are enough, even for first-tier heroes. Wearing 15 would drain all their power. All these devices were handed over to Million, a prisoner who killed 2,421 people using his object manipulation skills. He was responsible for strapping them onto Kang Yu. And to prepare for the worst, Tomoki decided to put 30 of them on him, seeing Kang Yu's entire body wrapped in dozens of power-suppressing devices. The prisoners could not help but jump for joy. They all thought this fan was done for. But there were 3 huge mistakes in Aiden Baki's plan. First, Kang Yu's strength far exceeded that of a top-tier hero, so all he had to do was push a little harder. And every single power-suppressing device on him would be blown away. Then, Kang Yu slammed out an angry punch, knocking down the steel shrimp guards in front of him, leaving Tomoki staring in horror. The prisoners immediately fell into chaos. Tomoki shouted for them to calm down and quickly ordered them to switch to Plan B. It was a cowardly, humiliating plan using hostages to threaten Kang Yu. A few surviving guards, who'd been forced to serve as Tomoki's human chairs, were now being held hostage themselves. That prisoner threatened that if Kang Yu took another step forward, he would kill those guys instantly. But this was Tomoki's second big miscalculation. Though Kang Yu's power was physical, it also worked like a superpower. He did not move, just like they demanded. But even from that distance, a snap of Kang Yu's fingers activated the deadly vortex, instantly taking down the guards holding the prisoners. The third and final mistake was that, those who begged for mercy did not deserve forgiveness. So even when the remorseful begged for mercy and promised to wear monitoring devices, they were beyond his reach. Spippy panicked when he saw Kang Yu clear out nearly the entire isolation room in seconds, turning to Tomoki and yelling, "Damn it. What the hell is that guy? Everything's falling apart. Don't you have any other plans?" Tomoki did not answer. She was panicking too. She kept biting her nails, muttering, "This can't be happening. It just can't." Seeing Tomoki's shaky, unreliable state, Spick started blaming himself for trusting her. "You said those devices could hold him back. Yet we put 30 of them on him. Damn it. I am putting the device on now. Maybe there is still a chance to survive." As Spick babbled in her ear, Tomoki's anger exploded. She shouted, "Shut up," then lunged at Spick, attacking him. Even though the plan failed, Tomoki could not accept being challenged like that. "You think you are on my level just because we are locked up on the same floor. I am almost strong enough to be a top-tier hero." Spick did not even have time to gasp before Tomoki ended him without a second thought. But after Spick was gone, her panic returned. If all those power-suppressing devices are broken, it means Kang Yu is way stronger than she imagined. So why is not he fighting up front? These questions gnawed at Tomoki. And as she struggled with her tangled thoughts, a faint sound suddenly came from nearby. A young prisoner was trying to sneak away quietly but was caught. When their eyes met, he burst into tears, trying to escape faster and crying out for help. Tomoki planned to take the kid's life right then. But just as she raised her hand, another force cut her down. The cut was clean and precise. Tomoki instantly became a crippled soldier. Did she not know where the real power was? Hero Tomoki. More like Death Tomoki. Got any last words? Tomoki clutched her bleeding arm, laughing through tears. Huh. Damn it. I am finished. In the suffocating darkness of the prison, Kang Zu's voice rose a final confession. Tomoki did not flinch, staring straight at Kang Zu's sharp face, asking if all the equality heroes were dead except for him. Kang Zu answered without hesitation. Yep. Then smiled slyly. Got it. So Tom's dead too. After hearing that, Kang Zu fell silent, his face showing rare regret. Tomoki stubbornly asked again. He is really dead. You really lost your head. I told you not to play the hero. Did not. You are such a dumb little sister. You are part of equality but you are killing people. Do the other heroes know about this? Kang Zu stayed silent for a moment. While Tomoki let out a hoarse laugh, he knew exactly how hard Lost tried to change this hero's image. But because of you, everything is back to square one. I wonder if Lost is sad in the afterlife. You look at me with those cold eyes and say, Enough with the long-winded excuses. Suddenly, memories flood back like a slow-motion film. Being a hero is not just some ordinary job. The image of Tomoki, a young girl with a carefree smile, appearing for the first time in her hero suit. But fighting evil does not mean everyone's righteous. The desperate scream of a girl with orange hair rings out. Please. Save me. The girl trembles. Begging. Please. I am begging you. The jerk beside her snarls. Don't just stand there. He steps forward. Warning. If you move before he can finish. A blinding light speeds in, slicing straight at the orange-haired girl. Before losing consciousness, her eyes widen in disbelief at what is happening. Even if civilians die, the hero's status is absolute. Kangzu smirks, dripping with sarcasm. Mission accomplished. Tomoki's reason for becoming a hero was simple. Tom's soft voice echoes in her ear. You have always been there for me. That warm hand holding hers. Tom's carefree smile stuck with her, along with that sweet, happy phrase. You are amazing, like a real hero. Little sister, who has no powers, relies heavily on her sister's strong abilities. She looks into Tom's sparkling eyes and replies. Yeah. Right. Her face twisted with anger. Your sister's amazing. A warped personality. Just like a hero. The scene shifts to a damp alley. After the panic, the girl rushes to thank Tomoki. Thank you for saving me, she replies coldly. Sarcastic. It is nothing. Instead of pride. Tomoki smiles. Just doing what is right. She starts to feel something for Viet again. Tomoki keeps being a hero. Finally, on a mission. She killed a villain, the twisted-faced villain falling down. The first time she killed someone. The first time in her life. She felt superior. She mutters to herself. Killing. It is thrilling. After that, Tomoki kept killing villains. Civilians. Heroes, no one was spared. Blood soaked everything. Among them, Tomoki enjoyed killing weaker heroes the most. She looks down at a battered hero sitting on the ground. She smiles. Her mind twisted like a broken person betrayed. Dizzy. And ultimately, she lost her happiness. In the dark corner of the room, Hero Renji begs her. Please, please spare me. That moment drove Tomoki mad. She grins wickedly. But secrets never stay hidden. Tom grew suspicious. Tomoki came home late, smelling of blood. So that day, Tom followed her. Tom was shocked. Terrified by what she saw, her sister killing someone. Tom's voice trembles. Tomoki startled, turning around with a hint of guilt. I told you not to stay out late, just a little initial awkwardness. Then her true nature shows. She says, you are useless. The first time Tom saw her smile was terrifying. She casually asks, want to join me? Tom is shocked again. Asking, Auntie, Tomoki goes mad, raising a hand to finish a life. Tom's desperate voice screams. A glowing purple chain shoots out, wrapping around Tomoki's arm, catching her off guard. That day, Tom awakened her powers, and her first act as a new hero was to shed tears. Calling out. Since then, Tom became a hero, relentlessly chasing her sister who turned into a villain. Finally, she did the opposite. With the chain tied around Tomoki's neck, she said, Villain Tomoki. Her eyes locked on Tomoki's. Cold and you are under arrest. Tomoki looks down at her little sister. No more calling me sis, huh? That is sad. Your power keeps growing. Which makes it all the more tragic that you are a time rewind type, not a physical one. Tomoki sneers. Saying those without physical powers are truly pathetic, laughing like a maniac. Because they can only kill from a distance, they will never know the thrill of tearing someone apart up close. Tom's expression darkens as he listens to Tomoki. You never understood me. She replies. I never had a sister like you. Back in the prison with Kangzu, Tomoki softly says, hug me. Will it hurt when I die? Kangzu replies, hug me. He recalls the day Tom died, falling during the fight with Hong Sawang Hon, Tom's face battered and bruised. In pain, she remembers her sister. Save me. Kangzu tells Tomoki that even at death, she called out her name. A pause, eyes tinged with sadness. I should not have asked. A blue light appears. But it only makes me feel worse, suddenly lunging at Kangzu. He just stands there watching as she charges. Tomoki does not hesitate to attack Kangzu, her red pupils wide and fierce. Tomoki's power blade glows bright red against a black background with red streaks, symbols of the corrupt power that has torn countless victims apart. Kangzu fights back against Tomoki. She struggles. Swinging a heavy strike, Kangzu lands a critical blow, kicking Tomoki hard in the leg. Caught off guard, a loud crash echoes as Tomoki's body is thrown back. Thick white smoke fills the air. Kangzu stands firm, eyes locked on where he struck. The smoke clears slowly, and Tomoki rushes at him again. Face twisted with fury, Kangzu strikes again, punching hard into her stomach. Tomoki's eyes flutter, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She collapses, hands hitting the cold floor. Tomoki looks up at Kangzu, full of anger and resentment. After a tense exchange, Kangzu looks down and says, "Even as a criminal, I do not take pleasure in killing a colleague." Tomoki meets Kangzu's gaze. Then, "Can you spare me?" she asks with a twisted smile. Tomoki kneels. "You are the hero. You promised logs." Kangzu cuts her off. "I am no hero anymore." Tomoki pleads again. "Please. Please. Spare me." She cries, clutching Kangzu's leg in panic. "I do not want to die. I do not want to die." Kangzu responds, "This is where you are at now." It is the same scene you have seen before, people begging Tomoki for mercy. "Please. Spare me. Please." Kangzu's cold gaze sweeps over her. "What did you do to those who begged you for mercy?" Knowing begging is useless, she lets out a soft, bitter laugh. He snaps angrily. "You are unbelievable." As a red energy gathers in his hand, ready to strike Tomoki. Cut to outside the prison under a gloomy sky. Sounds of Kangzu's fight echo through the yard. Canis and Kato hear the noise and look toward it. "Did you hear that explosion?" Sanka lights up. "That has to be Kangzu." "Right. Who is getting knocked out now?" Ongji's face turns fearful. "What the hell's going on? Who is scared? But who exactly?" It is Seo Hongwan. Next to him a woman is pinned down and kneeling. He looks up and shouts, "Seo Kangzu." Raising their hopes even more, the pinned woman stays silent, staring at him. He says, "This is not good." He grins, cracking his knuckles. "Time for me to step in." Suddenly, a force slams into him. Seo Hongwan's body flies back. His hat goes with him. He lands hard, eyes wide in shock. Then a voice speaks up. "Bored already?"
Good.
It is Kingston, asking Seo Hon, "Want to play with me?" He picks up his hat and snarls, "You are terrifying." Kingston laughs savagely at Seo Hongwan. "Scared? Ah, basement level 5. Prisoner number 0001. I am just an old man wanting to play with kids." Wang Ho and another man panic, shouting in concern. Seo turns around. "What is going on?" Wang Ho said fearfully. "Right now, on the 5th basement level, Kingston and Hongwan have already crossed paths." She smiled slyly. "Well then, that is perfect." Wang Ho was quite surprised by that. Sion folded his arms and continued. "One of them is going to die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He is not as dangerous as Hongwan." She frowned. "Wait." The red light from the camera just flashed. Sion pursed his lips and asked, "Why is that woman with him?" Under that light was the orange-haired girl, blinded by Xon Hone. He spoke up, addressing Kingston. "Hey old man, you planning to mess with me?" Kingston laughed. "Of course." Sion Hone whined. "I am not having it." "You are still smiling."
Ah.
He started to reveal his true face. "Like this old man really wants to play with you." Kingston. He is the first prisoner of Luke Lutz prison and also the oldest inmate. Unlike the prisoners on the 4th and 5th basement levels, who killed millions, he only killed 3 people. The first victim was the strongest and most vicious villain at the time, Caracas. The other 2 were the most talented heroes back then, Club and Athilo, and having killed the 3 strongest, he himself said, "I killed all those so-called unbeatable." Kingston stood among the crowd and asked, "So now am I unbeatable?" He continued, "It is pointless. He let himself get caught by the government. If we talk risk, he was the lowest. But he surrendered after killing just a few. And that was when the government and the Hero Association were not on good terms. He avoided execution for 30 years. Back to reality. His aged face and deep voice spoke up. I want to kill you. Just take it easy. If you crush the little guy, I would feel guilty." Home was not scared either.
Yeah.
Then let us go. He raised his hand. A blue-purple light spreading out. He pulled all the dead bodies upward with cold eyes. The corpses seemed pushed by gravity, hovering mid-air. Then all turned into tiny bullets glowing red. Home calmly said, "Let us have a little fun." He hurled all those bullets at Kingston at a terrifying speed. Kingston was not scared either. Just stood still watching. As the bullets neared, he crossed his hands in front. One hand caught a blood bullet. Kingston squeezed it until it shattered. He kept using his hand like a sharp blade, slicing bullets in half. Kingston's hands moved at light speed. Everything seen was just after images. He blocked the bullets rushing in, his eyes flashing sharp. Everything in the room froze for a moment. Then the blood bullets shattered. Ho watched the bright red drops fall like rain, her face unreadable. Kingston looked pleased, a slight smirk on his lips. He said, "I thought you used telekinesis. But your attack and defense are like this, so you are not a psychic after all." Kingston laughed loudly. "Got any other moves?" Sion Hone replied. "I have thought of that too." His blue eyes looked at Kingston and said, "I know. Playing with an old man is boring. Killing someone about to die is not fun. Kingston narrowed his eyes, silent for a second. You really are a reckless kid. He continued. I have met many like you. Always acting like they are the strongest. Kingston stomped hard. The floor cracked beneath him. Stones falling everywhere. His face lost all smiles. Kingston added with pride. Back to the monitoring room of Honhu and Exon. Hono sang out. At this rate the basement will collapse. She glanced at him. Do not make it worse. Tron, whether it is a level 1 or 2 hero. There is no way to break through this prison. There are 20 layers of special walls. How could they be destroyed? Everyone. Stay calm. Switching to the fight between Kingston and Xe Vang Hon. Mem said. I am going to fix that attitude of yours. He charged at X Vang Hon at lightning speed. Xe Vang Hon stared intently at Kingston's shadow closing in. His blue eyes widened. Kingston's foot was just centimeters from his face. Those legs packed insane power. A heavy thud, everything in the room shattered. The aftershock shaking the entire prison. In the control room, Wang Ho was still terrified and losing control as everything shook violently. He shouted, Sir, please, is everything okay? Who is winning? Wang Ho quickly cut him off. Everything in Kingston and Xe Vang Hon's room is collapsing, Wang Ho reported. The walls have all been breached. Xdun started to show fear. We are done for, in the fight. Xing Hon muttered. Like some kind of human drill, how far can he really go? Kingston replied softly. Isn't he this enough to get you excited? As Xing Hon looked intrigued. Should we follow him? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Why would you follow that old man? Was Sinka. Behind Sinka were Kato and Kainas. Wouldn't he talking with me be way more fun? In the control room, Wang Ho and Xan were shocked by this sudden appearance. Unasked coldly. Who are you? Sinka's eyes sparkled invitingly. Let us talk. Then you will find out who I am. In the control room, Van shouted. That woman, how is she even on the 5th basement level? Wang Ho asked too. What is this? Sinka looked up at the monitors. Then pointed. Those people watching. Get lost. The signal to the control room was cut off. She slammed the table in anger. Cut to a tall, ominous door. Standing beneath it was Kang Zhu. The scene was eerily quiet. Holding a radio on his collar. He said, Sir, the job on the 1st basement level is done. Please open the door to the 2nd basement. A voice came through the radio. Hold on. Kang Zhu. He stood waiting in front of the door for the next command. The radio suddenly lost signal. Kang Zhu asked again. Sir. He bit his lip, silent before the door. Then Kang Zhu used both hands to force the door open. Guessing the weak signal was because he pulled it hard, Kang Zhu guessed. She must have gone down to the lower basements. Going down the stairs to the 2nd basement, unlike the 1st, where you could smell blood before entering. Here, there was no smell at all. It was clean. No bodies. Not even a person in sight. Suddenly, a noise caught Kang Zhu's attention. Hong Jai was running in panic. Fleeing monsters chasing her. She shouted. Stay away. The monster's huge jaws looked like it wanted to swallow her whole. She yelled, Dante, come closer. While running, Hong Jai suddenly saw someone blocking her path. She cried out, Xiang Count. Kang Zhu was just as surprised. The monsters roared, ready to attack Hong Jia. Kang Zhu immediately used his power to block them. After the chaos, she collapsed onto the floor. Kang Zhu asked, Are you okay? Hong Jai ran over, hugging him tightly. Kang Ho, she asked. Weren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement? And what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That is amazing. But have you been hiding them all this time? He pushed her gently away with one hand. I am Kang Ho's younger brother. Hong Jai looked surprised. Hiro Seo Kang Zhu. Why are you wearing a prison guard uniform? Wait, why are you even here? Kang Zhu replied softly. So you are my brother's colleague. He warned. It is dangerous here. Hong Jai shot back. I am sorry you feel that way. Except, Kang Zhu's face froze when he heard those 2 words. You asked who I am. Hong Jai smiled. This is our first meeting. Right. Actually, I should be the one asking first. She stepped forward like she wanted to get acquainted. I am your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother. You know that? Kang Zhu hesitated for a few seconds. A big question mark forming in his mind. Cut to a special room. 2nd basement level. A voice echoed. Mael. Miles spoke up. It seems a stranger has shown up here. I replied. Yep. That is right. This stranger has already committed so many offenses. That dog-killing hand of yours. Mael looked at his sister. Is that? Then soon. It is going to be hell for Han. Hong Jai told Kang Zhu. I have only seen you in photos or videos before. She smiled brightly. But seeing you in person is definitely better. I am Warden Hong Jai. He responded. I heard he has a girlfriend. But other than that, I do not know much. Hong Jai smiled and raised her hand to her head. Actually, she put both hands on her belly here. Ong Jai hugged her stomach. Inside here is the kid who'll call you uncle. Kang Ju's red pupils widened in surprise. He asked in shock. What? Ong Jai hurried to explain. Still not clear. Less than a month to go. I just found out recently. And because it involves Hong Aksuong Hon, I did not want to reveal it too soon. Kang Ju asked again. Is what you are saying true? She answered immediately. Yep. Got a problem with that? His face looked heavy with unspoken thoughts. Nothing. Hong Jai was still curious. What are you doing here? Kang Ju. You came to put down the riot. But you are wearing a warden's uniform. Kang Ju hesitated. I was assigned as a special warden to oversee the prisoners at Lucas Prison. Hong Jai gasped in surprise. Wait, you are the executioner. Why you? Is it the bishop's order? Kang Ju replied. Seems they did not inform everyone. So I will give you a quick rundown. He slowly recounted what had happened. Hong Jai felt a bit worried. An electric shock attack from behind. Who would do that? The Kang Ju looked into her eyes. They are still investigating. Hong Jai could not hold back tears. What about Kang Ho? He must be on the 5th basement level, serving his sentence. Kang Ju hesitated. My brother. She worried. One hand still on her belly. Tears streaming down waiting for his answer. Kang Ju closed his eyes. Thinking. Then sighed. There was a distress signal from the 5th basement. Hong Jai exhaled. Thank God. Kang Ju warned her. It is dangerous here. You should stay on the upper floors. I will take you there. Hong Jai firmly refused. No way. If you want to go down further, you will need me. Kang Ju asked. Wow. Hong Jai reached out, starting to explain. When I look at a target, I can read their memories. It is a special psychic ability. After explaining, she quickly waved her hand. Smiling awkwardly. I have not read your memories. Kang Ju. Don't worry. I do not recklessly use my power. I use it for psychological therapy with prisoners. And to verify if what they did really counts as a crime. Kang Ju still did not quite get Hong Jai's ability. But what uses it to me? Hong Jai cut it. Right now. On the 2nd basement. The solitary confinement room is controlled by Miel and Mael. They are siblings with special healing powers. Their ability gives them strength by turning others into puppets by stabbing them in the heart. Currently, all the prisoners on basement level 2 are their puppets. Kang Ju shared his thoughts. I already know a bit about their powers. They are Margette's students. He gestured toward the door. I already have this info. So you should head upstairs. Hong Jai was not ready to leave. Continuing. Some of the puppets fighting under those 2 siblings are wardens. She looked seriously at Kang Ju. Among those puppets. You won't be able to tell who is prisoner or warden, but with my memory reading ability, I can tell them apart. Kang Ju shot back. If they are puppets, are not they basically dead? What is the point of telling them apart? Hong Jap kept trying to prove her point. They are still alive. When those 2 siblings stop using their powers, they return to normal. You do not really trust them. Do you? Those 2 definitely would not do that. I am sure of it. I can convince them. Kang Ju kept trying to persuade her. But with your condition, it is way too risky. Hong Jai spoke her truth. Before becoming a mother, I was and still am a prison guard. So I have to do my duty. She recalled Kang Ho's face when he looked at her with that warm, gentle smile. Kang Ju glared at Hong Jai, annoyed that she did not answer. Then he reached out his hand. All right then. Bright red strands flew out, wrapping around Hong Jai, making her panic. He slowly raised his hand, and the strands lifted Hong Jai off the ground. She could not hide her fear. What? What is this? Kang Ju reassured her. My power will shield you from harm. Hong Jai, protected by his power up high, panicked and called out. Wait, won't this put you at a disadvantage? This feels strange. But Kang Ju kept moving forward, refusing to look back. Suddenly, a loud noise came from ahead. Lots of stone beasts were heading this way. He stopped. And you stayed silent. Kang Ju scanned the monsters training in front of him, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Hong Jai quickly said. That is the power of your brother. Mayan. Remember, he has captured a lot of prison guards. Kang Ju asked her. Which ones are the guards? Hong Jai closed her eyes as if using her power to read his thoughts. Wait a moment. A purple light radiated from her. Her pupils flashing violet. Hong Jai kept staring at them. Like Mayan was controlling her. She had her answer. 2 of them in the back were prison guards. Hong Jai hurriedly gave Kang Ju a plan. First, we need to defeat them. Then take them down as a group. Before she could finish, the red strands around her formed a sphere, blocking her view. What? Hong Jai shouted. I can't see anything. Kang Ju. What is this? Hong Jai struggled against the power protecting her. Kang Ju said flatly. The difference is, I shoot my power straight at the stone beasts. His eyes flashed deadly light. The ones still alive are the prison guards. A monster lunged at Kang Ju. He studied it briefly, noticed its eyes had no pupils, then threw it aside with force. Kang Ju's cold gaze continued. The dead ones must be prisoners. That is clear. The beasts charged wildly. But no matter how hard they tried, Kang Ju's power kept them at bay. Red lightning struck the monsters mercilessly. One raised its hand to strike Kang Ju, who dodged smoothly. And Kang Ju's eyes held no warmth at all. Ong Jai anxiously watched the battle from above. Helpless. Cut to the red crystal sphere reflecting the fight between Kang Ju and the beasts. The ones enjoying the show were the Mian brothers and Mael. Mael asked his brother, "What about that guy from outside?" "I remember Mago's look. Do you think he is stronger than Master?" Mian paused briefly. "Well, then. I keep thinking about Laosha. What about that woman?" He stayed silent. Mael started to get scared. "Brother. I am leaning on your shoulder. I am really scared." Mian's voice was soothing. "Do not worry." He held his sister close, beginning to recover his strength. Mian looked at Kang Ju's impassive face and sneered. If this is all he has got, he won't kill us. Back to Hong Jai. Still frantically trying to break out of Kang Ju's power sphere. She panicked, asking him, "Why did you trap me inside?" Kang Ju stood still, calmly replying, "Surprised. Sorry. I should have warned you first." She opened her eyes wide, asking, "Why is this happening?" Kang Ju still did not turn to look. Continuing, I pushed the prison guards aside. Now his gaze finally swept over Hong Jai. "The prisoners are all dead?" Hong Jai asked again. "Prisoners. But is not the execution device going to be in the basement next year?" Kang Ju stood there, hands loosely clenched. "I executed them myself." She felt it was hard to believe. "Why the You mean you executed them yourself?" Kang Ju looked up at her. "What is the matter?" She kept pressing. Who made this decision?" He snapped back. "I made the call." Hong Jia asked anxiously. "Did the warden agree?" Kang Ju answered with one word. "Yeah." She exhaled. Disappointed, her face darkened as she asked, "What are you planning to do?" Kang Ju gave her a puzzled look. Hong Jia slowly lowered her head. "Kang Ju, is everything really okay?" Kang Ju grew stern. "As the warden, I only do what is necessary." "What is the problem?" Hong Jia repeated. "As the warden." She was furious. "We are not supposed to kill them. Our job is to reform prisoners. Make them better." Kang Ju lost patience. "Enough. I am sick of hearing those idealistic speeches." Hong Jia tried to hold her ground. "A hero's job is to save lives, not take them. Only the law has the right to judge others." Kang Ju leaned in. "I know exactly how chasing those ideals ends." He recalled the young but dangerous face of Xiang Hon. Someone brutally killed by a beast who won to listen to reason. "Honestly, whether I am warden or hero does not matter. I am just doing what I should have done long ago, executing beasts who've lost their humanity." Hong Jia pleaded with all she had. "Kang Ju, in the end, they are still human." Kang Ju snapped. "What is your point?" Hong Jia's eyes widened. He shouted angrily. "You really think that? You call them human?" Faces of ruthless villains flashed through his mind from basement level 2 down. Criminals who killed hundreds of thousands of innocents. They all deserved to die. In the past, some died unjustly. And there was much debate over the death penalty. But since the capable took charge, there have been no wrongful executions or injustices. Jia, you know this? Right. Hong Jia was shocked by what she had just heard. But they all had their own stories. Kang Ju scoffed. Stories. She cut him off, especially Mao and Mao. His tone grew impatient. Jia, everyone has their story. What about the victims they killed? In the end, they will die by my hand or the death sentence. What is the difference? Hong Jia trembled. The death penalty is not the same as a massacre. Kang Ju raised his hand to cut her off. Enough. Don't he say another word. This ends here. Keep this up, and I will send you upstairs. Jia, I will handle this my way. White smoke billowed thick in the air. Hong Jia was still pinned high above. Below, Kang Ju prepared to deal with the monsters. Above them, sharp circles shifted from yellow to red. They stood silently. But Kang Ju could feel the pressure radiating from their bodies. He asked Hong Jia, "Which one of them is the warden?" She glanced back. 3 people at the rear. Kang Ju let out a soft, "Understood." From above, Hong Jia looked at him with a mix of disappointment and sadness. She said, "Kang Ho would be really upset if he knew." Kang Ju's heart skipped a beat at that. The monsters surged forward, charging straight at Kang Ju. In an instant, he lost focus. A monster quickly closed in, swinging its sword, slashing Kang Ju's neck. He silently stared at it. Kang Ju's pupils dilated wide. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. She said, a haunted Kang Ju's mind. Kang Ho would be really upset if he knew. His red pupils burned even brighter with anger. Zhang? Feeling my own frustration and anger building up more and more. Hearing others' ideals echoing in my head. He grits his teeth and punches the monster hard. Words. Kang Ju loses his mind. All that is left inside him now is pure rage. Words. The monster in front of him is torn apart. What good are words anyway? Is this bad luck or a blessing? The spiral. Kangju's growing despair. He reaches his hand forward. Lies down. The red spirals keep pulsing. They have lessened a bit. A second later, the red spirals explode. The monster's blood rains down like a storm. After killing the prisoners, moving to Sinka's surveillance circle. I enjoy watching the fight. His pupils glow purple with excitement. I can't help but exclaim. Now he is even cooler. At the spot where Kangju fought the beasts. He kills every monster blocking his path as he moves forward. The space has quieted down. Ongjia speaks up. This time, she and Kangju both look toward a spot with only 3 monsters. Those 3 over there are the guards. Kangju steps forward on his own. Then wait here a moment. Suddenly, a noises? He glances in that direction. The door bursts open with a haze of orange smoke. A voice speaks up. Nice to meet you. A figure appears with a red circle above his head. It is the brothers Mayan and Mael. The outsider. Kangju's gaze sweeps over them. Fearless. You came out on your own. That makes things easier for me. I am glad. Mayan and Mael slowly approach Kangju. Behind them stands a massive beast on guard. Hongjia looks down from above. Mine. Mael. Min looks up. His eyes still hold a childish innocence. A stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Mael clings to him. Her arms wrapped around him. Seeking safety. Guard Hongjia. Why do not you come to us? You should be in heaven by now. Kangju wastes no time on pointless talk. He orders them sharply to deactivate their powers. Then I will give you a painless death. Mine stares at Kangju in panic. Is there any choice where you do not kill us? He shows the authority of a judge. On floor 1 and basement 1 alike. I gave them the choice to use the monitoring devices or not. But the beast that killed so many on basement 2. They have no choice but death. Mine suddenly recalls an important detail. He drags out his voice. Outsider. I heard you are our master's colleague. Right. Mael adds bitterly. That woman's a hero too. Like the one who captured us. You and she give off 2 very different vibes. You are definitely going to hell. Mayan stops his sister. Mael. Do not say any more. Clenching his fists tighter. Where power quietly builds. We will see who goes to hell first. He hugs her, making a final offer. If you promise to release us, we will deactivate our powers. He raises his voice. I refuse. Suddenly, Hongjia's voice echoes from above, filled with despair. Mine. Mael. This is only going to make things worse. The surveillance equipment storage. Mayan cut her off. Bitter at Hongjia. We did not commit any murder. You know that. Right. Hongjia paused. Then continued. So we have to refuse. Hongjia whispered again. But Kangju stopped her. His words freezing all hope. Your way 1T work. You think with clenched jaws. I will go easy on beasts like you. She widened her eyes, staring at Kangju. Kangju's power surged like a storm, engulfing his whole body. No choice now. Even beasts should feel pain. Mayan stepped back in fear. Stranger. We do not want to fight. If you listen, maybe we can negotiate. You still hold your own witness. I refuse. Hongjia called out. Kangju. If you talk to them, this could end peacefully. Kangju lost patience, wrapping the red orb to block her voice. He glanced at her. Please. Just state. Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded toward the 2 brothers like an invisible rage. Mayan shouted in fury. Stranger. Almost instantly, blood-red ropes appeared from nowhere. Coiling tightly, mercilessly lifting Mayan and Mael off the ground. The ropes tightened, causing unbearable pain to Mayan and his sister. Kangju looked at them with bloodshot eyes. Like a cruel torturer, pain and helplessness pushed them to fight back. Seeing resistance was useless, Mayan unleashed his power. A golden light radiated from him. This 1T work. You are not human, Mael added. We are not beasts or monsters. Suddenly, Mayan and Mael vanished, replaced by 2 other prisoners. Kangju still heard Ada's voice. We are human, with special powers. The 2 ropes exploded under his watch. Mael's voice was full of anger. Why does not this guy call us human? What is the difference between us and them? Mayan and Mael's beasts slowly approached Kangju. They attacked. But Kangju sliced through all the stone beasts closing in. He snarled angrily. Mael, freed from the ropes, watched everything in fear through the red crystal orb. Me asked Ada. Mael. Need help? Mael felt she could handle it. No. Got this. Under Kangju's power. Mayan muttered. His defense is too strong. Mael held the orb with one hand, raised the other, starting to channel her power. Let me. Help me. After gaining strength, Ada placed his other hand on the orb. A pink-purple matrix appeared before Kangju. The red circle shattered. They shifted from liquid form, slowly crystallizing into a sharp spiked ring. The monsters seemed powered up, becoming far more terrifying and strong. This was the power of the healer. But compared to humans, They were nothing. Kang Ju fired a blast, shattering the monster into pieces. He took a few steps back, then launched himself forward. Kang Ju, kicking a nearby monster hard. Another monster, enraged, swung its claws to crush him. The monsters roared in anger. Kang Ju soared up, gathering power in his hands. Like a lightning bolt, Kang Ju dove into the crowd of monsters below. He moved like a ghost through the dense pack. Wherever he went, monsters fell. Kang Ju finished every move with a blank expression. Mael clutched the orb, terrified by what she saw. Ada panicked, asking Mayan, "How much longer can you hold?" "About 10 minutes. Ada repeated. 10 minutes. Mael bit her finger until it bled not much longer. Then this time, Ada raised her bloodied hand, pressed it to the orb, ready to channel power again. Suddenly, everything around shook violently. A booming sound echoed through the sky, and rocks were blasted apart by the force. Dust filled the air. Mael coughed hoarsely from the dust. While Mian was stunned, wondering what had just happened, a military helmet appeared in their line of sight. The white dust spread almost everywhere, revealing Kang Ju standing clearly before Mael and Mian. Kang Ju spoke coldly, making his brothers fearful. Thinking back, if I caught each of you one by one, your lives would end here. Strip away your powers, and I will let you go without pain. Kang Ju glared at Mian and Mael. His power caused the walls to crumble bit by bit. Mian and Mael's eyes widened as they looked up at what was happening. Just how much power does he have? Kang Ju, still gathering strength with one hand, stepped closer, his power growing. Strip it away, he said. Mian's green eyes and Mael's red ones widened in fear. He raised both hands forward, as if drawing in power, a light radiating from his palms. Then, numerous golden magic circles appeared on the floor. Kang Ju's eyes narrowed as a host of angelic beings appeared. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. Kang Ju smiled faintly, without hesitation, and shot forward like a missile. Using his power, he transformed into a red beam, tearing through Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel's bodies. Mian and Mael looked up, his lips moving silently. Mian shouted, extending both hands to form a small magic circle. A prison with soulless eyes appeared. But immediately, all the prisons were crushed by his power. Mian threatened, "Stay away from us, if you do not release us, all these prisons." Before he could finish, Kang Ju cut it. "If you do not strip your powers and free the prisons." Suddenly, Maela's scream echoed nearby. Mian glanced over at the sound. She was restrained by Kang Ju's red ropes, crying out in pain. "Brother." Kang Ju stomped forward. "I will make sure your sister dies in agony." Malcrot, tears streaming, panicked, screaming, "Brother. It hurts. It hurts so much." He groaned in pain. Mael's scream echoed through the hall. Seeing his sister in pain, Mian could not stand it. He dropped to his knees, begging Kang Ju, "I will strip my powers. I swear." "Fine." Mian bargained. "But let me talk to Kang Ju first." "No negotiations, just strip your powers." Kang Ju repeated flatly. "Strip them now." Mian glanced back at Mael, still in pain. Kang Ju said plainly, "Then I will stop." In the damp room, Mian and Mael knelt facing each other, hands tightly clasped as they stripped their powers. Mian glowed with a golden-orange light, while Mael shone red. A miracle happened. The prisons slowly regained human awareness. Even the prisoners did, though one was confused. "What the hell is going on?" Many wondered aloud. "Why are we here?" Kang Ju said nothing more and unleashed his power straight at the prisoners. Mian and Mael stood terrified in a corner, holding hands. All the prisoners collapsed. Only the guards remained standing. One guard asked Kang Ju, "Hiro-kan, what is going on?" Kang Ju cut him off. "Everyone should head upstairs." The guards obeyed. "Understood." Mian spoke. "I have stopped using my powers, so you should keep your promise." Kang Ju kept his word. "All right, I will let you meet Miss Ojia. But first." The scene before them was covered in blood and death. "Let us move somewhere else. Women should not see this." Scene shifts elsewhere. The prison circle holding Ojia slowly opens. Miss Ning asked, "What happened?" Kang Ju replied briefly, "I have finished the job. I stripped the powers and freed all the guards." She looked worried. "What about Mian and Mael?" Kang Ju's eyes fixed ahead. "Right over there, in front of me. They want to talk to you before they die." Hongjia feels sorry for Mian and Mael. "Kang Ju, can you at least put monitoring devices on these two kids?" Kang Ju is firm. "Don't make me repeat myself." With cold eyes, he says, "The beasts in the basement have killed countless people, and will be executed by my own hand." After hearing that, Hongjia is stunned. Mian looks at her and asks, "Kang Ju, hurry up." Hongjia struggles to say each word. "Mael, you two must be executed." Min and Mael cling tightly to each other. Ongjia grits her teeth, unable to say more. Time seems to freeze. No words come out. Kangju presses on. Anything else you want to say? Min is terrified, trembling like a prisoner. Then Kangju will gather his strength. I will keep my promise. His eyes bloodshot. It is time to start the execution. Mael screams. Begging. Please spare us. I am begging you. He panics, grabbing his brother's hand. Bro. Please. Kangju raises his fist, ready to strike Min and Mael. Bro. Suddenly, something blocks the force. He is shocked. Tightening his grip, a figure with brown hair appears. Mago uses his power to create a shield protecting Min and Mael. Ekolodi. Mael holds his sister tightly. Pleading, Kangju is surprised by Mago's appearance. Mago looks down from above. What is going on here? The giant Mago uses both hands to form a shield around Min and Mael. Kangju watches, confused. What the? Is this the twins' power? Some kind of illusion? No way. Prisoners in Basement 2 can have defensive magic this strong. Mago is the one using this power himself. But why? Why is he defending these two? Forget it. Keep gathering your strength. No matter what I think, nothing's gonna change. Min and Mael panic, clutching each other as Kangju's power surges forward, shattering the shield bit by bit. Kangju narrows his eyes. The man shrinks back, but Mago pushes out both hands, raising more shields to block the attack. He snarls. Damn old man. What the hell are you doing? Why is he doing this? Kangju keeps breaking one layer, only for another to appear. Mago stays silent the whole time. No matter how many layers Kangju breaks, he can shake the irritation building inside. Cut to a flashback under a clear blue sky. Below is a fragrant garden. Lhasa sits there, with Ryu, Cheru, and Kangju behind her. In the distance, Mago smiles kindly, reaching out to pat the kids' heads. Charu says, that old man never gets tired. Ryu laughs. Yeah, he is. He turns to Tom, grinning. After we get married, we will have kids. Right. She grimaces at Cheru. I never said I would marry you. And he just smirks. Come on now. Tom snaps. I hate guys who cheat on others like you. Charu refuses to admit it. I never cheated on anyone. Lhasa looks up, smiling helplessly but warmly. Seriously. Enough with the bickering. From afar, Mago calls out. Hey everyone. Stop just sitting there. Come down and play with the kids. The sky is clear with fluffy white clouds. A kid rides on Ryu's shoulders. Lhasa near. Everyone's laughing and having fun except Kangzu, sitting alone under a distant tree. A voice calls, making him look up. It is Kang. Mago asks, you do not like kids? Kangzu answers sadly, it is not that. I just do not know how to connect with them. Mago smiles kindly, telling him to just imitate what his parents did when he was little. Kangzu does not hide it. My parents died shortly after I was born, so only my older brother is family. Hearing this, Mago is surprised, covering his mouth to hide his embarrassment. I am sorry to hear that. The conversation hit a dead end, and Mago cleared his throat, speaking up to Kangzu. Then you can train with me here. Try acting like a kid for a bit. Kangzu gave him a doubtful look. Mago just laughed. Jiking? Just messing around. Didn't he expect you could pull off that expression? But is not all a joke. If you ever face trouble, just act like a kid in front of me. They chatted while watching everyone having fun in the distance. Kangzu replied, no thanks. Cut to a rugged mountain peak. Rain pouring down hard. Ahead, a bloodied man stood facing Kangzu. His cold eyes scanned the ground. Tom and Cheru, badly wounded, lay there. A suffocating ache welled up. He glanced around again. Nearby, Lazar and Ree were lifeless too, blood dripping onto the earth. Those drops were tears from Kangzu's own eyes. Furious, his jaw clenched tight, a gentle voice spoke. Kangzu, it came from a man with a brown beard. It was barely breathing, trying to calm Kangzu. It is all right. Everything will be fine. Shattered memories flooded back to reality. With only Mago's defense left, inside that defense, Mal had fainted in Mayan's arms. Mago still held the strength to protect his two sons. His smile was as gentle as ever. Kangzu looked up at him. Red threads of power stirred from Kangzu's strength. He was pulling back his power to free Hongjia. She was released. He called out to Hongjia. Can you read the memories in that power? Hongjia looked surprised but nodded. Yeah, I can do that. He pointed at Mago. Then read those memories for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this. She looked ahead, puzzled. What is this? Hero Mago. Inside the room, dust and smoke lingered. In Hongjia's hands was an image of Mago smiling kindly. Holding Mayan on one side and Mail on the other, she told Kangzu. These are the memories stored in Hero Mago's power. He looked at the image and muttered. Honestly, kind of annoying. Hongjia disagreed. I think it is sweet. He asked why the memories of those killers were there too. Hongjia explained it was because Mago had used his power on them. Kangzu glanced at her. I did not mean to put them here. His voice low and serious. I am telling you this so you do not misunderstand. No matter what those killers did, I will still execute them. Mago. Mine. And little Male trembled in her hands. Hongjia sympathized. Get it? Alright, open your hands. The images of Mago, mine, and Mal fell away. Cut to a place with a grand chandelier. The auctioneer's voice echoed. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the auction of individuals with special abilities. Right here. A young man locked in a cell, gripping cold iron bars. His clothes torn. Dim red light cast shadows over his face hidden by messy hair. Surrounded by despair. A soft voice whispered in the dark. Hell. Mine. Mal. Age 6. The auction hall lit up, buzzing with a dark energy. A man stood on the big stage. This was an auction for those with powers, a twisted pastime for VIPs. Hidden deep beneath the ruined city. A secret auction house. Mayan and Male had been sold here by their own father. The highest bids went to those with special grade powers, some with shape-shifting abilities. The most common endurance powers fetched the lowest prices, so Mayan and Male hid their true powers. And for a long time, no one bought them, they were just waiting to be discarded. A voice cut through from outside. Mark Vest stood coldly in front. Get out. Someone wants to buy these too. A girl with him approached the iron gate, scrutinizing the kids inside. These are the kids. They have both angel and demon endurance. The man asked suspiciously. So that is why you want to buy them? He added, raising an eyebrow. I asked because there is no returns here. The girl covered her mouth, giggling. I was just curious. The man turned around, puzzled. What is that? That mischievous smile in your eyes. I wonder what would happen if you mixed an angel with a devil. The two kids stopped, confused, glancing at each other with worry. I stepped closer to the kids with a strange smile. You are probably too young to get it now, but you will soon. Suddenly, something caught my eye, in the cramped, dark space. A loud noise erupted. The man's eyes followed it. The sky above suddenly shifted. Flames burst out, devouring everything around. A massive explosion rang out. The whole city was instantly engulfed in fire. Buildings collapsed, smoke billowing everywhere. The scene was pure devastation. A pale blue shield surrounded the two auction guests, protecting them from the blast. The man panicked. What is that? Inside the protective shield. Mine immediately turned to her sister. Mael, are you okay? Mael seemed dazed, only replying, Mayan. The siblings looked around. Everyone was shielded by glowing blue orbs, all wondering, what is going on? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, making them both look up in shock. It was someone stroking their beard. From high above, a woman sat cross-armed, perched on a glowing blue magic circle, next to a man floating midair. He smiled, eyes twinkling. That is magic. Loopies, the rabbit girl with healing powers, warned. Come on. Margot. She looked confused. What kind of demon level is this? How am I supposed to keep up? Margot laughed loudly. If you work hard, you will get it. Loopies, I told you, with healing powers. Imagination is everything. She replied. But you teach too fast. Amidst the wreckage and swirling dust, he stood boldly on a large golden magic circle, asking his assistant, have you finished the task I gave you? Loopies answered. Yep. I have teleported all the auction participants and freed those who were captured. He looked at her and said, good. Let us move on to the next level. Loopies was nervous. What now? How can I handle such massive healing? A hesitant voice snapped at them. It was Mean and Meal. The kids clutching each other, asking, can you take us with you? The siblings pleaded. You are a healer. Right. We have healing powers too. Loopies replied. He promised only to train the girls. But Margot laughed and said, he never promised that. Loopies turned, shocked. He continued, let us see what you two can do. Lupus raised an eyebrow, calling him a liar. Mean and Meal spread their hands, summoning spirits behind them, a white-winged girl and a fierce man in black armor, an angel and a demon. Loopies was amazed. These kids' healing powers are unusual. Usually, kids only heal toys or dogs. Looking at the scared kids hugging each other, a thought flashed through his mind. Interesting. Then he smiled brightly, arms wide open. All right. Follow me. I will teach you magic. Time flew. In 3 years, Margot taught Mean and Meal how to heal. He created a huge magic circle and explained, imagination is the key to healing powers. Margot closed her eyes, picturing a fireball speeding by, adding, the image in your mind appears when you use your power. He looked at Mean with glowing blue eyes as the spirit of a kind woman smiled behind him. Mian's healing angel came from memories of his mother, who protected everyone when he was little. Margaret then glanced at Miel's resentful pink eyes. A shadow of a brutal man holding a wooden staff behind him. He said, Miel's healing demon probably comes from his cruel father's influence. Margaret gently touched a vibrant rainbow stretching before the kids. If we see the world in more dimensions, we can heal so much more. But focusing on just one thing is fine too, like that rabbit girl over there. He pointed at Lupus proudly. That is the best way. In the spacious room, Margaret stood with arms crossed, deep in thought. I have no idea which path these two kids will take. Mean and Miel quickly replied. We really like heaven and hell, Margaret asked in surprise. Heaven and hell. Lupus was also taken aback, definitely not like normal kids. The two kids recalled the moment their mother lay dying in the hospital bed. She told them before she passed that good people go to heaven, and bad ones go to hell. Under the sad sunset, tears streamed down their cheeks. Those words have always been their anchor. Now they are certain. They want this world to be just that: good people go to heaven, and bad people go to hell. Margaret smiled warmly, ruffling Mian and Miel's hair. You two can do it, because you are the kindest kids I know. Time passed. One day, while Margaret was quietly watching the sunset, a voice called out, Margaret! Margaret! It was Luke, running up in a panic. The Hero Association needs your help. Margaret blurted out in surprise. What now? Margaret frowned. Annoyed. They ignored my offer before, and now they want my help. Lupus hesitated. It is serious. She looked terrified as she spoke of a dangerously scary figure with a face streaked in blue blood who had appeared in the region. Hearing that, Margaret's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He ordered gravely. I have to join the Hero Association immediately. Lupus was confused. What are they doing? I do not know. Margaret sighed deeply, then told her assistant. Bring Mun and Mel here. When they heard the news, Mine and Mel were very worried. You have to go. Mal ran up and hugged Margaret tightly. Please do not go, Mine nervously asked. When will you come back? He looked troubled. The enemy is tough. It will be at least a few years before I return. Mine pressed. Can't we come with you? Margaret held Mal close. The enemy is too dangerous. I can let you two go. But his eyes were full of confusion when Mal shouted. I do not want you to go anywhere. She cried. I do not want to be abandoned again. Lupus responded. Abandoned? You are not objects. Margaret gently called their names. Mine. Mal. He raised his hand, casting a magical light over the kids. This is my parting gift. My power is sealed in your clothes. When you reach the safe place, someone will take care of you. He gave a warm smile. One day, we will meet again. Mine and Mel wiped their tears. Looking at Margaret, he firmly said, by then, you two have to grow up to be good people. But after parting with Margaret, Mayan and Mel did not go to the safe place. They were afraid of strangers. Instead, they went far away to train their powers on their own, in a peaceful, isolated forest. They practiced magic constantly, thinking, what power do I need to become a good person before I see Margaret again? Around Mel glowed a bright golden light. What is good? Mine was surrounded by a fiery red glow in the eerie darkness. What is bad? Their powers created two beings, an angel and a demon, standing opposite each other. Both kids carried a heavy worry. What should they do with their powers? 2 years later, Mine and Mel decided to define good and evil on their own. Now grown, the kids stood silently together, watching the sunset over the familiar fields as they returned home. They held a clear belief. Good people go to heaven, and bad people go to hell. Among the crowd, controlled and collapsed, Mine and Mel watched with fascination as they split into two opposing groups. Hellas glowing red and gold above their heads. Their eyes were eerily captivated. Cold smiles on their lips as they began creating their own imagined heaven and hell utopia. In just 1 month, Mine and Mel transformed the entire city into their own heaven. They terrified everyone with spirits flying everywhere, observing the townsfolk, summoning their angels and demons. Then they monitored the people, deciding who would go to heaven and who would be sent to hell. Those standards were set by the twins themselves, based on what they heard from their mother when they were little. Things people must never do: stealing, littering, causing trouble in public, lying, betraying friends. And so, deep in their childish memories, those things became an obsession that never fades, even for those who met the standards. Now in the narrow alley, Mine and a giant angel approached a woman holding a child, and he spoke. I have always been watching you. His face showed an odd kind of joy. She had lived a life worth living. The woman clutched her son in fear, tears streaming as she begged. Please, please help us. Mine quickly reassured her. Don't be afraid. Then he parted, directing the angel's soul to stab deeply through both mother and child, softly saying, this is not the end. He continued. You are about to have a beautiful dream in heaven. In her final moment, the woman sobbed as her soul appeared. A radiant golden halo glowing above her head. Mine clasped his hands over his chest, smiling gently. Forever. Just like that, the people around Mayan and Mael were divided into two groups, unaware of the turmoil brewing from the twins' land. Elsewhere, in a high-rise building that caught the Hero Association's attention, an older man with a stern face spoke up. Now, that was Authority, the Hero Association's chairman, glaring as he ordered, "Start the meeting. Now." Under dim lights, he spoke with anger. "I've already announced this." He looked toward the long meeting table. But only 3 people were present. Why so? A blonde girl with a distinctive mole under her eye, third-class hero Xiao Benju, replied. "I guess they are on vacation or something." Across from her, Kusta, a hero of the same rank, said, "Please pull up that info. Let us see what it is about." Silence fell as the info screen appeared before them, all surprised. "What is this?" The man was shocked. "Level 1 already this strong. That is rare." Benju groaned. "Damn it. I want to rank up. I want that level." Authority asked. "Want to give it a shot?" She sighed. "No use." Chairman A, pointing at the screen. But the screen showed all the info on Mayan and Mael. Benju wondered, why pick this small village? It won't boost hero performance much. Authority answered, "I chose it because these kids are rated as level 1 villains." Kusta leaned in. Curious, how old are they? "About 10. He said. Both heroes were surprised. Only that young. And they have conquered the whole village. After level 2, they could reach villain level 2 or 3. Should we prepare before dealing with them? But the chairman insisted. It will take at least 5 more years for them to develop, so no big prep needed. Kusta joked. That long? Authority added. There are some details to add. He glanced at the info screen. These 2 are disciples of Mago. Hearing that, he was confused. Mago. Benzu just chuckled. Told you. She suggested. Then we should tell Mago. He replied. He has gone to Finland to hunt ASAP. She argued. He will be back when he is done. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, and a small hand with sharp pink nails raised. Everyone turned to the end of the table, where a girl with twin ponytails and a goth style both sweet and fierce stood. K2, the last third-class hero to join the meeting, asked, "Can I leave now?" Cut to a place where the sun was setting behind a mountain pass, painting the sky a blazing orange. A vehicle screeched as tires rubbed the road, on a big motorbike plastered with heart stickers. K2 sat casually, both her bike and outfit in eerie pink and black. She gently removed her cat-eared helmet, eyes sparkling as she took in the sunset. Ahead, the sky was filled with glowing red and gold halos floating like lanterns. And she whispered, "What a breathtaking sight." The image of 2 standing alone on the empty road at sunset, silently surveying her surroundings, appeared inside a magic orb. Min and Mael were watching her together. The younger sister looked uneasy as she stared into the orb. "Wait, is there a stranger?" Min answers, "Yeah," from the magic orb. K2's eyes flare up like she just spotted someone spying on her. As she moves deeper into the city bathed in evening light, K2 spots a being with an aura above their head. The girl pulls out her phone to snap a picture. She poses while curious. This is some special power. Right, mind control maybe. Or maybe they are just asleep. I do not think they are dead. What is going on? Suddenly, someone appears, making K2 glance over her shoulder. Sitting on the bench where the 2 beings with red and gold auras just were. It is Min and Mael suddenly showing up. Surprised, K2 watches as the 2 kids say, "Strangers." They stop pretending and ask, "Why are you here?" K2's eyes light up. She is full of admiration and excitement. Those are amazing powers. What else can you guys do? Anything cool? Min snaps, "You should answer our questions." But K2's curious. Does the teacher know about this stuff? After all, the teacher has a lot of students who can come back to life. Right. Hearing that, the kids look a bit uneasy. K2 presses on. "Did you learn resurrection magic from the teacher?" Min and Mael panic. "Who are you?" Their eyes shift, softer and scared, when she says, K2 pulls off her mask, revealing fierce eyes and a twisted smile. "I am your senior. Remember that." Min worries. "We do not have any senior but Lupus." K2 smiles back. "The teacher erased you from the list." She continues. "You think?" As she pulls up her jacket sleeve, revealing arms covered in cuts. "I cared too much about sharp things." K2 gently touches the scars. "The teacher said I needed to learn defense magic. Like protection. Too bad. I did not like that, so I ignored him." She adds. "He stopped paying attention to me." Her voice tinged with sadness. "It is really embarrassing." The mood around K2 darkens. The teacher's really awful. Suddenly she covers her face, crying and screaming like she has lost it. It's so bad. It is not right. It is wrong. Wrong. Mel grabs me in tightly. Trembling. Man. She is terrifying. K2's madness grows. Teacher. You said I had magical talent. I just wanted praise. Even a smile from you. She breaks down, anguished and insane. But you erased me. Min immediately casts a yellow magic circle and shouts. If you do not leave right now. But he panics instantly at what he sees. A swirling purple energy opens in the air. Thousands of surgical tools hover around K2, suspended in the sky. Scalpels. Scissors. Syringes. And other weapons suddenly plunge from above toward the ground. Min and Mel scream in horror. Before them is a nightmare. All the weapons dive down under K2's control. Piercing through the bodies of the people below. Blood sprays everywhere. Screams echo all around. The surgical tools are drenched in dark red. K2 grins crookedly. Tears streaming. If I do this... Teacher. Will you notice me again? The sky turns pitch black with a purple glow. Blood splatters everywhere. The wails of the dead echo mournfully. K2 laughs wildly. Chaos swirling. As bodies fall at her feet. She throws her head back. Laughing hard. Face covered in blood but eyes blazing. This is so much fun. Min panics and falls backward. Turning to her sister. Mal, are you okay? Mal trembles. Brother, inside the magic orb. The image of two standing in the city appears, surrounded by corpses, her hands casting purple magic energy. The siblings are stunned. What is that woman? K2 exclaims joyfully. Yeah. So this is the feeling. She claps her hands. Jumping around on the blood-soaked street. This is even more fun than I thought. Seeing someone still alive, she gets excited. More. A large pair of scissors rises from K2's palm. Flying straight at the person. I want more. But Min and Mel immediately cast magic. A circle appears, surrounding them and the person behind. Blocking the attack, K2 gasped in surprise. Staring at the kids fighting back, turns out they can use protective magic. Behind you, a spear-wielding creature appeared, ready to strike as she spoke. You have learned a lot from the teacher, have not you? Suddenly, a purple magic barrier flashed, and all you could hear was K2's voice echoing. But then, she suddenly sliced that creature in half with scissors. Smirking. This still is not enough. Male shout. This is... You are going to hell. Sister. K2 potted. Hey. Watch your manners when talking to your senior. Looking around at the scene, she was utterly satisfied. I have always wanted to use my power in a crowded place like this. She licked her lips with a twisted grin. But hey, I am a hero after all. I knew I would get caught if I went all out, so I held back. K2 glanced at the two kids, terrified of her. Then said, thanks for setting this place up. Finally, I can make my dream come true. Suddenly, she raised both hands to the sky. So now, I think I can handle this. Maka was sweating buckets, fighting through two waves of attacks. Mian and Mael kept up the protective circle but looked deeply worried and confused. She screamed, pouring all her strength into it. A massive gray blade tore through the sky. From above, the sky seemed to shatter like glass as the giant vertical blade slowly appeared. Maka was crazily satisfied, blood streaming down her face. Yeah, this is it. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner. Surrounded by death, countless killings had amplified her imagination and made her power even stronger. K2 controlled the sky, forming an energy vortex around the giant weapon slowly piercing through the clouds. This is the first time I have ever summoned something this huge. She looked up at her weapon, amazed at its sheer size. Maka's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she laughed loudly. Bloody but cool as hell. Then K2 turned to the kids, holding out her hand. You are all quite something. Well, goodbye. Suddenly, she was swallowed whole by a massive set of jaws, biting down while her arm was still raised. Min was terrified by the scene. In front of him stood a huge rock and earth monster, crowned with a blazing red halo just like this. From his sister's hand, a terrifying pink magic circle summoned that demon. Mael's face twisted with rage. Almost cat-like and horror-fitting for a demon, Mael lost all reason. When looking at K2, all he saw was a terrifying demon. That vision amplified her power. Mayan looked at his hesitant sister beside him. Brother. She turned to her brother, whose eyes now seemed soulless. Did you just kill someone? Amid the devastation, Mayan gasped. No way. He pulled his sister close. That is not a person. It is a demon. A year later, Mayan and Mael had built an even bigger paradise for themselves, in a cold high-rise in another city. The Hero Association once again recognized them. Villains from Luculus Prison's Level 2 basement. Margut. The Royal, Mayan, and Mal. Authority sat at the head of the meeting table, asking, They are your disciples. Right. Margut still could not believe her eyes. How did it come to this? The old chairman replied. We are just as curious. He immediately turned and stood up. Let me handle this. But authority stopped him. You can go anywhere. Margaret snapped. What? The old chairman said. I can let you deal with this. He asked again. What do you mean? The chairman answered. Obviously. I mean, authority sternly emphasized. I told you to kill Asep and come back. But you did not follow my orders. Isn't that right? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. If that is the case, I can follow your orders either. Margaret, annoyed, said. Talking like this to solve anything. I'm go. Authority slammed his hand on the table. I said it straight. He stood up sharply. You are not going. Margaret immediately cast a threatening spell. Stop it. You sound like a power-hungry lunatic. Right in the middle of those two men threatening each other, a voice rang out. Yulimi, a blonde woman with long curls, dressed like a superhero, appeared. Was Laza, a level 3 hero. Confidently saying, I will be the one to go. Authority looked a bit surprised. Well. Actually, making this mission a promotion for a level 3 hero sounds good. You should be the one to go. Margaret snapped. I already said I would. Laza was speechless. Margaret. His eyes fixed on the woman in front of him. The teacher stepped closer to Margaret. A hint of unease on his face. Laza smiled. Trust me. Then she turned back toward the city heaven, and hell intertwined as a voice called out. Mayo. Two kids hugged, staring at the red orb floating in the room. Mine said. An intruder. Maorid. That is right. Brother. They showed a flicker of worry as they looked at the orb. Someone is coming. Inside. An image appeared of Laza standing alone in the empty street. Mine and Mayo hugged each other. I wonder how many crimes she has committed. Laza looked up, a faint smile crossing her face. The sky was pale yellow, framing a city with towering buildings but a quiet, somber mood. Laza took a step forward, squinting as if she saw something. Above her, 3 controlled creatures hovered in midair. Looking at those 3 unconscious with vacant eyes, were they the heroes who'd taken this mission before? At least they were still alive. Suddenly, a yellow light surrounded them. The scene switched to Mayan and Mayu, who appeared and asked, Who are you out there? Why have you come? Laza looked up and replied, I'm Hero Laza. I am here to bring you back. Hearing that, they grimaced. Hero? What kind of hero? Mayo spread his hands and immediately adjusted his purple magic. Suddenly, countless demons with red halos appeared around the 2 siblings. Mayo shouted, Get out of here. Now. All right, I will keep going. If you do not leave, I will send you straight to hell. Fine. Then I will go back. She smiled faintly. But I want both of you to come with me. And she confidently said, Let us go together. Instantly, a golden light burst forth, burning all the demons Mayo summoned. The siblings panicked. The woman in front of them was no ordinary hero. The sky cleared and the sun shone brightly as Lasso approached Mayan and Mayo. She spoke softly. You two have kind hearts. I do not sense any ill will in your attacks. Her eyes held a touch of sadness. It is a shame. If the heroes who came here were good, things would not be this bad. Laza spoke as she moved toward the frightened kids. Strange, is not? You think what you are doing is right, but so many have come to stop you. Mine clutched his sister. Panicked. Don't come any closer. But Laza reassured them. Don't be afraid. I want to hurt you, she gently scolded. But what you are doing is wrong. Your teacher is very upset. The siblings flinched at her words. Mal asked. Teacher may go. Has he come back? Mine stopped him. Mal, do not believe that lie. Laza continued. I am not lying. Her hand glowed. Laza smiled. Unlock your powers and come back with me. It is time to return to Teacher Mago. Hearing that, Mine and Male reached out and took her hand. The 2 kids walked alongside Laza. Feeling an indescribable warmth from her, the sun climbed higher, shining brilliantly in Mine and Male's surprised eyes. Laza just smiled. She said to Mago standing there in the rising dawn. Come with me. The kids immediately ran to Mago. Teacher. He opened his arms wide, waiting for them. Mine. Mal. They cried as they spoke. Teacher. Actually, our powers are a secret skill. Mom told us to keep it from others. Mago looked worried as the kids cried. You only signed up as apprentices. Right. Sorry for doubting you. He asked. Mine. Did I only take you as apprentices? Mayan answered. A hero named Kwaithu said she was your apprentice. Mago was stunned. Apprenticing under me. I have never taken anyone in besides those 2 in Lupus. He explained. I only met her once at the guild and gave her a few pieces of advice. The 2 kids were surprised too. Really? They reunited after 3 years. They shared everything that happened over those 3 years. The kids told how they tried so hard to grow into good kids, but were misunderstood, something Mian and Mal still do not get. Mago silently looked at Lupi before him. Laza stepped closer and asked, "Have you finished talking with the kids?" Then he called her name. "Laza." He turned back. "Could you delegate this to me?" Mago was determined. Even though they have not killed anyone in the village yet, they have taken thousands hostage and even killed a hero. It is hard for them to avoid the death penalty in court. He took all the blame on himself. They are just lost kids, still too young. They have already unlocked their powers. If you delegate this to me, I will help them see their mistakes, he said. Laza replied, "I can do that." Mago was puzzled. "Laza, you said they are just kids," she said sadly. "Mago, I do not agree either. The law has changed to allow the execution of minors. And the law is the law." Laza was serious. "Besides, a hero's job is not to reform criminals." Mago interrupted. "Laza." But she continued. However, Laza softened a bit. "I sympathize with you. There are just too many problems in this world right now." She looked at him and asked, "Mago, can you work with me from now on?" Mago was confused. "But what does that have to do with the kids?" Laza's gaze was firmer than ever. "I will change this world." Mago was deeply impressed by that ideal. He replied, "I have one condition." He looked at the two kids sleeping peacefully together. "Until they grow up, do not let them die. Please. Let me use my power on them." Laza agreed. "All right." Mago immediately spread his hands, casting magic over Mine and Male. "Until they grow up, no one will die. We will change this world before they do." Back in the dark prison room, Kangzu sat silently with his head down. Ongjia kept calling his name. "Kangzu. Seo Kangzu." Memories flashed through his mind, him standing in a small room long ago. The blonde girl in front of him said, "I have heard a lot about you from Kango." Laza smiled warmly as they parted. "Do you want to change the world with me?" Those memories made Kangzu struggle to stand. Mine and Male still held each other, surrounded by Mago's gentle image. Mine hugged his sister and hesitated. "We just judge people by our own rules. Isn't the law just a set of rules made by this world's people?" And looked at Kangzu, head bowed in silence. "What is the difference between us?" Hongjia stepped up behind him. "Kangzu. Kango and I are assigned to do intensive rehabilitation for these two kids." Red threads appeared around her. "I am not saying they did nothing wrong. They need to understand what they did was wrong first." Kangzu quickly created a magic sphere, enclosing Hongjia inside. Then he slowly stepped toward Mine and Male, hands spreading powerful magic. Kangzu. His steps were slow as he approached. The kids clung to each other. Terrified, Kangzu kept his head down. No one knew what he was thinking. "Kangzu." They started begging. Pleading, "Please spare us." But he kept moving closer. "That guy." Mine shouted. "Please. You baby. We know we were wrong." Kangzu stayed silent, raising his fist high. "That guy." Mine and Mel were terrified beyond words. Mago's image still shielded them from above. "Teacher." Kangzu gathered all his strength into the punch. The whole prison echoed with a violent sound, red sparks flashing around the room. His punch shattered the ground beneath them. Seeing the kids crying in front of him, he was furious. Kangzu's really on edge. Seriously upset. "Been thinking a lot." Mine and Mel kept staring at him, and that image slowly shattered into pieces. Those thoughts. While he was still clutching his face in pain, a loud laugh rang out. A crazy girl appeared, flanked by a man and a woman, with hands floating eerily around them. Kangzu stared in surprise at the tattered cloth on the patchwork. "Hey. Why are you stressing so much? Enough with the weird laughs. That look does not suit you at all." Looking at Kangzu's dazed face smeared with blood. "She is even prettier in real life than in photos." Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction and excitement. "Hello. My husband. Your bride has arrived." The girl in the bridal dress slowly stepped toward Kangzu, holding a wedding bouquet. He immediately threw a hard punch while she babbled on. "Meeting you makes me so happy. My name is..." But a sudden noise stopped him, and Kangzu froze in shock. Canis blocked Kangzu's powerful punch with his arm. Eyes sharp. "When someone is talking, you listen. Don't you have basic manners?" the girl said. "Canis. Soon he will be our master. You are so rude." Canis turned around. "Sorry. Miss Sinka." Sinka continued. "Let me introduce myself properly." Kangzu punched her again as she spoke. "My name is..." A bright light appeared, canceling his attack. That was Sinka's power. She smirked down at Kangzu on the ground. "You are not very patient. Are you?" She kept babbling in front of him. "We will be seeing each other for a long time. So let us talk a bit." Sinka, a space-manipulating mutant, introduced herself. "My name is Sinka. I will be the matriarch of the new humanity." The dim room gave off a gloomy Unsettling vibe. Kangzu looked puzzled at the three people protected inside a mysterious, magical frame matriarch. Sinka smiled brightly. That is right. Matriarch. He sighed. This is exhausting. His eyes showed frustration and confusion. This is so tiring. A crazy person just showed up. She cut in sharply. Crazy. She looked back at her guard. Maybe I am the sanest one here. Right. Everyone. Canis nodded. Yeah. Kaido agreed. Sounds about right. Then Sinka turned to leave, saying goodbye to Kangzu, who had no idea humanity was in danger. Colorless roses appeared humanity. Sinka narrowed her eyes. Extinction is near. Keep going like this. And we are all doomed. Kangzu was confused. She continued. Kangzu. Do not you know what is threatening humanity? Another emblem appeared, an imperial bird wing and scales of justice, members of the Equality Organization. Maybe they think only villains or heroes from the past hold absolute power. Kaido solemnly supported Sinka. But that is completely wrong. While she kept talking, the thing destroying humanity now was Kangzu, holding his face in exhaustion. Sinka went on. The useless so-called normal people, they need to be filtered out. According to my plan, only those with superior genes should give birth to future generations. But because of the sacrifice of those with superior genes, the genes that should have been filtered out have instead spread wildly, like the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Law. Sinka was excited. They have superior genes. But why do they still die? Even though nature's logic says otherwise. Creatures that can T-evolve to survive die naturally. But they fight against that. Kangzu was deeply annoyed by her nonsense. Kangzu, you are fine. You are not a hero anymore. Now you enjoy killing those with weaker genes. Right. Sinka's voice was thrilled. I fell for you when I saw that. Kangzu held his face. Silent, lost in thought. Lukewile's prison is a place for exceptional people destined to become the new humanity. But they are unfairly locked up here for killing weaker humans. After we wipe out all the so-called heroes blocking human evolution and all the weaklings, we will build a world where only those with powerful abilities survive the world of Manhwa. Sinka keeps chatting. Do not worry. If those strong heroes change their minds and join us, we will just turn them into the new humanity too. We are not that strict. Kangzu spoke up. I am trying not to hurt anyone who is not a criminal like you. You look up, eyes blazing with anger. But it seems you can help but treat people like that now. Sinker excitedly. Make more people. Right here. Oh my. That is kinda embarrassing. Miss Sinka. I do not think he means what you think he means. But Ass still too excited. Alright, fine, but not now. We will do it next time. Just you and him. Kaido explains. Miss Sinka. I already said it is not what you think, but I interrupts. Shut up. How would you know? Anyway. Sinka points at Kangzu. He will be Adam. Then happily points at herself. And I will be Eve. The two of us will give birth to the new humanity, leading human evolution, holding a wedding bouquet. Giggling. Actually, at first I planned for Songkwan to be Adam and use an electromagnetic weapon to save him. Hearing that, Kangzu jolts. Sinka continues. But the prison's security is tighter than I thought. No outside attack could get through. So after we got the prison's layout, we used an electromagnetic weapon we made and detonated inside using my powers. Kangzu raises an eyebrow. Electromagnetic weapon, Sinka goes on. Then I talked to Sung Kwan. She says. But he is still too young and not yet gifted. You know, he only fully got his powers after becoming gifted. Right. But time is precious. That does not work for me. My name is Sinka, which means imaginative. So I immediately came up with a brilliant plan. Wrapping up her presentation. Sinka says, before Sungkwan becomes fully gifted, I will do it with him. Kangzu. For humanity. When he becomes fully gifted, then we will do it with him for humanity's sake. Between those two choices, I found a solution. Excitedly rubbing her hands. So we can pass on your jealousy to the next generation. Sinka turns to Kangzu. What do you think? You two could be sworn brothers. Get along well, would not that be great? Seeing him silent. She adds. Do you get what I am saying? Kangzu cuts in. Then, his face full of rage and hatred. You are the ones behind the electromagnetic weapon attack. Are not you? Sinka panics. That is not it. I mean something else. Wait. Right. Your brother was an investigator, was not he? He died in that electromagnetic attack. It is. You can build a new family with me. Let us build the biggest family possible. Sinka's words only fuel Kangzu's fury to the max. He steps toward her, Sinka still unaware of the danger. Have you decided? He answers. I decided a long time ago. Cheerfully. Really? Kangzu holds out his hand. I take back what I said about not having to treat you like people. Sinka and her 2 guards stare in shock as his power grows before their eyes. I am going to make you. Kangzu goes berserk. Teeth clenched, blood streaming from his eye sockets, in as much pain as possible, by tearing you apart and breaking your bones. Kato exclaims. Isn't he that? Making a lot of people. Canis worries. This does not look good. Sinka's confused. Why would he want to tear me apart? Looking into Kangzu's eyes. Now those of a demon guardian. I laugh. Well then. Sinka sighs. Lovers fighting is not so bad. They say when you love someone, you bite hard, then understand each other better. Kangzu, eyes bloodshot with hatred, lunges forward, tearing through Sinka's shield and her 2 bodyguards. You are really fired up. Canis said with arms crossed. This is dangerous. Kangzu's red fire wings shot straight at Sinka's face. He quickly raised his hand, opening an energy gate to block the attack. Kangzu was surprised, grinding his teeth in frustration. His bloodied hand reached out as he hovered mid-air for a second, but Sinka had already stepped inside the magic circle. Let us finish this outside the house. He smiled and waved goodbye, telling him to stay calm before coming inside. The teal energy gate slowly closed and vanished into the mystical night sky. The room fell silent, only red sparks flickering. That little game just made Kangzu angrier. He glared, his will fierce and unyielding. A massive, blazing red energy like a colossal thunderbolt shot down from the sky, exploding before the 3 prisoners. Kangzu stood at the epicenter, his aura engulfing his whole body. His power made Sinka gasp in surprise. Kangzu transformed into a lightning-fast strike aimed at them. In a blink, he slashed straight through their bodies. Suddenly, mocking laughter rang out, startling him. They were unharmed, rising from the magic circle again. Watching Kangzu attack in frustration, Sinka was amused. Like we are playing hide and seek, Kangzu kept landing kicks with incredible force. He stomped hard, shattering the ground around him, but Sinka hid inside her magic circle, smirking and teasing him. She said, 10 more seconds. It is about to close. Come catch me. Kangzu's form shifted, his hands turning into sharp claws. Sinka got excited. That is what you used back in B1. Kangzu charged at her full speed, but she vanished into the magic circle to dodge. Then she teleported right behind him. Kangzu kept attacking relentlessly, confusing Sinka. Wait. Hold on. This time he was faster, stronger, making the 3 prisoners panic. But when his clawed hand reached out, no one was there. Kato wrapped tightly around Kangzu from behind, stopping him. She let out a soft meow-like sound. Sinka pointed at Kato. Kato. Everything's falling apart. Why are you blocking me? She replied. Lord Sinka. Kangzu turned and grabbed Kato's head as she whispered. If he catches you, you will die. He held her tight. The clash of their powers caused a massive explosion. Kangzu slammed Kato's head into the ground, rocks cracking loudly. Sinka and Kangzu watched from a distance, tense before the scene. As the dust cleared, Kangzu stood alone on the blood-stained ground. A voice called out. See that? Kato was unharmed, standing right behind Sinka. I told you, if he catches you, you will die. She continued. So how do you plan to deal with that life you just lost? Sinka hesitated. Kangzu couldn't. Lord Sinka. Please decide. Looking confused at Kangzu, she said. Really? Her eyes darkened. What about the life I lost? Kato asked. Sinka looked up. Tears streaming. Your genes are amazing. So why did it come to this? Kangzu did not care. Shifting form. Male. But Sinka interrupted. Multi-dimensional. Her eyes widening. She raised her hand, summoning a giant glowing purple energy orb. Rows of magic doors appeared along the walls like prison cages, strangers stepping out one by one. He stared, surprised by the scene. Sinka said sadly. Say hello. They are the new humans, and they will replace us. From then on, in the fiery prison, a young girl with short green hair stepped out. Can't he believe the mage is dead? I should have been the one to finish him. What a mess. I will make it right. Another half-human, half-fox female prisoner appears. Who is going to tame me? How? Training time. The old man with the scarf chimes in. An old-timer like me do I need to join? Free at war? Training, a young guy replies. Old man. Everything in this world is necessary natural. Supernatural. A little girl with a long tail hides in the corner. Whispering. I'm Skip. Pequeño. Supernatural. The next guy, holding a bundle of cigarettes and a pen behind his ear, speaks with interest. A hero dressed as a jailer. Now that is intriguing. Vidi. Supernatural. Another girl with twin ponytails, wearing a brown vest, snaps. Rude jerk. Smoke only where it is allowed. Moors. Supernatural. In another corner, a girl in blue traditional Chinese attire cheers. So pretty. Training. Nearby, a guy in waxy clothes looks annoyed. What the hell is she saying? Tiburon. Training. Then a guy steps out laughing loudly. There are worse people than demons gathered here. Hunju Yang. Supernatural. Next up, prisoner B4. Girl with a high ponytail carries an empty sword bag. Sighing. Nothing in the sword bag. Tatsu. Supernatural. Training. A man with empty eyes and white hair points at her mockingly. They are useless, relying on weapons. Ah. Stiffness. Training. A long white-haired guy appears. Number 4. Still alive. Terapia. Training. Next is a dark-skinned girl with braided pigtails. Leaning heavily as she looks around. I know those outfits are more comfortable. Maledity. Spirit Hunter. Supernatural. Nearby, a monstrous creature silently watches. Hero. Supernatural. And finally, the gaze sharpens, recognizing the bloodied twin-horned helmet. 2 prisoners step out from the magic circle. Moving toward him, prisoner B5. Their energy seems to spread across the entire world. It is a young girl with lifeless eyes and cold blue gaze. Ahura. Supernatural. And the one beside her is none other than Hong Sawangwan. Supernatural. Sawangwan smirks with bright eyes. Calling out. Sukan. Instantly, Kangju bursts with terrifying energy. Sawangwan looks surprised. Kangju. Focus. The power grows more intense. Like the ancient thunder god. 0. His face twists. Distorted like a demon, Sawangwan shouts excitedly. Before him, Kangju explodes with overwhelming energy, rushing forward at a terrifying speed, making Sawangwan even more thrilled. Let us keep this going. Kangju transforms into a humanoid figure. His soul is faced like a demon, his body covered in deep red energy lines. His fierce gaze blazes in the dark, hands turning into massive, sharp claws. Ahead, Sawangwan widens his eager eyes, gripping a glowing red orb. Grinning wildly, a cold blue light surrounds him, stark against Kangju's fierce red. In the corner of their eyes, the red and blue energies collide violently, causing a massive explosion that tears through space. In the silent night, a roar seems to swallow everything. Echoing throughout the prison, Bach Ken-nu watches in fear. Morris beside her is shocked to such savage fighting. On the other side, Friarter silently observes, while Ho chuckles softly. Hope no one's reckless enough to get hurt. Elsewhere in the dungeon, people shout loudly. Dare to defy the prison. Everyone panics and runs. We have to get out of here. Meanwhile, Seo freezes at the scene. Damn. Her eyes fill with fear, anger, and confusion. How did this happen? Nothing's going according to plan. Back at the battle, Kangzu's claw rests on his knee. He lightly taps his knee after the bloody fight, red energy coursing through his muscles, making him look like he was born from lava. Kangzu lifts his head, his face twisted and terrifying, eyes blazing bright mode. None. All the criminals in B3 and B4 were caught by the heroes of justice. Upstairs, Hero and Maladity cross their arms watching the fight. He says, I get it now. But none of them had ever seen Seo Kangzu in battle mode. Hero immediately realizes. Now I know why that crazy girl stopped Seo Kangzu from fighting. Terapier spoke up about death. So this is what death looks like. All the prisoners locked their eyes on Kangzu's deadly red-black energy. Those who had seen his appearance, amazed. V immediately opened his notebook to capture the scene. Incredible. This really sparks inspiration. Meanwhile, Steve Nias smiled admiringly. That man. Agwith watched with some frustration. So it is a special power. Then it can be stolen. Damn. Jealous. While Titsu Din just stared, Sinka buried her face in tears. Why would he make that decision? So sad. Seo Ung Hon turned his helmet to get a better look, excitement shining in his eyes. Go Kangzu. Now Seo Ung Hon threw his hands up like he was cheering. Before you fought me, you did not show me this skill. You have got more. He praised. You are really something. As he spoke, Kangzu darted forward like lightning, throwing a brutal punch. The black in Kangzu's eyes seemed about to swallow everything. Seo Ung Hon's face lit up with joy. But you are still holding back, are not you? The more he listened, the wider his eyes grew. From his hands, streams of blue energy shot straight at Kangzu's body, surrounded by attacks from all sides. He used every ounce of his body and immense strength to defend. Kangzu pushed hard with his legs, resisting the force trying to push him back. After standing firm, he gathered strength once more. Kangzu charged full force at Seo Ung Hon. The ground shattered with every step. The path Kangzu cut through looked like a massive red laser tearing through space. Kangzu's face was shadowed by a dark aura, hiding all emotion. Just as his sharp claws were about to reach him, Seo Ung Hon launched a counterattack. He clenched his hand, generating a bright blue energy. All right. His eyes sharpened coldly, staring at the muscular creature before him, freezing the space ahead to trap him. The area around Kangzu was sealed off, crystallizing the space into a giant block of ice that suddenly exploded, witnessing that overwhelming blast. Melody gaped. What a terrifying jerk, he has not even used his fighting power, and he is already that strong. She thought, and he is not even an adult yet. Imagine when he grows up. Melody watched Seo Eung-hoon going wild after the clash and wondered how much crazier he would get. Meanwhile, he was pumped up, yelling at Kangzu. He shouted, "Where are you? I know this still is not enough to take you down." Seo Eung-hoon laughed brightly. Suddenly, Kangzu appeared and landed a powerful punch right on his face. He flew backward, blood spurting, eyes wide in shock, while Kangzu's gaze burned fiercely. Now his hand threw a wind-ripping punch to Seo Eung-hoon's gut. Driven by the instinct of a monster hunting its prey, his relentless blows left Seo Eung-hoon no time to react. He was punched far away, his proud eyes turning to fear. Kangzu's punch tore through the space around them, the fierce sound echoing. The prisoners watching from outside were stunned, some gasping in excitement. Nearby, Tiburon crossed her arms and commented, "This is a battle between monsters." Before she finished, a flash of red light swiftly cut off their heads. It was Kangzu, rushing down the hallways to eliminate the prisoners. He lunged at Arkweth, claws spread, ready to strike. Kangzu suddenly froze. Though he attacked fast, she immediately raised her hand, casting the familiar blue-yellow magic shield, a defense spell. Mago's defense magic is top-notch. Guess he died too soon. Kangzu's eyes remained empty as Arkweth taunted. "Do you feel the longing after seeing your teammates' magic?" He used his claws to shatter the protective sphere around her. His sharp claws dug deep into the shield, watching her shield crack. Arkweth grimaced. "Honestly, I am jealous of that strength." Then her magic shattered under Kangzu's energy pressure, and he reached out to attack her. At that moment, Hero suddenly flew in and landed a full-force kick straight to Kangzu's chest, saving Arkweth from the brink of death. In the midst of the thick, dusty village, he is still a terrifying muscle-bound monster. The image of that human standing up flickered in his eyes. Though still standing, his body twisted more and more grotesquely, his gaze remained sharp and hollow. A strained voice echoed, then stopped. "Xi Eung-hoon is still alive," he grinned wildly. "Kangzu, you are gonna have to play with me." Kangzu blinked, watching Sung-hoon act tough. But still, he was excited, saying, "I know you are hiding something." Xi Eung-hoon's face lit up with excitement. "You are holding back because of the guards." "Ah, pathetic." He laughed with delight, raising his hand to the sky. "No way. I am making a playground for just the two of us." His hand opened then clenched tight. Outside, the bright moon hovered high above. The night sky outside the prison remained calm. But suddenly, the space around shattered. Rocks and earth started to sweat. Seung and the other guards standing there felt the terrifying tremor. Everyone panicked loudly. "What is it this time?" An in the hallway looked up anxiously. Before him was a swirling cold blue light tearing through the walls violently. A suppressed energy ready to explode. "Did I see that right?" Sung-hoon laughed crazily. From now on, his eyes went even crazier. "Let us go all out." Guards everywhere stared in shock at the scene. The fortress-like prison holding the world's worst criminals was now breaking apart into pieces in the night. Seung looked over there, panic rising. Suddenly, she was gripped tightly by an unseen force. Seung's face went pale with fear. "What is it this time?" Many red orbs made of thread like strands floated in the center. They darkened into something stronger. The red orbs surged toward the blue energy rampaging nearby. A youthful hand reached forward. It was Xi Eung-hoon. His face twisted. "This place is pretty solid." Suddenly his pupils dilated. A blood-red figure charged at him with terrifying speed. It was attacking Sung-hoon's protective shield. Above, Sinka looked down smiling. "Hey, you should not mess with someone using their skills." Sinka turned to her crew. "This place is too dusty." Suddenly Tatsujin slammed her hand down. She was restoring her power. Sinka watched in surprise as a purple energy glowed under Tatsujin's hand. Her purple eyes lit up brightly too. A sharp sword was raised. It was Tatsujin holding it. Sinka asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Tatsujin swung the sword hard forward, opening a portal. Sinka's mouth dropped in surprise. Stepping toward the portal. "Why waste energy like that? We can just take the other way out." "All right. Let us get out of here." "Gather up." Outside on the streets, the air was tense. Passersby were confused by the sirens. In front of them stood Kangzu, his body glowing red, eyes wide and empty. Some whispered, "What is that?" Suddenly, a purple aura flared beneath his feet. Kangzu vanished before everyone's eyes. The tense scene left some curious. What just happened? A villain. Cut to Kangzu standing surrounded by thick white smoke. He stood still, staring straight ahead. his white eyes inhuman. Ahead was a mass made of countless stones. It was a giant round boulder. A familiar hand reached out. Seong-Hoon flew up from there, his power destroying everything. His face, betraying his age, smiled smugly. A loud blast shattered everything into pieces. White smoke filled the air. After a while, the dust slowly cleared. Above the sky, streaks of golden sunlight peeked through. The scene utterly devastated. Hoon's car crawled forward. Kang-Zu bracing one hand on the ground. Lost in thought, Kang clenched his jaw, gathering his strength. High above, a crowd eagerly awaited the fight. Sinka looked up, hopeful. Dante blocked their way. Now, we just watch. The reason inmates B3 and B4 obeyed Sinka, even though they were not the type to follow orders. Flashback. Sinka stood before Steve Neist, greeting him. Hello. With these glowing violet eyes. I will help you get what you want. Desire. Sinka used the inmate's deepest cravings, a feeling everyone has. The earth seemed covered by her mark. Friar Tua's fake eyes gleamed darkly, successfully pulling all the inmates into her world. But there was one person. What if I refuse? Sinka asked, surprised. What if you say no? That'd be sad. But you would die. And for other reasons too. Hong Sung-Hoon, in a dark cell, asked. A new kind of human. Seong-Hoon laughed until tears came. You want to laugh at Sel Kang-Zu for that? Then marry me. That is pretty interesting. Sinka smiled. Glad you think so. He was speechless. But there was still one issue. His cold eyes locked on Sinka. I think fighting Sel Kang-Zu is more fun than anything you offer. Call me Sung-Hoon. If you chase that short thrill, you will just become a dopamine junkie. You need to think bigger. If you kill Kang-Zu, what else will bring you joy? His face still smiling. It is. Anyway, I am going to die. I am okay with dying while enjoying life. Sinka seriously shared her wish. If I could have a child with Kang-Zu, then another with you. They would give you joy as they grow. And once you are grown, you will be stronger than now. Then fighting Kang-Zu will be even more fun. Meaning, if you join me, you will find happiness until the end. Sinka paused for a moment, struck by those words. Her eyes sparkled brightly, full of hope. He smirked. Sinka shrugged casually. All right, let us see how it goes. Sounds fun. Sinka was thrilled by his agreement. Great. You made a smart choice. He hesitated. But I do not love you. How can we get married in the future? Do not worry about that. It will be fine. You will love me then. I am sure of it. Back to the fight between Kang-Zu and Seo-Won. Seo-Won staggered from a direct punch. Seo-Won's body flew like an arrow, crashing into the wall behind him. He spat fresh blood, pain clear on his face. Wiping blood from his mouth, he grinned provocatively. Guess one hand's not enough. He locked eyes with Kang-Zu, a mad smile spreading. Come on. Kang-Zu. Say something. You planning to stay silent forever? Or continue speak like that? You know what this is? Seo-Won held up a sphere. This is your brother. Hearing that, Kang-Zu's eyes went wild, nearly losing control. Kang-Zu roared, releasing all his anger. Seo-Won kept taunting. So you can still talk. The world around them turned a fiery apocalypse sunset. Kang-Zu's blazing figure rushing towards Seo-Won. Stones slowly lifted into the air. Seo-Won used his power to pull them in. Grinning confidently, the stones transformed into sharp drills, flying forward like arrows. Kang-Zu clenched his fists, red sparks flaring fiercely. He did not dodge or block, he faced the stones head-on. Suddenly, the stones seemed to dodge Kang-Zu's attacks on their own. He gritted his teeth, eyes burning with a fierce intensity that could shatter anything with a glance. His hand swung sharply, shattering the stone into pieces. Feeling the danger, Kang-Zu glanced away cautiously. A huge orb suddenly flew in from nowhere. He tensed, staring it down. Kang-Zu took a deep breath, curling his fingers into a fist. He focused on the orb. Touching his clenched fist, everything seemed to slow down, and Kang-Zu gritted his teeth. The orb slammed into his stomach. Bending Kang-Zu's body, he felt the orb rub against his gut. The air forced sharply from his lungs. Kang-Zu's whole body crashed into the rock like a falling axe. Dust and smoke billowed up. The orb hovered defiantly above the hill. Sung-Hoon laughed triumphantly. Stepping forward. Miss me. You can't even hit this thing. I just thought of a good idea. Sung-Hoon taunted. If I eat it, then you won't be able to attack me. Right. Kang-Zu's pupils dilated wide. I am trying to swallow it, but it is too big. I can take it all in, so I will just compress it a bit. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as rocks exploded around them. Kang-Zu launched a sudden attack on Sung-Hoon, catching him off guard. After the provocation, Sung-Hoon's eyes widened in panic. He was thrown back by Kang-Zu's power. Sung-Hoon collapsed at Kang-Zu's feet. Kang-Zu raised his hand, readying a strike. His powerful fist slammed right into Exung Hona's face. It was like he poured all his anger into each punch. Exung Hon could only lie there, taking the beating. Above, the Sinka watched every move of Kangzu and Exung Hon. Kangzu's eyes burned with pure fury. Suddenly, Exung Hon grabbed Kangzu's arm, lying beneath him. Bloodied, a blue light began to glow. The power reflected on Kangzu's furious face. Exung Hon looked up and smiled. Boom! Everything before the Sinka exploded like a volcanic eruption. Everyone was stunned by that overwhelming power. That is beautiful. Keep it up. If those two can make peace, that'd be great. Kato disagreed. That'll never happen. Canis added. I agree, and once again, it looked like this fight was about to end. Exung Hon lay in a corner, blood trickling from his mouth. On the other side, Kangzu returned to his usual self, one hand trembling as he braced on the ground, his eyes still full of rage. Kangzu summoned strength to stand. Exung Hon started to panic about what was coming next. Kangzu gathered his power. Red veins began to glow fiercely. A dark energy enveloped him. Exung Hon backed away in fear. Crackling sounds filled the tense air. Kangzu's power was surging stronger by the second. Sunk asked, What? What is that? Exung Hon stared at the terrifying energy surrounding him. He burst out laughing. How many skills do you have? No wonder I can beat you. What do you think? Kangzu. How does it feel to kill? Must be disappointing. Just a touch and they vanish. Not even enough to let you vent your bottled-up anger. Kangzu's eyes narrowed. Annoyed, he cut him off. Shut up. But Exung Hon kept provoking. After messing with me, do not you feel better? Like you have finally let go of some bad feelings. Bet that bugs you. Having to hold back your power all this time. Just because you are stuck with those trash. Right. Kangzu growled. You do not know anything. His voice rough. Exung Hon squinted. But this skill's dangerous. This must be your last move. Right, cause I am almost done here. Trash. Kangzu replied casually. Don't he know? The man looked at the overwhelming power and laughed. If I had listened to Sinka and grown up, could I have beaten you? Kangzu's red pupils flashed sharply. That will never happen. Because you are going to die right here. Sinka's people froze at those words. Kangzu's power was spreading everywhere. I'm out. Wait. What is going on in there? Sinka reached out, channeling her power. Her magic circle flew toward Kangzu's energy. Sinka panicked at what she saw Exung Ho. She could not believe her eyes. He was being brutally tortured inside. Exung Ho lay weakly. Kangzu's face cold as ice. Kangzu's power pierced through Exung Ho's body, causing him unbearable pain. Up above, Sinka could not hold back and shouted. Aho. She reached out, channeling her power again. Invisible energy poured into Kangzu's matrix. Sinka caught Exung Ho's weak body as spatial energy pulled him out. She held him close, pleading. Heal him. Therapir appeared behind. Stepping aside, he placed his hand on Exung Ho and began using his power to heal him. Therapir gasped in disbelief. He actually could protect his weak spots even in chaos. His fighting instincts were undeniable. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and stood up. It is... Sinka shook Exung Ho's body, calling out. Wake up, Aho. Therapir's arms were covered in red threads pulled from Exung Ho. Honestly, that was some serious power. Tatsu Jin and Ho looked at him without hesitation and cut off their own arms. Therapir watched his arms regrow, then asked the two. What do we do with Kangzu now? Hiro spoke up. What else? Kill him on the spot. Sinka cut him off. Wait. Before that, I want to talk to him one last time. Kangzu lay face down. Wounded. The sky turned gray. The scene utterly bleak. Struggling, Kangzu stood and walked toward the red orb lying in the corner. He stared at it silently, then gently picked it up. Kangzu looked at it as if deep in thought. His lips pressed tight. He felt the weight of the red orb in his hand. His chest ached sharply. Suddenly, Sinka's spatial door appeared. She stepped toward Kangzu. Kangzu, it is not too late. Come with us. Before she finished, Kangzu's eyes narrowed. Angry, he absorbed energy, his body tensing for the next attack. Sinka placed a hand on his shoulder. I really do not get this. Suddenly, a surge of power shot in from somewhere. It wrapped around Kangzu's body, restraining him completely. Golden magic barriers appeared, along with Arkwit's voice. Looks like negotiations failed. We have to kill him before he recovers even a bit of energy. She asked. Any objections? Tasujin, Kato, Terabir, and Hiro all answered in unison. All agreed. From afar, Freehatter spoke up. I feel sorry for the young guy. Pekin, you looked worried. I am scared of killing. But honestly, I am more scared of him staying alive. Naturo was excited. Going back to the motherland is not so bad. Melody put his hands behind his head. I am starving. Let us do this. Stibna stood next to Vidi, smiling with perfect white teeth. This should be interesting. The other man preferred regret, ending it here. What a shame, mocking in a cute voice. He is scarier than a demon. He laughed. What a little rabbit, clear the way. Hiro's voice boomed as he transformed into a giant. Hiro clenched his fist and slammed it down with all his might, shaking the ground. The force rattled everything around. Kangzu curled up. Still clutching the red orb, Sinka's group had a detailed plan. Hiro would strike first. Criminals from B3 and B4 started attacking Kangzu. How long has it been? Kangzu lies sprawled under the gloomy sky. No matter what, the orb is still clutched tightly in your hand. You hold it like it is your most precious treasure. Hiro raised his leg, ready to finish Kangzu off. Fine. Let us end this. Kangzu still lies there, seemingly resigned to the outcome. Suddenly, the air trembles, a swirling gust blows in. Hiro notices it too. A blinding light bursts from between his raised legs. Seowon stretches his hand forward, standing at a distance, watching Hiro and Kangzu. Sinka. Didn't she say we get stronger as we grow? Sinka is surprised when Seowon calls her name. On this side, Tatsujin and Morris are also watching his every move. Seowon speaks his mind. You know what? For the first time in my life, I have a dream worth fighting for. He is excited. Eyes wide, he wants to beat Seowon Kangzu. Hearing that, Sinka looks at him, surprised. Seowon continues. Do not kill him. I will be the one to take him down. Applet definitely does not want that to happen. She snaps. Enough talk. Kill him now. Sinka's face darkens. Speechless. Everyone, let us go back. Everyone promised to listen to me. Silence falls in response. Sinka repeats. Let us go back. The gloomy sky now churns with gathering clouds. Below, Sinka is using her power. She asks Seowon playfully. Want us to help you? He refuses. Suddenly remembering something, he looks toward Kangzu with tears. He is still lying there, motionless, clutching the orb tightly. Seowon thinks to himself. Seowon Kangzu. Next time we meet, I will. After the electromagnetic weapon attack at Luke Lute's prison, 8B3 criminals, 5B4 criminals, and 3B5 criminals escaped. Unlike the chaos during the battle, now the atmosphere is heavy with silence. Kingston looks down at Kangzu, as if admiring his own handiwork. He bursts out laughing. Kingston narrows his eyes. The world's about to get a lot noisier, just as he expected. Soon, Sinka will turn the world upside down. Scene shifts. Amid deep green grass and sunlight filtering through leaves, a bright pink star-shaped creature catches every eye. It is Astra, seemingly communicating in its own language. Mimomeo. Fee raises an eyebrow. What? Really? It happily continues. Mimomeo. Fee hesitates. But, I am still not ready. The surroundings suddenly warp and glitch. It is like a fading memory. The sound fades into a new world, the Alpha world. Welcome. In front are Sinka, Canis, and Kato. She raises her hands in greeting. From now on, I will be your Eva. Beside me are some guests. Canis and I am Kato. A question pops up. What is the Alpha world? Canis explains. The Alpha world is a created world for carrying those infected humans, with Miss Sinka as humanity's Eva. Another question. Who has the right to stay in the Alpha world? Kato continues. To be part of the Alpha world, there are conditions. First, the person must have strong abilities. Second, they must not be protecting those with rejected genes. Third, they must be healthy enough to continue the lineage. Another question. What happens to those who do not meet the criteria? Sinka answers. I think those with rejected genes are criminals from the old world. They deserve to die. She points forward. But if they have committed a death sentence crime, what should we do? Exactly. They must be erased. Anyone with disqualified genes deserves to be erased. Next month, we will select new humans qualified to join the Alpha world and send them invitations. Anyone who dares refuse our invitation will be considered a protector of those with rejected genes. They will be disavowed too. So please think carefully before accepting our offer. Alright. Will the future of the new humanity be denied or not? That depends on you and your future. This is Sinka signing off. Static. Sinka's signal is fading and then gone. Back to Faye and Astro's forest. Meow meow. Faye responds the same way. Meow meow meow. Snap. Signal cut off abruptly. After a long beep, the scene shifts to a dark, cold, and completely unfamiliar room. Inside, voices exchange words. Alright. About the Lucilis prison break and the broadcast shown to all humanity after the escape. A chairman of speaks up, calling for a World Security Council meeting. On the screen, Sinka's profile information appears. Below, around the table, Sits the woman who attacked with an electronic shock. Right. Is she listed as a villain? We checked with the Hero Association, they said no. One person looks confused. Suspicious even. Unbelievable, just after the new Justice heroes were lost. This mess happens. Another quickly chimes in. What is our move? Inhite slams his hand on the table. Before we deal with that, let us face some issues head on first. Luculus prison's quarantine. Run by who took it upon herself to execute inmates whenever she felt like it. No reports to superiors. Inhite. Leader of the peace party. He was outraged. Since when can one person decide who dies? That caused chaos and deep concern. A warm voice countered. We are in a tight spot, why keep going on about that kid? Another voice cut in. The quarantine leader just made the smartest call given the situation. If it were me, I would do the same. Authority. Two-term Hero Association chairman. Current World Party leader. Inhite looked at him. Even if it is urgent. She still had time to report. Right. Authority shared his view. Not a second to waste, that is probably why she chose to go after Kang Zhu. I can understand that move. His cold eyes scanned a calmer man. You have any thoughts? El Jido, Minister of Justice. He seemed calmer than the others. Though I do not agree with giving one person the power to execute at will, but given the special circumstances. I completely understand. Bada. Member of the Anti-Corruption Committee. That is a tough call. Given the situation, I worry others will suffer heavy losses. Crumb, a tough cop, said. Aren't we already suffering losses? Since security fell apart after that broadcast. Have we ever had a break? Causing trouble, the Deputy Defense Minister added. It is time we realize we are in the middle of a war. Not just dealing with a prison break. Authority slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I say those prisoners deserve to die. He pointed at Crumb. We got ourselves into this mess because you stubbornly clung to those old verdicts. Did not we? She shook her head. Not me. Authority ground out. If I were still Hero Association chairman, those guys would be been dead before needing execution. I can understand how you bring trouble on yourselves by not killing those criminals the moment you catch them. Since Lausa became Hero Association chairman, the world's been a total mess. Bada glanced at Authority with a blank look. Still no change. Inhite quickly added. You really think your decisions as Hero Association chairman were right? Take a good look at those heroes back then. Most heroes under his guidance never had a normal mind. He snapped back. So what? Better to control them than let them turn into villains. Are heroes really that important? Authority spoke up immediately. Clearly, since Lausa took over as Hero Association chairman, those who could be been heroes turned into villains, causing chaos everywhere. Bada kept his focused gaze but shook his head slightly, dismissing everything he just heard. Authority's idea of a hero is nothing like mine. The whole classroom fell silent, except for his heavy shout. You are all just dreamers clinging to your idealistic world, ignoring the harsh reality right in front of you. Who had been watching quietly until now, finally spoke up. Lausa. Everyone turned to Biz, waiting for him to continue. BZ pressed his lips together. If she were here, I am curious what her take would be. Far ahead, at the head of the room, an empty chair leaned against the wall, the Hero Association's chairman's seat. Authority clenched his fists and exhaled heavily. Outside, as the day wound down, the sunlight faded but left a warm honey gold glow. Chi-Jin opened the car door for Authority. Did the meeting go well, sir? He replied with a heavy tone. Not all. Those people are a pain. I do not see the point in discussing anything here. Just kill those criminals and be done with it. He glared at the secretary with blame. It is all that jerk's fault, that Lausar. She asked what Authority plans to do next. He fell silent, then spoke broadly. Since Lausar became chairman of the Hero Association, the VEF's members split into two camps, those supporting reform, including the Peace Party, the Anti-Crime Committee, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association chairman, and those backing punishment, including the World Party and the Police Commissioner. The Minister of Justice is caught in the middle. The four of them have teamed up against us too, so our opinions keep getting ignored. Even the current chairman is slowly leaning toward Lausar's side, but that chairman's seat is still up for grabs. We just need to get one of ours in there. If it were 3 against 3, maybe our views would get serious consideration. Authority glanced out the car window. We are going to meet Seokang, the former public hero. I am sure the others have already started moving. He thought, picturing Lupus in his mind. Chi-Jin's eyes widened slightly. Isn't Seokangu pretty close with Mer? Lausar. Authority looked out the window, listening to the secretary. Right. He is connected. He almost shouted, pride flashing in his eyes. Still, the situation's changed a lot. Let us go meet Seokangu. Inside a dim room, Kang Zhu lay in a hospital bed, surrounded by 4 doctors preparing for something. His lips were dry from dehydration, and his eyes looked weak. Lifeless. Why can heroes kill villains? Ryu stood ahead, arms crossed, smiling to reveal perfect white teeth. When I first joined equality, I thought the same. Sakongu. You will find your answer walking alongside equality. Charu frowned, clearly disagreeing. You want me to kill with my own hands. I won T. He raised his hand in refusal. If heroes have to kill, I would rather not be a hero at all. Tundong shared his own pain. My sister was a criminal sentenced to death in prison. She did commit a crime deserving death, but I believe she deserved a chance to atone. Margot tapped her fingers thoughtfully. Why can't heroes kill villains? Think about it the other way. Why should heroes have to kill villains? Is it because their lives are meaningless? Or because they have given up being human? What kind of person is worth living? What does it mean to be human? Tough questions. Let us figure it out together. Lhasa answered energetically. A hero's job is not to kill villains. It is to save people. She smiled brightly. Reaching out. From now on, save people with us. Kangju. You will. Memories played like a slow-motion film. Why did everyone leave without giving me the answer? After that thought, Ong Jae appeared in his mind. The prison's job is to rehabilitate inmates. I do not oppose the death penalty. But as an investigator, I have to tell criminals what they did wrong before they are executed. Across from him was Kangju, silently listening to her answer. The law is what condemns people. And we, as investigators, carry out the judgments handed down. That is what, before the execution. A memory, like a crumpled piece of paper, drifted into nothingness. The investigator Kangju looked up. Stunned. It seemed every memory terrified him, his body frozen in place. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Seo Kangju. It was Seo Ung-hon, holding a red orb in his hand. He smiled slyly at Kangju. Even your brow twitched. You find this interesting, do not you? After everything that has happened, you still waste time on nonsense. Chang froze, hearing Seo Ung-hon's words, unable to blink. His whole body chilled as he jolted awake from the nightmare. By the window, a pair of upside-down bunny ears shielded from the sun. Watching Kangju's every move, a clear voice rang out. Kangju, Lupus asked anxiously. You are awake? Are you okay? Kangju's eyes snapped open, surprised to see Lupus by the window. She apologized. I should have come sooner to help. But even though I knew something was going down in the prison, I could not get the full details because the investigators covered up the riot. Kangju covered his eyes, exhaustion clear on his face. It is nothing. Even if you would come, you would not have been able to help. Lupus lowered her gaze, worry clear in her voice. Are you really okay? I heard about the mission inside the prison, the lion's den of criminals. Kangju answered slowly. Honestly, I am not okay at all. Lupus nodded. Understanding, a fire ignited inside him, jaw clenched tight, veins bulging. I should have killed them all, but I just could not. Her eyes widened. He turned to Lupus. Lupus, did you come here to tell me I should not kill the villains? If that is the case, then forget it. I am no hero anymore. Now I am an investigator. Lupus offered. We need to form a new hero association and pick heroes for a new era. I am currently the acting president. But with the changes coming, we need a hero to lead. So we are thinking of choosing you, a former hero of the old guard, as president. Kangju cut her off bluntly. I already told you, I am not a hero anymore. But heroes should do what is necessary for heroes. Once I am better, I will get out there and do what I have to do. Lupus stood up. But then a voice interrupted. Hero cell Kangju. You are right. Authority had entered the hospital room unnoticed, hands in pocket, standing by Kangju's bed with a calm smile. So now you are investigator cell Kangju. Lupus was surprised by his presence. Authority. He slowly stepped closer. You worked hard executing criminals alone. But you won't have to do that anymore. I am about to become president of the Hero Association, and I plan to let heroes handle the executions. Lupus's eyes went wide. Her face drained of color. What? Kangju looked at him, confused. Are you the world's representative? What are you talking about? He smirked. I will be stepping down from that position soon. Authority remained relaxed, hands in pocket, confident he had the upper hand in the upcoming Hero Association election. I came to ask if you are interested in becoming president of the Hero Association. But never mind that. Consider this a visit to check on you and say hello. He turned and headed toward the hospital door. Hope you recover soon and get discharged. Lupus' breath hitched, her anger barely contained. You really think anyone's going to vote for you? Authority stopped but did not look back. We will see. We. She trembled violently with rage. Kangju's face tightened, showing impatience. He looked at Lupus. You should go. Lupus' mind went blank. She froze for a moment. Outside the parking lot, the sunset was fading. Authority sat in the car and said to Chi Jin, just as I thought. Everyone is busy. Lots of people, including me and Lupus. probably headed to Kang Zoo's car. He leaned on the door for support. Since the powers appeared, many have struggled. Groups like the military and police rely too much on one powerful individual. VFFs will probably soon debate Kang Zoo's right to execute criminals and whether he should be granted that authority. According to current law, Kang Zoo's actions are illegal. She asked him, "So what are you planning to do?" Authority clicked his tongue. "If that is what the law says." Back in the meeting room, Height stood up and said, "We need to punish prison investigator Luke Ullos." Groom stared him down without flinching. "Isn't this a special case? Even if my subordinate did that, I would let it slide." Height growled a direct challenge. If so, Authority cut in, not letting him finish. "You have not offered any info on what we can do or any solutions. All you say are ideal scenarios that mean nothing." He turned sharply and said sarcastically, "Ideal scenarios. I already gave a solution, did not?" Firefighters. Military. Police. Groom raised his hand to object. "I will never agree. Including the Hero Association cooperating to arrest criminals. We will make them face the law. No one's backing down." Authority pointed at Height aggressively. "Is that your solution?" He slammed his hand on the table. Without hesitation. Height said, "Yeah." Silent until now. Suddenly spoke up. Authority. "So what is your solution?" Suddenly Authority cut him off. "Vonet." Everyone in the room was puzzled. "Vote." He placed both hands on the table. "Let the nations vote on whether investigator Cell Kang Zoo gets the right to execute. We will change the law. Do you agree or oppose giving Cell Kang Zoo execution rights?" Amid Seoul City's towering skyscrapers, the meeting room buzzed with heated debate. "Vote." Authority emphasized his point. "Exactly. Instead of arguing here, a vote will be much clearer." He was giving his opinion on Hang Se when suddenly a voice interrupted him. "Is not everyone working for the people?" Hyde declared his opposition firmly and without compromise. "Decisions like this are dangerous if based on majority rule." Authority looked at Hyde. "So now you are looking down on the people," he snorted coldly. "I see it clearly. You are dodging this because you think you will lose. Right?" After speaking, Authority looked away. "Did not I get that right?" He stared at the center of the room, silently asking for the chairman's opinion. Z closed his eyes, thought for a few seconds, then made his decision. "Fine. Let us hold a vote." 2 weeks later, Unjae stood in the center of the meeting room, holding the voting results. Her voice was serious. "The vote results. 88% in favor. 12% opposed. The majority clearly supports it." Authority smiled with satisfaction and glanced at N2. "That was expected." Inji continued. "According to the majority's opinion, this situation should be treated as a declaration of war, and the enemy must be eliminated. No need to apply laws to them. They are beasts who've abandoned their humanity. Also, since these issues arise while pursuing ideals, execution rights should be given to all heroes, not just Seo Kang-soo." The opposition's view. Seo Kang-soo's current emotional state makes rational decisions difficult. Giving him execution rights is risky. Granting execution rights to one individual could cause problems like those with previous heroes. If someone values their judgment over the law, society risks collapse. That is the opposition's argument. N2 was silent for a moment, then spoke. "We can accept this result to satisfy everyone." Authority angrily stood up and shouted, "Damn it." His face flushed red. Veins throbbed at his temples. He went on, "Pleasing everyone. The results are already clear and overwhelming. What is there left to argue about?" Little Z stepped in, telling them to stop causing a scene. "Hurry and call Seo Kang-soo here." To the spacious office, Little Z stood facing the sunlight, greeting Kang-soo. "It has been a while, has not it?" Soo Kang. "Step closer. Have you heard the news?" Kang-soo replied politely. "Yep. I have." Little Z asked. "What is your decision?" Kang-soo's face was stone cold. No smile. "According to the vote, I will execute them all with my own hands." He continued, "I have one more question. What will you do if the vote's outcome is the opposite?" Kang-soo did not hesitate. "Then I will kill them all and turn myself in." Little Z's eyes narrowed. "All right. One more thing. If Loxae is here, what do you think she will do?" Hearing that name, Kang-soo's breath caught. Only heavy inhales were heard as he struggled to speak. That matter. You will find out when you ask Laoxa directly." Little Z. Not trying to corner him. Maybe that is true. "Last question. Once this is over, will you go back to being a hero?" Kang-soo walked toward the door without looking back. "I am not sure about that yet." On the news, a special law about Seo Kang-soo has been passed. At the press conference, reporters jostled to ask questions. The world chairman, Little Z, standing on the podium. He announced the death penalty has been authorized for the Seo Kang-soo prison to handle escape attempts. This follows recent incidents at Luke Lutz prison and aims to prevent upcoming terrorist acts. Authority sat in his car watching the press conference live. Pleased. "All right. Starting now, step by step. I think we can bring things back to how they were. Cut to a lush green lawn dotted with flowers. Lupa sat there watching on a small screen. She was watching the news about Little Z's press conference. Cut to a tearful scene. Hongjia sat alone, clutching Kang Ho's chocolate jar. A tear traced down her cheek as she looked at the jar, calling out painfully. Kang Ho. Cut to the Sinka gang watching the news on their phones. So that is how it is. Then we better get ready right now, I asked excitedly. Is everyone ready? The executioners, Stibness, Arquette, and many others were all present. More importantly, Siawan showed up, not long ago, in Spain and Portugal. A blue vortex appeared carrying a COVID-19 note. It is said to be from the world government. And the blue vortex in the sky caught everyone's attention. In the center of the vortex, a flash of light appeared, shaped like a small ghost. A huge explosion went off, throwing nearby people far away. Everything was wrecked. It was the power of someone from the Sinka group. They walked right through the middle. Hot. Ah. Morris was a bit annoyed. That electric guy. She pointed at Arquette. What if someone got an invite? Why attack the party like that? She sneered. If you die at that level, you do not deserve an invite. Below a shopping mall. During the day people all watched the news on the big screen. Night and late afternoon were no different. Almost everyone had seen the LED news broadcast, with Sinka standing center screen with a raised hand. Hello. Hi everyone. She pointed at the screen. From now on, the execution of those carrying rejected grudges will begin. She laughed loudly. Excited. And kissed her lips softly. Morris' eyes flashed with cruelty. Arquette looked even colder. Rue touched the brim of his hat, pulling it down low, eyes cold and piercing. In the stuffy classroom, Unji stood in the center reporting, her face serious and professional about the incident, based on documents from the Hero Association. Arquette, a healing support system, a villain once captured by Justice Hero Mago, can convert enemy healing powers into seals on his body. Arquette just needs to reach out to use his power to counterattack opponents. In the middle of battle, after seeing the chaos before her, she was not satisfied with the outcome. Too little. Too weak. She has got the ability to copy the opponent's healing power. When Arquette first noticed this, she felt a bit regretful. Should be mixed in Mago's combat sensibility instead. Physical type. A villain once captured by the hero Jayuj can transform into a fox spirit. After defeating everyone present, she opened her eyes weakly, wondering where she could find someone who could control her now. Hanjua. Special type. A villain once caught by Hero Char. During cooldown, he pressed both hands forward. Then Hun read the command. Waiting for the release, sharp-colored monsters were unleashed, crazily charging at their victims. Hun's power is fierce, with an ability to endure brutal punishment. Who stood beside Hun, smiling happily, reaching out to pat his head. Strong. Ah. Morris. Special type. A villain once captured by Hero Tom. Like a typical special power user, a man lay on the ground, screaming for help. Help me. Morris stood behind him, her face cold. So noisy, not a bit graceful. Eva was right. Morris was recovering her own strength. That power was surging, making the man terrified. Suddenly, it tightened around his neck, causing him sharp pain. Morris was indifferent. Jealousy for not being chosen. That is truly pathetic. Her power was incredibly complex, and spoke evenly. The Hero Association quickly mobilized forces near the excavation site to handle the situation. Authority from below spoke up. Their arrival 1T help. You never wanted to kill them from the start. Bees confirmed everything was under control. No worries. In that case, firefighters will be prioritized to rescue civilians. When Bada was mentioned, he looked straight at Bees and snapped. Understood. Chairman, the army and police are tasked with protecting civilians. Follow orders. Understood, sir. Groom felt worried. We do not have the strength to stop them. In the end, we will still have to call the heroes for help. Zast Eljido. Eljido. Where's Officer Kang Zhu? He replied calmly. I am listening. Kwonung Yasi Roxian said he would already started heading there after seeing the broadcast. Next to Enhai, who reached out, looking uneasy. We still have not gotten rid of her. Sitting in the middle of the meeting room, Bee's eyes asked if anyone had a way to figure out the enemy's goal this time. Unji, standing at the far end, reported worriedly. We still have not figured out what they want. Back with the Sinka group planning. Their goal was to execute all those without the chosen gene, and help those who accepted their invitation to join the Anfa world. At first, we will go easy, let them taste it. Convincing the rest who accept the invitation will be much easier later. Right now, I want you focused on capturing people. Not slaughtering, in the end. How many unchosen gene carriers do we want to kill? None. Outside, the scene was utterly devastated. A hand raised to stop the chaos. Wait. Stop. Morris reminded. Warming up's enough. Got it. Let us get to the mission Eva assigned. Efsun laughed lightly. All right. Who slowly raised his hand to choke. But I want to destroy a little more. Agwit was always cold. She paused a few seconds. Then said, I will do what I want. If I keep destroying this place. Those who accepted our invitation will have to show themselves eventually. Morris snapped angrily. You are going too far. Planning to skip Eva's mission. Agwit did not flinch. Then what do you plan to do to me? Asung raised her hand, starting to use her power. His hair whipped back from the wind. A red, eagle-shaped and long, flew out. Anun climbed on its back. Even if you told him to go, he would not. Who waved from below. Let me. Morris clenched her teeth. Furious, she looked back at Agwit and said, once this is done, I will report this to Eva. Agwit kept working, not even bothering to respond. Do whatever you want. The whole block was burned down by raging flames. Agwit sighed deeply. Nothing's changed since I got out of prison. What a joke. Everything's the same. No matter how much I wreck things. My power just 1T grow. Definitely cursed. I get it now. Gotta keep stealing. Suddenly, a pair of animal legs land near Agwit. It is with those bunny ears. Agwit summons a shield to protect herself. She remembers you. Stranger. Lupus grits her teeth. Annoyed. You really have not changed at all. Been out so long. Didn't you learn anything while you were locked up? Agwit. Agwit's a bit surprised by Lupus' arrival. Perfect timing. Margot's gonna love this. Cut to a clear blue sky with fluffy clouds drifting by. Lisbon. Talent Academy. Inside, a class is in session. A kid raises his hand. Teacher. I'm scared. The professor reassures him gently. It is everyone. He smiles, trying to ease the fear in the student. No matter what happens, I will protect you all. Follow me to a safe place. Prof. Teacher at Talent Academy. Suddenly, a noise startles Prof. Applause comes from a student sitting arrogantly on a desk. That is Morris. Amazing. Truly an admirable teacher. The kids run to him. Scared. She is impatient. You are all too calm. How rude. Prof raises his hands defensively. Morris. She leans forward slightly. You know me? Sorry about that. Morris holds an umbrella charged with power and jumps down from the desk. Don't be afraid. I know you got an invite from Eva. Those invited. Follow me. He interrupts sharply. Please leave. Now. Angry. He hugs the kids tight. I won't let you take any of them. Morris steps closer to Prof, who looks clueless. And to think you would interrupt me. He eyes her warily. Morris frowns. I will have to coax you a bit. Talent school. After the Mian. Male incident. Set up to train kids with powers. Under Lausanne and Margox's guidance. Special schools were built worldwide, where hero teachers teach kids how to adapt and control their powers. In the classroom, Morris slams her umbrella down, lifts her hat, and declares, spell domain activated. The hat glows with power. Below, Prof and the kids panic. What? What is that? Morris taps the umbrella on her hand. Smirks. Using my power. Quiet. All the kids suddenly can speak. They panic, trying to remove the seals. But fail. Morris stands tall before Prof and his students. Finally. Some peace. My special power spell domain. It activates when I judge someone weaker, limiting or even harming them. If I catch any more nonsense, I will send you packing. Eyes flash in unison, a classic bully's power. The strong oppress the weak. Morris commands. The three kids with special invites. Step forward. She scans the list. Let us. All second-tier special powers. They are versatile. From now on, you will build the Queen's world together. The kids look confused, blinking at Morris. She demands. Answer me. One boy steps up nervously. Is the Queen the woman on TV? Morris smiles. Exactly. A beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy's face darkens. Then I do not want to. Morris is surprised. What? The boy's childish voice shows anger. Did she say she would get rid of everyone without powers? Most of my friends do not have powers. I would never hurt them. Another girl agrees. Me too. My parents do not have powers either. They did not do anything wrong. Another girl chimes in. Yeah. Me neither. Besides, the teacher taught us that discrimination and framing others are wrong. He also said those who try to solve everything with powers instead of words are bad. Evil people. Morris calmly asked one last time. Do not like it. That kid still was not scared at all. Yeah. I do not like it. She angrily unleashed her full power to deal with the 3 kids who resisted. Then die. In front of each of them was an orange-yellow collar slowly tightening. A loud noise rang out. Morris' eyes widened in surprise. Ahead. Proof's mouth was bleeding. A protective shield appeared around the kids. But blood kept flowing from his neck. Proof stretched out his hand, clearly trying his hardest to protect the kids. Proof absorbs every shock hitting the special system target, also known as the bodyguard. Morris smiled with interest. So that is why Sinka invited you. A perfect power for a bodyguard, to let Sinka operate freely. A bodyguard is essential. Killing people would waste that talent. Proof's face tensed with anger. Morris. We know you very well. When he was younger. Morris raised his hand to stop him. Proof continued. Stop. You heard that from gossip. It is rude to spread a lady's past around. I am not here to talk about my past. I am here on the Queen's orders to choose those worthy to join the Infa world. Let the kids go. I will spare your life. Proof shook his head. I can't do that. Morris was curious. Why not? Is one of them your kid? Proof denied it. She tilted her head. Confused. Then. Proof's eyes locked steady. Because I am a teacher. Proof belongs to the Hero Association. The head teacher of powers. Attacks from prisoners on floors 3 and 4. His defense can hold them all off. But when Authority was still the Hero Association leader, he was always a rank 5 hero. The reason is, in Authority's room, turning his back. He asked, how long do you plan to keep this up? We do not need a punching bag. Because he can finish the job. Not strong enough to take down Fella in. But when Lasha became Hero Association leader, she invited him. Proof. To be head teacher of powers, he asked Lasha. Heavy-hearted. Did I make a mistake? Is my power not fit to be a hero? She smiled warmly. What are you saying? I mean do both jobs teacher and hero. Nothing is more important than guiding kids. So I want to entrust them to the best hero. Proof hesitated. But I am not right for it. Lasha kept trying to show him his strengths. What are you saying? Who could do better than you? Proof was surprised by those words. She went on. You are the hero of heroes. Someone who sacrificed for teammates. Isn't he that amazing? After hearing that, Proof paused a moment. Back to reality. Morris spoke up. I have got a good idea, go convince the kids. They will listen to you. Since you are their teacher. Right. Proof calmly replied. Morris. The world is changing. Powers and big wars have shaken our society. And to stabilize it, we have had to sacrifice a lot. Morris looked confused. What does that have to do with my question? He sighed. I mean, if that woman's crazy delusion comes true, society will spiral into chaos again. She snapped. Don't insult the Queen. You are long-winded refusing the Queen's offer. I do not care if society falls apart or not, Proof said coldly. You should care. Morris was puzzled by his words. Because when society falls apart and can't function, more kids will suffer like her. Morris's face tightened. She glared. What do you know to say that? Proof shouted again. Like I said. We know you very well. Morris angrily unleashed her full power. Ridiculous. From above, huge nails rained down on Proof, scaring and panicking the kids. She has been irritable all along, just spouting nonsense. Kids crying in fear. Teacher. Proof fell but stayed strong. Morris' face twisted with anger as he looked down so dirty. Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared out of nowhere and stomped on her head. Morris was slammed hard to the ground. Dirt and rocks flying. Red sparks flashing. And Proof and the kids lay on the ground. Each with a nail driven deep into their backs. That voice echoed special detention block. 3rd floor. Prisoner Morris. She was kicked so hard her face distorted. The familiar hat appeared. Getting closer. Calling that bastard out here. Tightening the grip of the foot crushing Morris's face. She winced in pain but shot back angrily. You crazy jerk. Are you really talking about our queen? He coldly looked down. Including at the others. Morris' breath was ragged. Trembling with rage. That bastard. That jerk turned sore. She raised her hand. Bracing herself. Shining chains appeared. Glowing around Kangzu's wrists. They wrapped like snakes. Locking around his neck. Morris. Proud. Faced the arrival of judgment. Kangzu's face stayed calm as he flicked his hand. The judgment door shattered instantly. He snapped the chains on his wrists and neck apart. They shattered into pieces. Ringing with a clear sound. Kangzu grabbed Morris' head and slammed it hard into the ground. Her face crumpled from the punch. Morris' hat flying off. Proof and the kids watched the scene intently. Kangzu called out. Proof. He glanced back coldly and ordered. Get the kids out of here. Proof informed Kangzu. That power seal on us has not been neutralized yet. Kangzu clenched his fists and punched Morris's stomach without mercy. Proof and the kids looked on. Confused by what they saw. Morris' face was bruised. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The power was withdrawn. The nails holding proof slowly lifted and vanished. Kang Zu warned. Run as far as you can. Proof grabbed the kid's hands tightly. All right. He bent down and grabbed Morris by the collar. He lifted her up, staring at her face. Listen carefully. I will say this one more time. That damn brat struggled to speak. Still with that ladylike air, a red circle appeared around Kang Zu and Morris. He sighed warily. Blood dripped from Morris' mouth. She opened her eyes wide. Expressionless. It has been a long time since I have had to show this side. Kang Zu's eyes widened as two people suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing him and pulling him away from Morris. They were suited men wearing hats. Lady Fusset's people. Another voice followed. Lady Fusset. Morris raised her umbrella, quickly wiping toward Kang Zu her lady's domain. The umbrella flew up to a certain height, and then popped open. Morris relaxed, thinking about the person who defaced her. That person must be very unlucky. Her lady's heir. Morris's true form. Once her lady's heir is activated, those who recognize Morris as a lady gain superpowers like hers. At the same time, this power targets the weak. That is why Morris never thought this strength could stand against Kang Zu's cell, the one who can break Sinka's space-time ability. She just wanted to buy time. Morris spat out. This place will be my grave. Morris' main goal was to help the other prisoners complete Sinka's mission and return safely. She was determined to stall as long as possible. Kang Zu stepped closer, seeming uninterested in bringing her here. Morris was annoyed. I do not get it. If I were the one chosen by the queen, I would lose it. Can't he believe someone would pass up such a golden chance? Kang Zu did not answer, coldly regaining his strength. Morris panicked. Wait a minute. She raised both hands to block Kang Zu's next move, thinking to herself, I have to stall as long as I can. She looked at Kang Zu firmly and said, I know where the queen is. Kang Zu did not care much, handing it back. I do not need to know that. All I need is to bring you close to a psychic superpower, and have them check, then we will know for sure. Morris was confused, thinking he had not considered that. But if he died here, it would not matter. She asked Kang Zu. Once you find the queen, what do you plan to do? Even if you get there, you will have to fight everyone. You really think you can win? This time, even the queen won't go easy on you. Kang Zu said nothing and just used his power. Morris grimaced. I know that. Her eyes seemed determined. I have to end this myself. I have to die without leaving a trace. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Kang Zu's eyes widened in surprise as Sinka used her power and approached Kang Zu and Morris. Her gaze was charming. You wanted to see me that badly? Guess your heart's changed its mind. Morris beside her was stunned by what Sinka just said. The queen. She shouted a warning. It is dangerous here. Morris looked up. Sensing something, a beam shot down from above. Was Kang Zu, transformed after regaining his power. Sinka smiled, pointing at herself. Showing all your power right away. Guess your mind's still steady. You okay? Though, he clenched his fist and attacked forward. Sinka kept going. Kang Zu shattered the power circle. He roared fiercely. I will kill you with every ounce of strength I have, no matter how small. Sinka was not scared, looking at Kang Zu with affection. So intense. But why am I not upset? Seeing your mind obsessed with me makes me happy. Is this love? Kang Zu stood before Morris and Sinka, burning with anger. He cheerfully ordered her. Morris, I will handle things here. You go deal with those who refused our offer. Got it. Morris startled but obeyed. Yep, sir. Before she could finish. Home. Kang Zu just broke the power circle and charged in. Sinka was happy but her expression stiffened briefly. In the classroom, a teleport gate appeared. Morris cautiously stepped out. I almost died. She cleared her throat and approached the teachers and students. Proof. The kids clung to Proof in fear. He quickly spoke. Everyone, get out of here. Morris coughed up some blood, covering her mouth. It is not that. One child in the group turned around in surprise. It was him. The girl pointed at Morris. That person. She is the one from the textbook. Back to Sinka. She was surrounded by Kang Zu's power. Sinka said in surprise. We're just getting started. And you are already this strong. Isn't he this overkill? Kang Zu calmly stepped forward, cold as winter wind. This place will be your grave. Sinka was tough, showing no fear. To use this technique, you must have shifted to your zero form. Right. She cheerfully waved her hand. I think you should not push yourself too hard. Kang Zu wasted no words and attacked her power. He glanced down. Sinka controlled Kang Zu's power with purple orbs. She looked at Kang Zu happily. Just as I thought. This power is not enough for you yet. Kang Zu silently stared at Sinka. She turned and called out. Canis. Kato. From the teleport gate behind, Canis and Kato flew out. Both looked bewildered by what just happened. Canis asked. Sister Sinka. What is going on here? Kato added. We should not have shown up. Sinka covered her mouth laughing. Yeah, This is a tough one. She touched her hair. Instead of killing him, we should be stalled. Right. He used his finishing move right away. How could we defend? No way. She turned and waved at Kangzu. Then, let us. Her hand reached out, but no power appeared. Panic showed on Sinka's face. Kangzu cut her off. I told you. Did not. This place will become a grave, a hellish tomb, a space created by Cell Kangzu's power. Once you enter, there is no way out. Sinka, who stayed outside the space during the fight between Cell Kangzu and Hong Sewang Hon, was able to use her power to pull the trapped Hong Song Hong Hon out, but now that she is inside Cell Kangzu's space, she will never escape. Sinka placed her hand on her chest. What a ridiculous kind of power. The force surged from Kangzu's fist. He is rushing toward Sinka so fast it is almost a blur. Kangzu punched hard at Sinka's ring. His strength shattered it to pieces. Canis called out worriedly. Miss Sinka, I think it is time you took off the collar chain for us. But she was not angry or scared at all. I already promised Song Hon he would be the one to end Kangzu once he is grown, Canis warned her. I do not think any of us will walk away from here alive if we do not kill him. Sinka did not care. Maybe so. But I believe Sewang Hon will understand. The Canis and Kato tried to remove the collar chain. She spoke up. All right, the collar chain. At that moment, Canis and Kato lost control and shouted loudly. Sinka turned around. Confused. What is going on? She was surprised too. Something terrible seemed about to happen above. From the rooftop of Kangzu's territory came a deep, ominous sound. He stayed silent for a few seconds, unmatched in the world. Everyone present stared intently toward the sound. Kato and Canis were going crazy. No one in this world can stand against me, even if it is dozens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies. None can stop me. Once someone sees me as an enemy, the whole world becomes their enemy. Who dares to make an enemy out of me? A fake old man's face appeared. Only then could one be truly unmatched. That person looked at Kangzu and asked, what do you think? Before him sat Kingston, cross-legged on the ground, staring at Kangzu. Kingston raised his eyes and asked, aren't you the one who wants to be unmatched in the world? Kangzu looked at him silently, confused. Kingston continued, you are strong, but not unmatched yet. He laughed loudly. But I can make you that. Kangzu was stunned, listening to him. Sinka panicked. What nonsense is this? Are you crazy? I am pissed off. Where the hell did this old fake guy come from? Kingston said nothing and threw a punch towards Sinka. I am furious. He is talking. Kingston reminded Sinka. When men are talking, women should not interrupt, cold and rude. An old fake like you should blood dripped from my nose. Better watch your step. His face twisted, either in pain or anger. Kangzu and Kato rushed over worriedly. Miss Sinka. She coughed up blood. Damn it. That old fake is on his last legs. Kingston looked at her arrogantly. I am on my last legs. But I am still standing here just fine. But for a lowlife like you, that is impossible. Sinka angrily thrust her hand forward, unleashing her power. Furious, she snarled, go to hell. Many purple orbs flew toward Kingston. But he did not flinch. He stood still, hands clasped behind his back. Sinka's power radiated brightly. She gritted her teeth in rage. You are just a dying old man. Kingston moved without a sound and now stood right behind Sinka. You really understand powerful abilities, at that level. You are no weaker than that white-haired kid. Sinka was startled, quickly turning to attack Kingston. Kingston replied, but both you and that kid have a big problem. He shattered Sinka's power circle. Shards of glass fell. Sinka was painfully thrown backward, gaining new wounds. Kingston clenched his fist. You trust your power too much. To the point you do not even bother training yourself. Sinka's body bent down, coughing. So Kingston stared straight back, full of challenge. I will show them that putting your soul into your body is true strength. Above Kingston, spatial gates appeared, overlapping and intertwining. Something caught his attention. Canis wildly charged at Kingston, but he blocked the kick with his hand. That barely phased Kingston. He countered, tossing Canis backward. Kingston curled his arm, lips barely moving. Yet his subordinates trained hard. Canis and Kato both flew at Kingston at the same time. Their eyes were completely white, like they would lost control. Kingston stood firm, fists clenched at his sides, looking up with a smile. Outside, Sinka was also using her power to restrain Kingston. Cao Kang, standing outside, was watching the fight between Kingston and Sinka. He was a bit surprised by the unexpected arrival of a certain character, but after sizing up the situation, he quickly decided what to do next. He would team up with Kingston to take down that woman. Inside the meeting room, BZ suddenly spoke as Kingston appeared. Jae stood in the center. Reporting. Yep. We received contact from Officer Sel Kangju. Bada chimed in. Kingston's always been eccentric. Jira added. Looks like he has found someone new who interests him. BZ's face darkened. Doesn't he that mean Officer Cell is in danger? Jura quickly replied. Even though we do not know how strong Kingston really is, we know what he is capable of. Groom sighed helplessly. Honestly, Bada turned away. I agree. He won't go against Officer Cell, and someone else will act unexpectedly. He glanced away in the meeting room, someone else entirely. The Hero Association chairman's seat remained empty in the large meeting room, with notebooks scattered around. Morris laughed in disbelief. Why would a manual have info on me? Ridiculous. And it really annoys me. Groove leaned in. Not just you. Every criminal in Luke Liu's prison is recorded there. Morris asked. Surprised. What? To mock the failures? Groove explained. To understand all of them. After hearing that Lhasa and Mago started the Ability Academy, a prison officer came looking for them. Lhasa and Mago greeted. Nice to meet you. Opposite them, an officer pulled his hat down and said, I am an officer from Luke Liu's prison. Name is Sel Kangzu. The three sat discussing. Mago asked Kangzu. You want to add criminal studies to the required courses. That is why we need to understand them. After hearing Grove's story, Morris still would not believe it. That is absurd, she asked Grove. So what do you think? How do you feel reading about my past? He stayed calm. But suddenly a voice rang out. Why bother talking to a beast? Grove. You have not changed at all. Both turned toward the voice. Authority slowly stepped in. I should have fired you long ago. Groove looked worried. Authority started. Listen up. What you have been taught is all wrong. Authority looked down at the kids. Intimidating them. I will teach you how it really is. Take this chance and remember it. Criminals are not born criminals. He loosened his collar. It is their circumstances. Those buried in emotions say they became criminals because of their environment or society. Trying to stir your pity. But they are criminals because they were born that way. They are just societal mutations like cancer cells. Clenching his fists. Veins bulging. Authority declared angrily. They must be completely eradicated. I will show you how. Authority's face was grim and cold. Behind him, Groove tried to shield the students. Morris felt humiliated by his words. Am I society's cancer? She clutched her stomach. Blood soaking her shirt. Eyes full of rage. The real wrong is this world. Authority cut her off. Covering her mouth. The two faced off in the vast, sunlit library. He stood far from her, coldly replying with sarcastic disdain, a hollow, bitter excuse. Let me say it again. Authority raised his fist, veins bulging along his arm, stating firmly, no matter when or where you were born, you will always be a lowlife. You are nothing but. He sneered. Your very existence was a mistake from the start. Morris shouted, covering his mouth. Standing under the dome's light, Authority calmly replied. Morris. He stepped forward slowly. Though the pain he endured could not compare to what countless victims and their families had suffered. As he spoke, he pulled a watch from his coat pocket, the light glinting softly off its glass. Authority's face hardened with cruelty as he strapped the watch on and declared, But I will give you the worst pain I can. Now, let us see what I will do. Morris tensed. Fear creeping in as sweat formed on her forehead. When the watch started ticking, he glanced coldly at it and said, About 10 minutes should do. Authority. Special system body. Morris raised her umbrella defiantly. Eyes daring. Bring it on. In an instant, Authority lunged with terrifying speed, punching straight into her stomach. His power left a blue streak tearing through the air. Morris was blasted backward. Blood spurting from her mouth. Sharp pain shot through her nerves. She gritted her teeth, fighting to suppress the agony. Morris bent low, steadying her stance, conjuring glowing red magic circles swirling around her. Damn bastard. No sooner had she spoken than Authority's eyes snapped shut as he flew forward, delivering a brutal punch to her stomach that ripped the space around them. The impact roaring fiercely. Blood poured from Morris's stomach, growing heavier with each hit. Authority narrowed his eyes, activating energy that cloaked him in blue light. Accelerating, he charged and unleashed a relentless flurry of punches like a storm. Morris took blow after blow, her body caving under the relentless hits against the wall. Her face twisted in pain, blood spraying from her mouth with every savage punch. Suddenly, Authority spread his hands wide, grabbing Morris' head midair, crushing it with all his brutal strength. Morris's body was covered in wounds, her face marred by deep cuts, eyes barely able to open, coughing up blood uncontrollably. Authority gripped her tightly, delivering another devastating punch to her stomach that shook the space around them. He looked at her with cruel mockery. Hurt much? I bet Tun treated you real gently. Blood splattered from Morris with every strike, dark and thick. A faint sound escaped her lips as Morris clenched her teeth, screaming in unbearable pain. A blazing red circle erupted beneath them, engulfing the entire space. Behind Authority appeared faceless figures in brown suits. Long beards. Round magician hats. One wearing a monocle. Their faces completely blank. The first faceless one hovered above, spreading wide. Lady Fawcett. The others echoed in unison, like a twisted ritual. Lady Fawcett. Lady, but in a flash. Authority dashed past them so fast only a blue streak remained, crushing the faceless figures into shards right before Morris' eyes. Speeding up, he continued to channel energy, blue light enveloping his body, quadrupling in intensity. Another direct punch slammed into Morris's face, the impact echoing loudly. Morris' body was flung backward through the air, her eyes wild with pain. But before she could recover, Authority moved like the wind, quickly chasing her before she hit the ground. He landed more blows to her back. The brutal force sent Morris flying into the air, dust and debris scattering everywhere. She lost consciousness in the dizzying fall, slowly descending toward the ground. While Morris was still airborne, he lunged forward again. Authority unleashed a savage barrage of punches, each strike connecting with her body. Tears mixed with dark blood sprayed wildly, painting a scene both fierce and tragic. Groove and the kids stood back, watching in horror and fear. Before them, the energy from Authority's power exploded violently at the library's center, shaking everything around. He clenched both fists and raised them high above. Then he focused all his strength on Morris' motionless body. Falling slowly from above, Authority struck straight into her stomach, and they both crashed down like meteors. His fist slammed Morris into the wooden floor, causing a massive explosion, debris flying everywhere. Thick dust rose as Authority stood amid the wreckage, calmly looking down at Morris, who was barely breathing, unable to speak. Watching Morris' lifeless body on the cracked stone floor, he said coldly, "She looks like she is in a lot of pain." That is what you would expect. But his face remained calm as he stomped hard on her, the wound splattering blood all around. He glared, stern and terrifying. "The victims and their families you hurt. They are suffering far worse." Morris screamed in despair. Authority glanced at his watch and calmly said, "About 3 minutes left." Morris's body twitched weakly as she struggled, the time acceleration ability. "After that," Authority confirmed, still pressing his foot down. "Exactly." He raised his arm to show the watch on his wrist. "When I use my power, I can control the flow of time for anything I touch, including myself." Authority spread his hand in front of Morris, who froze in terror, eyes wide with horror, veins bulging on his hand. He touched Morris' face like a cold judge. "I can also slow down time." His face darkened, eyes glowing icy blue. His final words sounded like a death sentence. "Feel the pain and die, you scum of society." It was just a moment, but for Morris, it felt like a lifetime. Authority slowly withdrew his hand. He stood up straight, watching her sprawled weakly on the floor while checking his watch. "Too bad. If things were less tense, I could be taking more time. She is weak." She started laughing, making Authority pause. "Suspicious? Why are you laughing?" Morris lay still, eyes wild. He grabbed her by the collar, pulling her close, sneering, "Have you lost your mind facing death?" The wound made her cough up more blood. Morris gasped, blood covering her body, but still smiled faintly. "I won. I am not afraid to die. But I am not laughing because of that. Didn't I expect to finish the mission this way? But I guess it is fine." Authority frowned in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Teacher Proof and the students were terrified, sensing something about to happen. Morris said, Authority ordered them to listen closely. She continued, "Anyone caught in my power, all those of Morris' special bloodline." She smiled menacingly, blood dripping. "They will all go down with me. A death ritual." Teacher Proof behind heard this and gasped. "What?" Authority turned and gave him a cold, terrifying glare. Elsewhere, inside Kang Zeus' massive red, gloomy barrier. Through the mist, prisoner Kingston raised both hands, ready to fight. From both sides, Kato and Canis charged, their purple and red energy clashing fiercely. Attacked from both sides, Kingston did not flinch. He stood firm and started throwing a series of punches back at them. Kato's face twisted with rage and bitterness. She lunged, claws out, screaming. But just as she got close, Kingston's hand slammed onto her forehead with force. The power of his strike shook the space, causing a blinding explosion. Canis panicked, shouting desperately, "Kato, take off the collar." But it all happened too fast. Kingston threw a powerful punch straight at Canis' face. Dust filled the air as his cold voice echoed. "Arrogant fool." Kato and Canis collapsed, grimacing as they watched Kingston speak. "Who do you think you are? Roaming around with your power sealed like that?" He narrowed his eyes. You guys are way too full of yourselves. Then he shifted into attack stance. I'm gonna make you regret this. Instantly. Kingston darted through, slicing off their limbs with terrifying speed. You will never think like that again. Kato and Canis froze for a moment. Stunned. A second later. They screamed in panic. He glanced at them. Arm. Let the healer fix it for you. He is pretty clever. Watching this. Sink a seed. Damn faker. That witch spread her hands. Casting magic. What a horrible fake, but in a flash. Kang Zhu came out of nowhere and punched her straight in the gut, shattering her power into pieces. Blood spilled from Sinka's mouth as she was thrown backward, clutching her stomach in pain. Sinka struggled to sit up, then suddenly panicked. Kang Zhu charged toward her again at terrifying speed. She screamed. Do not come any closer. But he ignored her and kept coming. Kang Zhu's eyes blazed with anger as he clenched his teeth, transforming into a whirlwind of energy. He unleashed a kick aimed at her stomach. The force so intense the ground beneath exploded. Sinka kept coughing up blood, terrified as he closed in. Kang Zhu, stop. Please. She begged. Think this through. But before she could finish, Kang Zhu pounded her repeatedly, each blow sending blood flying everywhere. His gaze remained cold and emotionless. Seeing this, Kato and Canis panicked. Sinka-sama. Kang Zhu raised his fist for the final strike. Sinka was frantic. She sobbed. I can die here. A flicker of cruelty flashed in his eyes. But just as Kang Zhu was about to strike, Kingston stopped his fist. Kang Zhu looked at him, stunned, seeing his confusion. Kingston said, that is enough. His eyes were icy. You can kill him yourself. Can you? A true champion never accepts help. Back at the library, where Professor and the students were, amid the wreckage and chaos after the battle, Authority looked at Morris, who was dying, bloodied and weak, her death-triggered power barely holding, with a bloodied face. She smiled defiantly. Yep. It activates. What will you do now? Authority's eyes darkened. Listen. He turned to Prof. Voice heavy. I apologize in advance. Prof jumped. Confused. Before he could say more, Authority struck suddenly, piercing Morris' heart. Cold blue energy radiated around him. The brutal blow blinded her, dizziness overwhelming her. Blood sprayed from every wound, her whole body in agony. He watched her coldly, without a trace of feeling. Morris collapsed, a mournful scream escaping her lips. Authority spoke. If you take this girl back for treatment, strip her powers, and then kill her, you might survive. Looking at Morris' bloodied body, and the hole in her chest from the blow, he continued, but if she somehow escapes, tens of thousands will suffer again. Authority stood, stepping aside, so it is best to kill her here. Your sacrifice is the only reasonable choice. Professor, shielding the students behind him. All the kids were tense and scared hearing his words. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells have to suffer. The room felt heavy. Amid the ruins, Authority stood with arms outstretched, voice echoing firmly. Sacrifice for the greater good is necessary. He calmly pulled his watch from his wrist, almost cold enough to anger. I thank you for your sacrifice. On the blood-stained floor, a mysterious blue light radiated from Morris's body, creating an eerie glow that thickened the tense atmosphere. Authority glanced at the corpse, extremely alert to the energy. Very dangerous. This uneasy feeling. Luckily, it can only be used after death. Seeing Morris dead with wide, lifeless eyes and a frozen, terrifying face, yet his whole body radiated intense mysterious energy. He continued, saying if this power could be used while alive, it would be even more dangerous. Then, I will wish you a peaceful rest first. Authority said loudly to Teacher Proof, who was worried behind him. Proof, I do not need to apologize to you. Right, he said coldly. Your body must be tough. Right. Surviving is something you are good at. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Come on. Proof looked toward the woman who spoke. The scene turned dark and angry. Morris had now become a giant zombie-like entity wrapped in supernatural blue flames, wearing a cold smile. Let us go down to hell together. Immediately, long chains wrapped around her body flew forward. The cold, sharp chains clamped tightly around the students' hands. The kids were terrified. Proof stood in the middle. Du was also surrounded by chains but smiled reassuringly. Everyone. Don't worry. I promise to protect you all. Morris was surprised. What is this? He continued. Just like the teacher said. He looked at the innocent but terrified faces of the kids. They will be safe. Hearing that, she looked a bit uneasy. Proof stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at Morris. Voice firm. Here. The only one who can go with you is me. Meanwhile, inside Kang Zhu's barrier, The tension was intense as he raised his fist to strike again. Kingston raised his hand in defense. Kang Zu's punch tore through the space around them. The ground beneath shattered from the terrifying power. He blocked and laughed. Just as I thought. Kang Zu turned to continue attacking Sinka while the outside. If he were human, he would truly reach the peak. A sharp sound echoed. Everything around seemed to shift. Kang Zu's punch was quickly caught by Kingston's glove. He looked at him and said, "And an old man like me gets left behind. Let us talk." Kang Zu was surprised but quickly clenched his teeth, then angrily threw another punch. "Step back." Kato and Canis watched them in alarm. Kingston continued. "Hey, young man." He spoke while blocking Kang Zu's strikes. "I understand your condition." Then his hand clenched tightly. "But to handle this," he pulled back. Gathering strength, not letting emotions take over, Kingston aimed a punch straight at Kang Zu's face. Kang Zu held his breath, eyes wide watching the fist coming close. A second later, Kang Zu quickly dodged. But the force was so strong it shattered his barrier and blew up the floor beneath, revealing a huge hole in the sky. Sinka watched that moment in horror. Then Alex looked at Kingston standing nearby. "If you want to run," he advised. "Now's the time." "Girl." Sinka fell silent, thinking, while Alanthi prepared a magic space circle for herself and pulled 2 attendants along to escape from there. The scene gradually sank into silence. Only 2 remained. Kang Zu stared at the old prisoner standing before him. He looked up, eyes sharp. "Sit down and let us talk." But Kang Zu ignored him and kept wiping sweat, making the old man just say, then raised his hands into a fighting stance, smiling brightly. "All right then. The body can say a lot." Back at the library, as the hell gate behind Morris opened, Teacher Prof stood calmly facing her massive entity. Like authority said, "Besides defense, I do not have anything special. At first, I did not like my power, but after talking with Lausa, I realized my strength is necessary for this world." Then he narrowed his eyes, gathering power into his hand, muscles and veins bulging. "I will use all my strength to take all the damage for the kids." The little students leaned on him. "Teacher." Morris laughed. "Why do you have to go that far?" Prof answered, his voice firm. "Because I am a teacher." Morris looked annoyed. "What does that have to do with you walking into death?" Prof replied, "Morris, you would not understand me. Because we live in completely different worlds." He was resolute and determined. Raised by the wrong people and turned into a killing machine. Morris heard that and snapped. "Enough." The teacher kept saying, "In this life, there is no such thing as your own choice. You are just a puppet being controlled." She grew more and more upset, then fell silent. Prof ignored it. Walking down the wrong path for someone else's future, Morris immediately shouted in anger, covering his mouth. But he was not afraid. "I can do that." He still stubbornly protected the kids. "I will go to hell with the teacher and fix all the mistakes he has learned." Morris was furious. Pissed off. Prof was not scared. "If you keep talking." He looked at the students tenderly. Tears streaming. "Teaching is a calling, a sacrifice for the student's future. So ever since I was appointed teacher here, I have been ready to sacrifice for the kids." A little girl worriedly spoke up. "Teacher, you can do that." But Prof reassured her. "It is, kids." He smiled gently. "Be good adults." "All right. Because you are our future." The kids looked at him confused and scared, while Morris was fired up. Thinking about the future, she recalled a scene from the past. "Hello kids. From today, I will be your guide." She was a striking woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat, slowly tipping it up. "I am Teacher Talem." She smiled mysteriously, cold eyes full of power. "From now on, you will be my future." Morris just stared wide-eyed. "Morris, 12 years old. Are you ready to sacrifice for me?" Talem handpicked kids with special abilities from an orphanage for the blind. Then she enrolled them in the school she created. "Hello kids. Call me Teacher Talem." She looked up, ambition shining in her smile. "I will be queen of this world one day. And you will learn from me." Morris was just a worried little girl sitting in class, listening to Talem's words to become loyal warriors of this school. She looked straight at the students, hands clasped behind her back, mysterious smile still on her lips. "So work hard to keep up with the lessons." Morris looked at the teacher with a puzzled gaze, clearly not understanding the hidden meaning behind those words. Talem's words were loaded with hidden meaning. Learning to use special powers to kill easily, etiquette lessons disguised as brainwashing, loyalty tests, and more. Morris developed her abilities faster than any other kid, earning Talem's favor and becoming class leader. The class leader's power was to punish other students on Talem's behalf. Morris listened to Talem's lectures more seriously than anyone else one night. As Morris walked through the school, a voice spoke from behind. "How's it going, Morris?" Talem stepped down the stairs. "How's being class leader?" Morris turned. Madam. The girl thought back to that morning. I do not know why, but when I punished the weaker students. Her face showed doubt and confusion. I felt nauseous. Like I could not control it. Talem smirked. Morris asked. Why is that? Madam, she replied coldly. Morris, she asked sharply. Do you hate them? Morris, eyes wide with fear, answered firmly. I despise them. Talem cut in immediately. Exactly. That is the point. She explained. It is human nature to feel disgust when looking at creatures beneath you. Talem placed a hand on Morris's shoulder, affirming, that is a completely natural feeling. Her words were cruelly loaded with meaning. But as time passed and Morris's friends learned their roles, that feeling would fade. Then she smiled coldly. So keep at it. Morris. Morris looked at Talem, still a bit confused but more certain as Talem smiled with satisfaction. Good choice making you class leader. In the following days, Morris kept punishing other students, watching them writhe in pain, though she still felt that unexplained disgust, just like Talem said. Over time, that feeling gradually disappeared. Talem continued her lecture in a classroom full of students wearing uniforms, their faces blank like machines. Time flew since they arrived here, standing on the podium with guards on each side. She declared with ambition, in 5 years, when you grow up, I will be queen of this world. Despite the harsh rain and wind, the students kept fiercely fighting those from other classes. They were all terrified to face them. So the students became loyal, ruthless tools in Talem's hands, all with cold, blank faces. Talem's plan was unfolding perfectly. She smiled, satisfied watching the success of this brutal training until that day. One afternoon, seeing the man change his hat and dress sharply, now weak and covered in blood, a disappointed voice spoke up. What is this? Can he kill him in one shot? The voice belonged to a man with sharp features. He thought to himself, maybe I pushed too hard last night. Then he hugged a little girl with red hair. You should rest tonight. The girl looked uncertain. Let us. That was Clark and Hilo, heroes from the past, both with cold, sharp eyes and mysterious powers. Clark, Hilo special class. They returned to the school where Morris studied, but a bloody massacre had taken place. Blood splattered everywhere, and Talem was dead, eyes wide with terror. Blood pouring from her body. Clark pulled his hand from her chest. Blood gushing from the wound. He asked Hilo, who stood beside him, what is going on? Looking at Talem's lifeless face on the wooden floor, he was surprised. She was really weak. Clark recalled authorities warning to be careful. Hilo arrogantly replied, maybe we have gotten too strong. He agreed. Maybe so. Clark knelt down to get a better look at her face. Still, her plan to turn the school into a rebel training ground was a big dream. Hilo turned to ask him, should we go to the school? He replied tiredly. Too lazy. She frowned. But if we do not go, authority will be upset. Clark reluctantly said, fine. Let us just get it over with. In the school's main hall, when Morris and the other students were called to gather, Clark stood with Hilo on the stage. He raised his hand and announced, this school is closed effective immediately. Seeing this, the students covered their faces in horror and screamed. Morris was terrified too, shouting, teacher. The students immediately attacked Hilo and Clark, chaos erupting throughout the school. Hilo calmly stared them down and raised her hand. She snapped her fingers, unleashing a powerful burst of energy around her. In an instant, Hilo released a wide-range attack, an invisible force that slammed all the students backward. The kids were all knocked down, watching them lie scattered on the floor. Clark muttered, damn, he was frustrated. She trained them too well. Hilo hesitated. Are we sure bringing these kids along is the right call? Clark was also conflicted. Re-educating them to fit into society will take so much time and resources. Both heroes hesitated. Even if trained, they are just walking killing machines, clearly ticking time bombs. No telling when they will explode. Clark looked at Hilo. Have these kids killed anyone yet? She answered, we caught them before they could act, so probably not. He pondered. Maybe we rushed this. It is a tough situation. Clark was confused. What now? Hello. She asked. What is it? She firmly said, to avoid future regrets. Dealing with this now seems more effective, Hilo concluded coldly. They have been brainwashed, living in a different world. These kids will definitely become villains. He nodded. Right. I agree. Watching the students struggle to stand, Hilo said flight. Better to put them down now than risk regrets later. Clark agreed. All right, we can justify it. Then they stepped toward the students. Hilo's smile turned cruel, her eyes losing humanity. Save your strength for tonight. Clark's face hardened, fire in his eyes. Outside, chaos erupted worse than ever. Screams echoing everywhere. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. All the students were brutally attacked, blood pouring from their bodies. Clark strode toward a terrified student sitting in front of him. The girl looked up in despair.
Well,
She lay flat on her back, trembling and choking up. Why would they want to kill us? What else do we have besides studying here? But his face remained cold. Completely emotionless. Dangerous. Is not. He brought up the students past kids abandoned by their parents, raised in orphanages. Clark recalled the heartbreaking images of their childhoods. Later taken in by the villain, he went on, haunted by it all, learning to kill just to survive. You can tell how dangerous they are. Right. He raised his hand, ready to strike the final blow. The girl screamed and cried. Sorry. But you kids should not have been born at all. Clark's cold gaze fixed on her, his words sharp and clear. Next life. Be born into a decent family. Blood splattered everywhere, painting a gruesome scene as the sound of blows echoed with cries. Hilo watched, her face twisted in horror. The brutal attacks continued, blood splattering more and more violently. She watched the girl, laughing so hard her face flushed with excitement. And finally, Morris, soaked and trembling, sat collapsed on the floor, weak and terrified. Clark bent down, his bloodied hand poised to deliver one last strike to the girl. Suddenly, a noise cut through the tense silence. Hilo pulled him back, eyes wide with a wild mix of excitement and madness. Clark, I can take this. Clark held her back. Wait a moment. Hello. Finish this one off. She interrupted. We have to keep this one. They scanned the smoky, blood-soaked classroom. Bodies of students lay scattered. Blood everywhere. Kids on the brink of death. Then Hilo's gaze landed on Morris, eyes wide with terror. The only survivor. She smiled twistedly, her face flushed with excitement. Isn't he this situation thrilling? She urged. Come on. Hurry up. Clark was helpless at her madness beyond saving. He sighed, giving in, then turned to kiss Hilo amidst the bloodied bodies. Fine. Just say whatever to the authority. Outside the school, the sunset sky burned fiercely, clouds stretching across a grand yet somber scene. Morris fled the massacre to a dry field, saved by a sudden shift from Clark and Hilo. She survived. Exhausted. Shoulders slumped. She lost her way and wandered aimlessly for a long time. She walked like a ghost through the ruined city when a voice called out, "You are a disciple of Tai Lung So." A mysterious man appeared, beckoning her. Come with me. The man masked his face with metal armor, standing tall as Morris called out. We fight for the revolution. Under Caracas. Fighting under Caracas. Morris caused untold damage to the world after Caracas died and was captured. Her turbulent life led her to become a villain, ending up imprisoned in Luke Lutz. Fragments of memories surfaced as Morris looked at Prof, still chained but radiating a unique aura. A lifetime of learning. She thought living that way was just natural. Facing Prof, she spat bitterly, then grimaced and yelled. Now you say I was wrong. How can I accept that? As she sank into despair, a gentle voice spoke. Morris. Was Sinka, smiling and agreeing. You are not wrong. Her face lit with madness, hand raised defiantly. The world's wrong. If I become queen, I will change it to fit you. At that moment, Sinka's words freed Morris from her torment. Do you want to be my subject? She locked eyes with Prof, urging. Answer me. Prof. The students looked at Morris, confused and scared. She hesitated. She recalled authority's scornful gaze, the way he looked down on her. She remembered Hilo and Clark judging her in the past. Like the heroes they claimed to be, Morris looked up, eyes full of bitterness. Could it be that I really should not have been born, in that despair? A strong, comforting voice rang out. Morris. Prof emphasized. No one is unwanted in this world. What you have been through is terrible. I get that completely. But that does not excuse the crimes you have committed. She silently absorbed Prof's firm words. By now, she would cause too much harm. He declared without hesitation. I will go with you. Face the pain you suffered as a child. And make sure you take responsibility for your crimes. And he stressed. As your teacher, Prof made one last request. Morris. Before that, I have one favor to ask. He looked at the hellish gate before them. Can you block the view so the kids do not have to see this? One last favor before I go. But Morris, furious, snapped. Shut up. Prof stepped through the gate to the underworld despite her screams still echoing. Stay quiet. He turned back to the students, who stood with their backs to him, and calmly said. Everyone, please turn away. The kids are hurting. Teacher. Even with heavy chains on the gate, he smiled peacefully and warmly. It has been an honor teaching you all. The kids turned away, some with tears in their eyes. Morris scowled in anger as the gate began to move. Prof closed his eyes tightly, accepting his fate. Then the gate slammed shut with a deafening sound. And he vanished into the endless void. At that moment, Prof slowly opened his eyes. Morris was still right in front of him. He was stunned. Morris replied bitterly. Someone like me. She was in pain. No need to follow me. I know I was wrong. She opened her eyes wide, admitting with a shaky voice. I have known for a long time. Just did not want to admit it. Because once I did, I realized I would gone too far. Those past actions. They were horrifying. After punishing her friends. The kid still reassured her. Morris, we're okay. Even though they winced in pain. They did not blame her. Otherwise, Tulum would be scolded you. Right, we will be fine. At those times, she stared blankly at her reflection in the puddles on the floor, the image of her hands, stained with her friend's blood, until Morris grew up. It was terrifying. When she was caught by Tom. Morris, she said firmly. It was time to stop living as someone else's puppet. Looking into Tom's eyes, I saw a terrifying version of myself. Then, when taken to Luke Lutz's prison, someone greeted her. Nice to meet you. Morris, Ongjia smiled warmly. Looking at her with concern. I am Hong, the warden here. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? In the dark cell. Seeing her reflection in the soup the warden brought. She felt terrified of herself. It was too painful. That is why I can admit it. I am not terrified. What I have learned is not wrong. The real horror is this world. And the real wrong is this world itself. I tried to believe that to keep living. She saw the scene of the beloved students gathered around Prof, all smiling and happy in his arms. Morris suddenly felt like she was back in the days when she still cared. The way Prof taught the kids with a bright, radiant smile. Holding them warmly and peacefully, it was the opposite of her brutal childhood. That surprised her and made her long for it deeply. Suddenly, a light burst forth, shattering all of Morris' chains. Truly, that brilliant light slowly erased the emptiness in her tragic eyes. The image of Morris here slowly faded like broken glass shards. She forced a painful, crooked smile. It had been a life far too terrifying. Prof looked up as she slowly disappeared. While the students all ran to hug their teacher. Kingston took the upper hand, blocking the strike. Even if you are mad at me, it won't change anything, he told Kangzu. If you are not stronger from now on, you can kill that kid or that girl either. In the end, that is the problem. He kept driving straight into Kangzu's pain right at himself. Kingston reminded him of the moment he stopped Kangzu's attack on Sinka. Just now. Too, if you were stronger than me, you could have ignored me and killed that girl. His words kept digging deep into your mind. The anger is just a phase of denial. Your eyes blaze with fury and frustration as Kingston's words hit a sore spot. You are angry because you can accept your own flaws. Right. Angry at yourself, Kangzu storms forward to attack him. But Kingston stays calm. You do not want to admit it. Do you? But I get it, owning your flaws is not easy. Kingston dodges as you swipe your sharp, red claws. He easily avoids it. But you have to face the truth. He effortlessly blocks every punch you throw. Patiently explaining that flaws are part of who you are. Only when you accept and admit that can you move forward. Only then can you reach your goal. Kingston raises an eyebrow. Serious. I will ask you again. Kangzu freezes at the question. What is really making you so angry? Shattered memories flood your mind, images of a devastated battlefield. Your comrades fallen. Bodies strewn everywhere. The survivors drenched in blood, crying in terror. Those painful memories keep replaying, making you grit your teeth in anger. That rage. That pain. That thirst for revenge, it gave you a terrifying strength. You roar, biting down hard. Moments from your fight with CO1 flash back. Along with the reason behind it all, Kingston slowly clenches his palm. Focusing energy, his face stern as he asks, what led to all this? Then he throws a devastating punch right to your gut, sending you flying backward. You barely remember during the fight with CO1. You were like a demon, but in the end, you were still weak. You got taken down by him and the other prisoners. Kanko's familiar face appears. You stare wide-eyed at the clear blue sky visible through the ceiling. Warm light slowly floods in, chasing away the gloom and dust from before. You lie motionless on the ground. Dazed after the brutal battle, Kingston looks down, smiling gently. How about it? Feeling a bit calmer now. You stay on the ground, answering only with silence. You raise a hand to cover your face, struggling to hold back confusion and helplessness. What? What am I supposed to do now? Kingston chuckles. What to? Standing right in front of you under the bright blue sky. He reaches out like he wants to pull you up. Didn't he? You already know the answer. You quickly grasp his hand firmly, sealing a pact of cooperation. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sinka's space gate opens. Figures step through, stretching lazily. Well, it has been a while since I saw a familiar face I really like. But you say you are heading back right away. Smiling, they reply, gotta follow orders. Right. His eyes narrow as he looks at a woman with long hair, and a fiery red outfit appearing before him. Looks like this is not over anytime soon, her face hidden behind a white mask. She leans back with a sly smile, an expert in psychic powers. In another rundown corner of the city, where the sunset's light has not reached, the atmosphere is heavy and grim. Lupus raises her hand, blocking incoming attacks. Agwith stands below, arms raised, firing a continuous stream of magical energy at her. The energy blasts collide, causing a massive explosion. Sinka steps out from a magic circle behind her, urging her on. Agwith clearly opened the space gate. Why not retreat quickly? What are you waiting for? Agwith turns to her. I still have things to do. But she immediately shuts her up. Agwith flinches, startled and scared. Sinka's eyes blaze with anger. Veins bulging. Turn back now, or I will kill you. The issue with Sinka's invitation letter has been resolved. Kingston returns with Sel Kangzu, requesting a meeting with the world government. In the meeting room, looking around the large table at everyone seated, he says with interest, so that is how it is. Kingston sneers. I wonder why we are meeting with no restrictions. He looked at the people in the meeting, recognizing some familiar faces. Jura greeted him. Long time no see. Kingston. Bada smiled and asked, still doing well. Kingston teased a bit. So you finally made it to that position. Ah. Greedy bunch. Jura shot back. I think he is less ambitious than you. Bada laughed loudly in agreement. Haha, that is right. Bizeka. Kingston. He clasped his hands together. Let us get straight to the point. Why did you call this meeting? Kingston smirked. You are president, still pretty young too. Actually, I am not here to talk. Just to make an announcement. The room fell silent. All eyes locked on Kingston as he declared bluntly, from now on, this is my territory. Stay out of it. That is all. After Kingston left, Bizate asked for opinion, support or opposition to Kingston's proposal. Opposed. Groom. Bada. Jura. In height. Support. Authority. Neutral. Elgido. With too many dissenters. Authority snapped, blocking further questions. Is that all the power you have got? Why oppose? The odds are on our side. You planning to pass up this chance? He turned to Groom. Disappointed? Especially you. Groom. I do not get your choice. She answered calmly. Criminals are criminals. We can't accept any demands from them. Even meeting them is a hassle for the government. Someone else chimed in mockingly. Funny. Authority. Wasn't he Kingston the criminal you insisted must be eliminated? And now you trust someone you once called so dangerous. Authority snapped. Times have changed, have not they? Biaz held his head in frustration, muttering. Damn it. He was deep in thought, feeling this was a curse on his term. Meanwhile, Sinka was brooding, soaking in hot water, tense and worried. That old man. Thought he would weaken after all that time locked up. Remembering Kingston's younger days, Sinka grew darker. But had he really weakened? His prime was terrifying, as fear and doubt overwhelmed her. Sefong Hone suddenly appeared, standing in the steamy bathroom wrapped in a thin towel. He asked surprised, You invited me to shower together, but is this really necessary to win this? Sinka smiled wide, arms open. Of course. This is a crucial step to growing stronger. My plan won't fail. A glimmer of hope sparked in her mind. With Sefong Hone by her side, she smiled smugly, thoughts racing through secret cards she still held, while Sinka relaxed holding a Song Hone in the bath. Time would solve everything. But he complained about discomfort. It is hard to breathe in here. At another high-rise, the Heroes Association, a voice rang out. Looks like everyone's here. Authority. And many others sat seriously listening to the speech. Lupitz chaired the meeting. Regarding the election of the third generation equality, as interim chair, I ask everyone to focus. Let us begin. Lupitz solemnly explained. The election process for equality is as follows. She continued. The association president proposes 5 candidates. If 2/3 of the heroes agree, Lupitz described the process further. Each candidate will be vetted by the government. If no disqualifying reasons are found, they become equality. The candidates I propose are, but she was cut off by someone below. Who gave you the right to decide candidates on your own? Authority sat at a distant table, chin in hand, looking at her with disdain. You are only interim chair. Lupitz. Lupitz challenge. Authority. Then why are you here? You have lost your hero status. He replied. I am here as a leadership representative. She snapped. Then sit quietly and watch. You have no say in association matters. Authority interrupted. Let me be clear, I do not recognize you as chair. Lupitz shot back. Mind your own business. Stay out of this. Authority's gaze turned icy. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by interim chair Repulse. No matter the reason. Lupitz was flustered. Look, I am telling you again, I am only interim chair. The crucial decision to choose equality, the one who decides the future of the association, can't be made by someone temporary. It has to be done by an officially appointed president. Lupitz objects. Authority. Do you even know the current situation? We need to pick equality as soon as possible to resolve this crisis. Authority sneers. Resolve the crisis. Funny hearing that from you. Lupitz. Tell me. Lupitz, what exactly did you do in Portugal? Instead of catching criminals. You were just messing around with AdWords. Right, Lupitz snaps back. You think if we do not kill the target, it is all just waiting around to play. I prioritize protecting civilians first. She fires back. And you? Authority, I heard you plan to sacrifice the kids taken hostage. Lupitz keeps criticizing. Why do you always make others sacrifice like that? You have not changed one bit. Authority glares. Lupitz, why should I change? You are the one who needs to change. Hearing that made Ni and Jiang furious. Then, amid the tense atmosphere in the hall, Authority sneers no. More like, he turns to face everyone present and says, you are the ones who all need to change. Authority stands, raises his hand challengingly and mockingly. What I did in Portugal. So what? I made the right call for the situation. In the end, no lives were lost. Right, Lupitz is stunned, Ni and Jiang angry. Authority continues. Sacrifice. Ah. Nice line. He points at her. You are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals. Using the people's hard-earned tax money to feed and shelter countless murderers. Authority accuses. Then hides behind social responsibility. Reform, just empty words that sound good. Reform. What a joke. He shouts. They will never change, just a bunch of parasites. Look. They just escaped and are already planning again. Authority's voice is full of disgust. Hiding under the guise of helping. Just to prepare for another massacre in this situation. And someone who used to be Magos' apprentice like you. How could you possibly lead equality and run the Hero Association? No need to guess how this will go. More nonsense about heroes not killing. Pretending to be righteous and noble. Just to pity themselves. He sneers. No one wants you as the Hero Association president. Lupus. You are not the president. Stop acting like you are. Lupus presses her lips. Eyes full of displeasure staring at him. The whole hall falls silent under the pressure of their confrontation. She speaks up. Fine. Authority. So you are saying if I become the official president, I can follow the proper process. Right. Authority agrees. Yeah, that is right. Lupus looks down at the seats below, then boldly declares, let us vote. He smirks. You mean a public vote? Fine. Lupus cuts him off. She continues. Since time is tight, Lupus' voice echoes confidently. I will take the opinion of the heroes here. And the decision will be based on majority vote. She challenges. What do you think? Authority. Authority turns to the crowd behind. Majority vote. Aren't they all heroes already carefully selected by Loaxi? He feels it is unfair. This is way too biased. Lupus concedes. Then it is like the equality selection process needs 2/3 majority to pass. Authority silently agrees, but his eyes scan the crowd with a hidden agenda. Hero Society. Voting results. Lupus' proposal to accept equality's choice yes 52%. No 48%. Failed to reach 2/3 majority. Proposal rejected. Lupus is shocked by the announcement on the screen. She reads it again carefully. 48% opposed. Failed to reach 2/3 majority. Proposal rejected. Authority smirks. Huh. Did not get the majority you wanted. Looks like we will have to re-elect the Hero Association president. As Authority said, all these heroes were chosen back when Loxa was president. Lupus had not expected this outcome. The reason for this result, failed to reach 2/3 majority. Proposal rejected. Authority, right after the incident at Luke Lutz prison, quickly approached all the heroes and carefully laid out his views. At first, most opposed Authority being the second chairman, but in this situation, more and more people were gradually persuaded by him. The important thing is, even though many disagreed with Authority's ideology, quite a few heroes agreed that the chairman should be re-elected according to his perspective. Because, to lead policy, Lase has overwhelming power and proven achievements backing her ideals. Meanwhile, Lupus lacks both compared to Loxa. The legitimacy to inherit Loxa's ideals seems to fit Sel Kang-ju, a former equality member. But since Sel Kang-ju changed his views and killed prisoners, opinions among the heroes began to split. Authority provoked, and Lupus's teammates seemed to doubt her ability to lead the association. What will she do now? She hesitated. then voted. He questioned. A public vote. Lupis explained. But time is tight. We can pick candidates first. Then let the heroes decide. Authority. Sel Kang. That is not it. His words were a bit mocking. She knew well the respected third chairman. Laksa clearly stated the chairman must be elected by a public vote, and in emergencies or disasters, the government can shorten the election period. Lupis was flustered, unsure how to respond. Authority deliberately asked, "You know this too, right?" He mocked. Anyone, even non-members, can run for chairman. That is a rule set by the respected Laksa. The heroes at the meeting fell silent, listening to Authority. Interim chairman. What are you still standing there for? He smiled arrogantly. Report to the government that a re-election will be held. Let them set the date. You have to fulfill your duties as chairman. Lupis was confused, while Authority ended with a smug line. Even if it is just temporary. Authority resigned as world leader and announced his candidacy for Hero Association chairman. In another office, Bizet leaned back in his chair. His face looked tired, eyes shut tight, lost in thought. Bizet recalled a recent conversation on a bright, sunny day. That day, standing amid majestic mountains, he sought out Kingston but was mocked big guts. Kingston sat on a huge, precarious rock ledge above, smiling challengingly. Want a private talk? Is the chairman really okay with this? Bizet openly trusted him. I have heard a lot about you from Boda and Jira. I do not think you would harm me. Kingston sneered. These fakes have no shame. He continued smirking. I heard you do not have powers. Yet you climbed to the top. Impressed. But Bizet cut in. Kingston. It is just the two of us now. I will ask straight. He narrowed his eyes. Questioning. What is your goal? Kingston grinned. Chairman. Do you really understand how powers develop? Bizet answered. Regarding power development, the support system grows clearer, and strength increases. As for special and physical systems, after passing the easy age, they peak physically. Kingston disagreed. Half right. Half wrong. That caught Bizet off guard. Surprised, he looked up, listening as Kingston explained. Both physical and power systems do get stronger with maturity. Kingston's finger twitched, releasing a puff of black smoke. Eyes cold. But the physical system can break preset limits through intense training. He stared silently at the peaceful blue sky. Leaves rustling. Paused. Then asked, aren't you curious? What if someone reaches the highest level of their power system, and also maxes out their physical system? Bizet frowned deeply, more worried than ever. Then the nation would have a hard time controlling them. Kingston called out loud. Chairman, he laughed coldly. You should ask Seo Kangju about that. I am not the one to answer. I just want to see where human limits really lie. Bizet was cautious and unsettled hearing Kingston's blunt words. That is all. Every word brought back memories him sitting in his office, talking to Lhasa, using his authority to ask if she wanted to add someone to the equality list. Bizet was surprised. I did not expect it. Isn't he such an important procedure supposed to be approved? She insisted firmly. He is worth it. He thought for a moment. Then said, if you say so, then he must be really capable. As a teammate, is he trustworthy? Lhasa smiled confidently. Yep. As trustworthy as his skills. Her eyes were resolute. I see him as a reliable teammate. Because of Lhasa's promise back then. Now facing Kingston, Bizet decided to speak up. Then he looked up at him, firm and strong. I believe in Seo Kangzu. Kingston noticed Bizet's worried expression. So the answer's clear. Right. He smiled with interest. Anyway. Opposing one T change a thing. Back to the present. Bizet was in his office. Finally, he stood up, his face lighter. An important decision had been made. Time to breathe a little. Suddenly Yunji opened the door and stepped in. Chairman. She approached Bizet. I heard the Hero Association is electing a new chairman. You seem surprised. Yunji hesitated. Madam. Her face was confused. Sweat dripping. Authority just announced his candidacy for Hero Association chairman. Bizet frowned. Too shocked to say a word, Bizet had accepted Kingston's terms. This matter was only known to officials at the World Government Conference. It was kept top secret. Meanwhile, the Hero Association chairman election would proceed under government guidelines. After 3 days of candidate registration, there would be 3 public debates over 2 weeks. The Hero Association president would be elected by a popular vote. However, this term would last a maximum of 4 years, ending if the Luke Lutz prison escape crisis was resolved. Also, originally anyone could run, but that would cause chaos with too many candidates. So only those endorsed by regional hero representatives could run. During registration, Authority and Lupus both declared their candidacies. At the election, a young woman hosting spoke up. Hello, Hero Association members. Your election host. Mute. Psychic. Everyone listened closely. Candidates would have a chance to speak before the whole association, as Authority stepped up. She announced. First, a speech from candidate Authority. He looked at the heroes below. Voice firm. I will keep it brief. Authority turned on the projector. Look here. He pointed at the prisoner list on screen. You people, chasing ideals, have let these monsters loose. What are you going to do? Capture them, lock them up, then let them out again. I trust you won't make that foolish mistake again. Lupus F. speech. During Authority's term, he tolerated heroes massacring civilians. Maybe the number of civilians killed by heroes rivals that of villains. I know the situation's critical. A madman preaching death threatens humanity, but Authorities know better than a thug. Damn it. He looked down at the silent heroes in the audience. He valued human lives differently, using justice to force minorities to sacrifice. Then Lupus raised his eyebrows, loudly calling for agreement. Friends, we are all equal. Don't forget the duty of a hero, as Loxy emphasized. The initial strategy of both candidates was to solidify their support bases. Both were busy courting hero representatives from each region, heroes backing Authority. North America. Anganasudi. India. Asiatlesia. Heroes backing Lupus. Europe. Oceania. Fuckkite. China. Minji. Middle East. Coffee Ga. South America. Hajiang. Africa. Antriego. After securing support, both candidates launched continuous campaigns until the last day of registration, using negative attacks to undermine each other, and on the last day to register. So the registration period is officially over. Right. Mute stared at the results on the screen. Now there will be 3 debates. Yeah. She and everyone at the meeting were surprised. What is going on? Authority looked at the screen, puzzled, while Mute announced that another candidate had just unexpectedly registered. Lupus was also completely thrown off by this news. The room fell silent. Then a voice rang out. Everyone seated was shocked, nervously looking toward the stage where the voice came from. Hello, members of the Hero Association. There. A young girl stepped up to the podium. Medius introduced herself, her current occupation, high school student. Lupus widened her eyes in shock. What is happening here? Authority was equally stunned. Confused. What the heck is this? Sunlight streamed through the auditorium, shining directly on Medius. She smiled with a proud, arrogant air after her introduction. Authority angrily objected. What is this? Do they think the Hero Association president election is like picking a high school class president? Clearly, only those backed by a hero representative district could run. But here comes someone else. Exactly. The young man sitting nearby replied seriously. I will support her. Kafi Gu, hero representative for the Middle East. Authority was speechless. Lupus was also stunned. Seriously, she stood up to argue. Kafi Gu, you supported me before. But Kafigo calmly replied. I have changed my mind. He looked Media straight in the eye. Determined. Now I support her. That girl. And so, candidate number 1. Lubis. Candidate number 2. Authority. Candidate number 3. Media's 3 candidates officially registered. Authority read the news on his laptop. A high school student running for Hero Association president. He clicked his tongue. Every article's about that high schooler. Chijin agreed. Yeah. It is definitely a hot topic. But there were plenty of critical voices targeting Kafai Gu and that girl, saying this election is not a joke. Authority wondered. Has that girl been investigated? Chijin commented on Medius. She is just a normal high school girl. Nothing special. Hearing that, he lifted his head. Blue light from the screen casting on his expressionless face. Is she someone with powers? She hesitated. That is unclear. Maybe some kind of assumed ability. Right. Then Authority lowered his head and kept reading silently. Thinking. Elsewhere, Lubis was asking Kafigam. Explain this. Will you? Kav sat calmly at his desk. Arms crossed. Ask me anything. She pressed. Do you know that girl from before? Even if you do, you can let personal feelings affect something this serious. But he answered. I have never met her before, which surprised Lubis. Seriously, a few days ago, when I came into the office, I found her sitting in my chair. At first, I thought she was an intruder sent by the villains, and was ready to take her down. But after talking with her a few times, dozens, hundreds of times no, countless times I felt like I would known her forever. And then, I do not know when, I was sure I had to support her. Lupus was confused and hesitant, then finally asked, "May I?" Kafago agreed. "Go ahead." From Lupus' hand, a pink energy glowed as she let the spirit animal check his mind. Afterwards, Lupus was shocked. No sign of hypnosis or mind control powers. So what is going on here? She worried. Still, deciding something this important just based on a feeling. Kafago. It is not just a feeling. Lupus, how many times have I told you? His gaze was unwavering. It is a firm belief. I believe she has to be the association's president. Lupus looked stunned and awkward, unable to speak. A mysterious figure appeared, but only as a mystery, not a threat. Authority and Lupus were still full of questions, but they decided it was not a big enough issue to distract them. So they focused on each other and the upcoming debate day. Mute gives a half-hearted smile, nods to the audience, and says, your debate host tonight. Before we start, let me explain the rules. She announces, first, each candidate gets 10 minutes to speak. The screen shows the rules and speaking order by candidate number. During those 10 minutes, candidates can present their platform or ask questions to their opponents. Answer time counts against the questioner's clock, so they can cut off answers if they want. Also, during an opponent's speech, each candidate can raise objections twice. She cheerfully adds, each objection gives you 1 minute to take control. Now, let us get this debate started. Candidate number 1, Lupus. Hello everyone. I, Margot student and a member of Equality. Candidate number 2. Authority. Nice to meet you all. I am Authority, former president of the Second Hero Association. Candidate number 3. Medius. First time before you all. I'm Medius. Now, candidate number 1, Lupus. Your turn. Lupus begins. We have been through countless wars. Since powers appeared centuries ago, wars between nations broke out. After the world government unified, countless civil wars followed. And when the Hero Association was formed, society split between heroes and villains. We spent most of our time in the collapse of such a society. But thanks to loss and many others, a new social foundation was rebuilt, Lupus declares boldly. And now, this new society is finally running right. Think back to Authority's era. Heroes were outlaws, with conflicting beliefs and methods, slaughtering villains and civilians alike. If Authority becomes president, that chaos will return, and the society we struggled to build will fall apart. But her speech is cut off as she turns to Authority, who fires back. Society's already collapsing. Have not you noticed? Authority demands his 1-minute rebuttal. Don't you see the current state, and calling it moral to sacrifice society for criminals? You have to understand, no great goal in this world comes without sacrifice. If sacrifice is inevitable, then we must make sure those sacrifices are not wasted. Every seed of crime must be wiped out. Authority points at Lupus. Look, it is because you left those seeds that we are in this mess. She argues. Wait. Authority. Then he taunts. Your minute's not up yet. Lupus snaps. She yells. Take your hand off the clock now. How can 1 minute feel this long? Authority smirks slyly, still gripping the timer. What are you talking about? Lupus threatens. If you do not let go, I will. Mute raises a hand, activating her power to cut off the argument. Enough. That is enough. A silent mark appears above, leaving Lupus speechless. Mute raises an eyebrow. Lupus. You may only speak once your opponent's rebuttal time ends. Mute. Power. Silence. Then she turns to Authority, who is enjoying himself. Authority. Please control your power use. Image. In elections, public image is everything. Right now, it is a state of Cold War. Authority and Lupus try to build strong images, shouting and attacking each other nonstop. This is the platform. Authority and Lupus focus solely on attacking each other. But really, Authority says, this is suspicious. He mocks Lupus. A girl who can handle one villain, how will she fix this? You two want to say she is stronger than Loss. Lupus is no match for Authority. He thinks smugly. Her running is lucky for me. The public only sees her as Margot student still learning. Her bunny-like appearance makes people see her as weak. If we just crush that variable, this debate ends on my terms. In the atmosphere leaning toward Authority, Medius' power has arrived. Medius glanced at Authority. He turned the Hero Association from a small group into a global powerhouse, with sharp decisiveness and incredible drive. Then she commented on Lupus, the heir to Los will, who strengthened the corporation with strong ideals and faith. So she lifted her head, eyes full of pride, saying she wanted to combine their strengths to handle the current situation. As Medius continued her speech, my platform is Authority cut in. Kid. He snapped back. This is not a student council election. Go study instead. This debate is not the place for policy talk. Authority looked at her, annoyed, throwing a provocative question. Or maybe you are just bad at school, so you ran here. This is where we impose our stance on the opponent. Mute warned. Authority. Your time's up. Please do not interrupt. But Medius raised her hand to speak. No problem. I am ready to use my time to talk. Authority turned to mock. Then speak up, kid. She opened her mouth. What do you want to say? Medius spoke calmly. I have a special ability. She introduced herself. The power training school Lasar built as chairman is where I grew up. So you can know what ability I have. Lupus looked worried at that info while Authority kept mocking. What special power does this kid have? Medius narrowed her eyes. A cold purple gleam flashing. I am under no obligation to say. He got even more amused. Teasing. You have to say. If you want to lead the association. You need the right power. Authority spread his arms. No hero in the association follows a leader without enough power. She replied calmly. Then what? Medius' eyes welled up as she smiled with a sinister grin. Pick the place. Authority. We will fight as soon as possible. Authority was stunned. What? The meeting was broadcast live on the news. The news spread fast. Everyone watching was shocked. Images of Medius' challenging smile took over every screen. Crowds gathered outside the building, staring up at the big screen showing her public challenge direct duel. Right now, in the hall. Authority was stunned and speechless at this sudden turn. Medius glanced at him arrogantly. The rules will be mixed martial arts using powers. How about that? Authority fell into thought. An unexpected direct challenge. No matter how strong he built his image. Hearing such an unexpected reply threw Authority off. Plus, his strategy of labeling the opponent as a kid was now a trap holding him back if he accepted. Treating the opponent as a kid from the start would make fighting one look awkward. Also, with his overwhelming political status. Actually facing off would drag him down to the opponent's level, damaging his reputation. Even if he won, it would be a meaningless victory. But if he lost, it could end his political career. So if he refused, he would be labeled scared to fight a kid, seen as a coward. A weakling. That would seriously damage his strong image. In a short time, Authority sped through plans. But no matter the choice. Mute repeated. Bikasao. For now. The most important thing is to figure out this girl's power. What exactly does she have? While the world was shaken by the news, somewhere remote in the mountains was utterly silent. Kingston lay back on the grass. Eyes thoughtful. Lately, have not you felt something strange? Next to him, Kangju was meditating, focused on training his strength. Hearing that, he asked, What do you mean? He bowed his head, deep in thought. I feel like those words keep repeating. The other side. Always like that. But how long will this drag on? Kingston clasped his hands anxiously. Seems like something bad is coming. Am I just getting old? Or is something really off? Back at the speech, Medius turned to challenge, asking why there was no answer. Authority glanced at her, then shrugged it off. He was trying to smooth over the current situation. After all, she was just a kid acting on impulse. Daring to challenge in the middle of this debate. Not rational at all. He thought to himself. Looks like I will have to drag this debate through the mud to get past this. Authority's voice hardened as he warned. Listen, kid. This debate is not a place for jokes. But Medius stood firm. I am completely serious. Authority. She repeated his earlier sarcasm about Lupus and said that to become association president. The most important thing is strength, just like he said. Medius pressed on. When you were talking with Lupus, you said Lupus was weaker than Lhasa and therefore untrustworthy. Right. Her eyes cold and determined. Medius added. And while you were president, you made heroes fight each other to rank them, did not you? He stayed silent, facing her, but his expression was clearly annoyed by every word she said. Then maybe it is time to rank me too. Medius lightly extended her hand, confident and challenging. If it is inconvenient to do it here, then let us decide the place after this debate. Authority's regret started to show. Damn it. I really got tangled up with a real snake this time. Watching her boldly challenge him, he blamed himself. I should not have provoked her from the start. She is nothing like me. With nothing to lose. Authority sighed deeply. Fine. You make a good point. But for now. Suddenly, a silent symbol appeared. Authority was not allowed to say another word. The host muted the mic and announced. Authority Day. Medius has decided to cut the time short. Please remain silent. He adjusted his glasses. Frustrated. This kid's just waiting to hear the answer she wants so she can cut me off. Authority watched Medius smile confidently. Like she already had the win in her hands. What kind of skill does she have to be so sure? A bold idea flashed through his mind. Should I? Clenching his fist, blue energy glowed. Maybe I should make a risky move. Speed things up if I act without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he froze. Authority seemed to sense something looking at the kid in front of him. His eyes widened in shock as Medius stared back cold and unfeeling. Authority grew more anxious, probably guessing her next move. Could it be that she? The first debate was nearing its end as Medius began her speech. She spoke about the chaotic, ruined times of the past, the countless wars, and how society had become a tangled mess full of unresolved problems. The consequence was that those knots had no intention of being undone. Medius' words carried weight, her tone full of helplessness, then she was abruptly cut off. She emphasized, "I believe that is authority." But authority did not untangle the knots. He kept cutting without pause, so even the normal threads began to be severed. Someone took those threads and tied them back together. She asserted, "I think that someone is Lasha." Then Medius added, "But among the knots Lasha has tied back, some rotten ones have crept in. This is causing systemic problems. However, we can just leave things as they are. But we also can just cut everything off like before." She clasped her hands, her voice echoing stronger. "We need to carefully cut away the bad without hurting the good threads, and carefully tie them back together." Medius proposed a solution. Now is not the time to swing to extremes. We must find balance and move forward steadily. Everyone focused on her presentation projected on the big screen before the headquarters. The crowd was stunned by this bold declaration. Heroes with this authority would be chosen through an even stricter vetting process. Some citizens worried, struggling to absorb the daring news. Medius continued firmly, "When it comes to deciding the list of villains to be executed on the spot, I pledge to make those decisions with the utmost care. In the end," she concluded confidently. "Of course," Medius declared boldly, eyes full of determination. "All AlphaGos condemned are lions. That is all from me." First round of debate. Over. After the first debate round, Lupus had 8% support. Authority 35%. Medius 57%. The public opinion poll was closed. Moreover, some heroes who once backed Lupus have now switched their support to Medius. The heroes declaring support for Medius came from China, Myanmar, South America, and Hajime. Facing this situation, Lupus held a press conference, wearing a pink suit. She stood at the podium, voice serious. "I listened carefully to everything Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time debating authority and could not refute Medius' points at that moment. A high school student with little social experience, what right does she have to decide life and death? She is just as dangerous as authority." After criticizing Medius, Lupus continued. Evening was falling as Lupus stood talking with the others. Across from her were Hassan, Kaviga, and Mienzi. Hassan spoke first. "Why did you call me here, Lupus?" She stood firm, voice full of anger. "Don't you pretend you do not know why you chose that high school girl." Hassan raised his hand to stop her. "It is simple. I feel there is no other reason beyond that." Lupus narrowed her eyes, questioning. "Still, you are like that." "But Mienzi, I did not expect you to make that choice. If your master knew about this, he would be very disappointed." Mienzi glanced at Lupus and said, "Our master." Mienzi began recalling what Ryu once taught. He stood among a flutter of butterflies, hands clasped behind his back, calm and steady, saying, "The world is complicated. Mienzi, what was once obviously right can become wrong over time and vice versa. Many times, in the past, I held on to my freedoms because I believed in my own words. The reason was simple. At that time, I was sure it was right, but after meeting Rosa, my thinking changed. Still, I do not believe my current views are absolutely right. Mienzi, there is no such thing as a single right answer in this world, no matter what comes. Just do your best to adapt. As long as you have done all you can, the situation suits the listener. When facing circumstances, adapt accordingly." Mienzi just repeated what her master often said. That is what. After hearing the whole debate and seeing the current situation, I believe it is not Lupus but Medius who is fit to be association president. Kaga looked seriously at Lupus and said, "Lupus, we do not support you. During the election, limit your contact with us." Hearing that, Lupus lowered her head, fists clenched in anger. After the first debate round ended, the media shifted focus to Medius. Articles about her school days, her student years as a candidate, pieces exploring Medius and her family background, reports on her clash with authority. The showdown between Medius and authority. After the first debate, as attention centered on Medius, heroes like Mianchi from China and Hassan from Nam, who had supported Lupus before announced they were withdrawing support and backing Medius instead. This caused a major stir in public opinion, further solidifying Medius' position. Among the hot topics, the biggest question was, what exactly are her capabilities? Authority's eyes stared fixedly ahead. He sat on the sofa, watching news about Medius. On the screen was Medius, smiling brightly and youthful. Authority kept watching the footage, his face deep in thought. He kept rewinding the tape. Authority paused at a point, seeming to discover new information. He snorted coldly. Authority spoke as if talking to himself. So that is it. At Sinka's base, Ikana stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly to her. Sinka-sama. Lately, days feel so repetitive. Boring. Beside him, Kato nodded in agreement. I agree, Sinka. Standing opposite, asked. So you all feel the same way? She clapped her hands. Then added. It is not just me thinking this. Right. The familiar logo on a cap appeared in the image. It is C1, sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was deep in thought as the scene shifted to a ruined street. Freiter lay sprawled on the ground like a kid. Whining. So bored. I can't take it anymore. I am dying of boredom. Freiter. Special system. His life lasted only a week, and he relived it from start to finish every week, now in his energetic teenage years. He stomped and flailed like a sulking child, his immature voice rising. When will I finally get out of here? Natra stood above him, smiling. Whispering. Sinka-sama said to wait a bit longer, there is a variable coming. Be patient. Walking beside them, a man taking notes chimed in. Quite an interesting ability. I feel a surge of inspiration. Freiter suddenly called out. Natura. You are right in front of me. His eyes full of hope. Let us go outside for a bit. Natura smirked. If Sinka-sama knew, she would be furious. Freiter was not scared. He kept pleading. As long as we do not get caught. We are just stepping out to a nearby village. It is nothing big. Freiter gave Natura a pleading, hopeful look with sparkling eyes. Natura could not resist that cute face and happily agreed. All right. It has been a while since I felt nature. Freiter praised him. Awesome. Just awesome. Natura. You are the best. Natura turned to the others. What about you guys? Peek Nu looked worried. Whispering. No way. I am scared to go out. Not going. Vidi agreed with Peek Nu. I do not want to either. In stories, those who wander off first usually die. Freiter glared. That is just bad luck. Natura then asked Agwith, what about you? Agwith-san. She answered calmly. I suddenly remember Sinka's angry face. Agwith fell silent, a few seconds later. She whispered, you guys go ahead. I am not feeling well. Natura smiled. Is that Freiter? Standing nearby. Teased. Weak. Night had fallen. A vast field was swallowed by darkness when a slight tremor shook the area. A sprout slowly grew, with Natura and Freiter sitting atop, beaming with joy. Then they ran and played under the tree. Arms outstretched. Happily soaking in the nature's ascent after so long. Behind them, a man running laughed joyfully. This ability is really convenient. Heading just a bit closer to the village. Something ahead caught both Natura and Freiter's attention. Standing before them were Fafiga, Mienzi, and Hassan. With Medius further back, Minzi radiated strength. Hassan held a hammer grinning, and Kafiga wielded a long sword. Medius seemed to be using time-related powers. Freiter looked at them silently, then finally asked, what are those things? Cut to shiny leather shoes stepping on a threshold. Behind, Authority and Chizen stood. She asked, a press conference. He replied immediately. Yep. I plan to accept Medius' challenge. He said. Chizen gasped. Really? Are you joking? Chizen asked. Authority answered seriously. Not. This is the only way I can win. She sighed. No wonder. Her. He smirked. Clearly not his first time in a debate like this. Turns out she has a cheating ability like that. How can we possibly win? Chizen did not get it. What do you mean? She is over there. In the middle of a fierce fight. Freiter's mouth blood. His body covered in wounds. Unlike his earlier cheerfulness, Natura now struggled, barely holding on as he fought back. Medius is still watching the situation from afar. Authority looks at Chizen and says he can reverse time. Medius' eyes flash with interest. Back at Authority's office. Chizen asks if she can really rewind time. Authority turns and replies. Yep. No wonder the more we argue, the stranger it feels. This girl has repeated these arguments countless times. It seems she has changed the future to her advantage. Chizen shares her thought. Then there is no way to win. But luckily, Authority has found a weakness in her. Compare the documents I just sent carefully. Chizen quickly opens the tablet to watch the clip Authority sent. He reminds her. Did not something change? After watching, Chizen has her own conclusions. She says. Her hair grew a bit. Right. There is a certain feeling, is not there? Authority agrees. Exactly. He asks why she thinks that. Chizen explains. Too many random thoughts. You are joking with me. Right. Authority does not seem pleased with that answer. He continues. This girl can rewind time around her, but not her own time. That means, even if she is hurt, her own time can rewind. So she will return to the past with her wounds. So after accepting her challenge, the only way is to fight and win. Chizun interrupts. But for someone who can manipulate time, her physical strength is also strong. Authority reminds her. But it seems he forgot one thing. I am also someone with time powers. Hearing that, Chizun falls silent. Surprised. Authority continues. In fact, the time I control is completely different from that girl's. Maybe that is the fate of those with time powers. And to use this power, I have to pay with my own life. Back to Natura. He is calmly sniffing a sprout. Natura. Special type. He has the power to make plants grow, to boost vegetation. The sprouts Natura created are attacking Kafka. With one sword strike, the branch is chopped into pieces. He looks at Natura and says, a plant-based power. But a killer with a power that does not fit at all. Kafka. Physical type. But I like this, it really shows the beauty of natural curves. By the way, my sword. Natura is stunned by the situation. Every attacking branch is cut down by Kafka. Natura is in pain. Blood splattering from his body. Kafka looks closely at Natura's beautiful curves. Titled Amir. On the other side, a hammer glows with fiery red light. Slowly lowering. The one holding the hammer is Hassan. Raising it high to strike down. The hammer hits the ground, shattering everything instantly. Everything is affected except the hammer, it remains intact. Kafka, Natura, and Friato all watch the action. Hassan. Special type. If you hit the opponent's crown, their power is sealed for 24 hours. Nicknamed Crown Hunter. Myanzi. Kafka. He says. Try to rip off the guy behind's hat, can't he see his crown at all? Myanzi is recharging her power. She replies. Alright. Myanzi. Special type. Shapeshifter. Changes form depending on mask color. Power varies. She places her hand on the grass. It glows icy blue. Natura's legs are frozen solid by Myanzi's power. She says, trap him first. Right now it is ice power. Natura anxiously turns around and shouts. Friato. How long are you gonna wait? Not fully grown yet. Friato holds his injured side with one arm. He replies to Natura. Just a bit longer. Almost at peak age. Natura uses his power to hold on until Friato matures. The moon has turned fiery red. Friato speaks. Just a little more. A bit more time. Natura looks close to exhaustion. Yanjiang endures. Friato whispered to calm down. Just a little longer. It seems the time is right. Friato let out a shout. Now he is in the form of an adult. Muscles coiled. Alright, Friato smiled with satisfaction. Yeah. This feeling is amazing, youth really is something else. Friato's body is now 23 years old. At peak physical condition. He stepped up to Natura and grabbed his collar. Now time is on our side. From afar, Medius covered her mouth with one hand. Laughing loudly. Everyone was ready because of that. Natura stayed silent for a few seconds. Then finally asked, why are you laughing? Medius laughed out loud and replied, watching you misunderstand is hilarious. It is an illusion. Natura asked again. Medius continued, time. You are so hard to figure out. A bad feeling is creeping up. She smiled, her voice steady. Like she was not on your side. Slow motion scenes of the battle among those present played in Medius' mind. Her eyes flashed. Natura and Friato did not even realize when they were attacked. Blood smeared all over them. He was hit so hard blood splattered from the corner of his mouth. The man beside him looked just as battered. The coffee guy charged fiercely, slashing at Natura and Friato without mercy. Suddenly, a red hammer appeared. Hassan was swinging it down hard at Friato and Natura. The hammer, with terrifying force, struck straight on Natura's head. Next came the blow to Friato's head. Medius spoke up, as long as I am alive. The coffee guy and Hassan watched as Friato and Natura fell. Medius' eyes were ice cold. She continued, time will always be on my side. In a dark office, Authority leaned back in his chair. Chi-Jin knocked and stepped in, holding a file. Breathing heavy with tension, candidate. Authority quickly glanced toward the door. Calm voice. Have all the reporters gathered yet? Chi-Jin cut. It is not about that. She was a bit tense. There is something important you need to see. Here's a video that just got posted. Authority frowned, still unsure what was going on. It is a clip of Astro floating in the air, playing with Faye, both clearly having fun. The secondary screen went dark. Breaking news popped up. A second later, Medius' face appeared on the screen. Hello, viewers. I'm Candidate Medius, broadcasting an urgent live update. Tonight, I detained the level 3 prisoners, Creator and Natura. Both are currently under the supervision of 3 regional heroes. Initially, I planned to handle them on the spot with elimination, but since I am still a civilian, I am temporarily handing them over to the government. The final decision depends on who becomes the association president next week. She spoke frankly. And one more thing. About the duel with authority. Given the current situation, let us put that off until this matter is settled. I will arrange a schedule with authority. For now, instead of internal disputes, we should focus on capturing the villains. I believe authority will understand this too. That is all. Immediately, she bowed to the audience. The news screen went dark. Authority sat quietly as if deep in thought. Chijin stood by the desk and added, "Also, there is an invitation to talk with Medius. How do you want to respond?" Authority sat cross-legged on the sofa. "All right. What do they want?" "The girl who can rewind time." Medius sat opposite, smiling. "So you have figured it out." Authority exchanged words with her. "Not just me. Others with time control abilities have noticed too." Medius smiled and said, "As you said, I have the power to control time. However, I can rewind my own time." Before she finished, Authority interrupted. "And the time you can rewind has limits. 1 week, maybe up to 10 days. If you could rewind endlessly, you would have done it before the prison break." Medius nodded in agreement. "That is right. The world government, to prevent social chaos, kept that truth hidden even after Sinka's broadcast ended. So I could not get accurate information at the time." She looked pale. "Just as you guessed. I can rewind time a week back. Which means I know information a week ahead of everyone else." Authority rested his head on his hand. A week later, still no election results. Medius replied. "That is right." Authority tensed up. "Tell me this, what is your goal? Is this process necessary for you to win?" Medius tilted her head confidently. "During my debates with you, I realized clumsy probing or dodging questions are bad moves. So I chose to be straightforward. Besides, we are all time controllers. Right?" She cheerfully shared her story. "With a senior like you who has the same power, I want to be open about my story." Authority sneered coldly. "Saying that sounds like you want to bond with me. But I have no such intention." Medius, disappointed, said, "Is that? What a shame." She stood up as if to leave. "See you at the next debate." Before Medius left, Authority still had a question. "I am curious about one thing. Why is your symbol a capybara?" "At first, I thought your power had something to do with physical strength," Medius answered as she walked away. "Just because it is cute, thanks to Medius' achievements. A regional hero from Authority's side, India's Asia Tradia, and a regional hero from Lupus's side, Africa's Antorigo, switched to Medius' faction. Also, the second debate was cancelled by agreement of all 3 candidates. Sinka was not angry about the sudden actions of the level 3 prisoners, but felt uneasy about someone with such a destructive power appearing. Sinka's discomfort with Medius' existence only grew. Meanwhile, despite Medius' appearance, those quietly pursuing their own goals or trying to build a world they believe is right were still busy taking action. Time passed, and now it is time for the third debate. In front stood Mute, holding a microphone, solemnly announcing, "Hello, everyone. Your moderator for today's debate. This is the final debate. Right, since it is the last one. Each candidate will have enough time to speak. The speaking order this time will be reversed according to candidate numbers. Each speech lasts up to 10 minutes, with 3 rebuttals. When all 3 candidates' time runs out, the debate will end." Mute held out her hand to welcome the candidates. "Now, please step in." Candidates. Number 1, Lupis, her face serious, walked in slowly. Number 2, Authority, hands in pocket, eyes full of calculation. Number 3, Lupis and Authority both looked toward candidate number 3. Mute broke out in a cold sweat at this appearance. Viewers watching the news were also stunned. Long brown hair gently swayed. Medius, the final debate begins. Crystal lights gleamed brightly on the ceiling. Before starting, I need to confirm something. Mute placed a hand on the mic and asked, "You are Medius?" "Correct." Medius stood at the podium and answered, "Yep. That is right. May I begin?" Mute awkwardly replied, "Sure. Let us start the debate." Medius looked straight ahead confidently. "Hello everyone. Today, in this debate, I want to reveal my power. I possess the power of time. At first glance, you might have noticed, I can rewind my own time. But I can reverse the world's time. Before coming to this third debate, I rewound many times to gather information. And now, I have full knowledge of Alpha War's base location and all information about the enemy." Authority glanced thoughtfully. Medius boldly declared, "If I am elected president, I will use this information to." Lupus was surprised by Medius' next words. She said, "Attack the Alpha War base and launch an all-out war. I promise to choose the future with the least civilian casualties. And even if it costs me all my time, I will do everything I can to end this safely. That is all." So after Medius' speech, it is Authority's turn. He seems harder to read than Medius. "I decide. He looks straight at the screen. Supports Medius. And withdraws from the race. Lupus gasps in surprise at that decision. Seriously, Medius smiles with satisfaction. Like she saw this coming all along. Back to the conversation between Medius and Authority the other day. She asks him, "Why did you call me?" Authority. He does not beat around the bush. Acting like he already knows. Didn't you already see this future? Didn't you know what I would say? You have ruined countless times recently. Have not you? So many times. I feel like I have drunk 1,000 cups of coffee. What have you been doing all that time? Medius replies calmly. I will explain everything in the debate. After hearing that, Authority seems to be thinking. Medius. After careful thought. I realize. You are the best person to handle this situation. He is serious. So I have decided to back you in the election and step down. With my support, you will win easily. Since that rabbit's approval rating is at rock bottom, Medius knows exactly what he is thinking. Of course. You have conditions. Do not you? Authority does not dodge. That is right. As you know, this chairman's term ends once this issue is resolved. So my condition is, you can run in the next election. Medius agrees casually. Fine. Authority. I accept that deal. But Authority still looks doubtful. Seems like you are hiding something else. I do not believe you accepted that so easily. Medius shrugs. You are trying to help me. Why would I refuse? He continues. Finally, as a senior in time abilities, I have one piece of advice for you. Don't confuse controlling time with time being on your side. Time is always fair. And terrifyingly cold. Medius' smile fades. I will remember that. Back to the election. Lupus is furious. Wait. Authority. If you planned this, why even join the debate? You should be dropped out before it started. Authority does not even glance at her. That is my business. And this is still my time. Right. Lupus jumps in from behind. You say you are stepping down. So what is the point of time to you? Authority replies. I have not officially withdrawn yet. He is annoyed. Remembering the host. Wait. Can you mute that rabbit? It is my turn. And she is so loud I can just speak. Lupus is fuming. Loud. I have the right to 3 complaints. And I am using my time to make a fair point. Authority waves dismissively. Fine. Fine. Keep rambling. I will give you all my time. Host, give her all my time and mute me too. And please mute the background noise. I am done wasting words on her. Lupus points at the door. This greedy old man. You are kidding me, if that is the case. Get lost. Authority shoots back. If I were greedy, I would not be stepping down or giving you my time, you dumb rabbit. Just then, Medius raises her hand. Authority, I am done talking. Can I go now? I would rather use this time to gather intel on the enemy. Lupus gets even angrier. Where do you think you are going? My time's not up yet. They bicker back and forth. Wasting time. The host just stands there holding the mic. This is what you call a debate. Time keeps slipping away. And finally, the debate ends. The result. The 4th Hero Association Chairman. Medius. The world government immediately confirms the election results and summons Medius. There. Medius shares all the information she gathered, along with her predictions for the future. The world government promises full support for Medius, sparing no assistance, updating on Sel Kangzu's current status. Medius lowers her head. So that is how it is. After exchanging info, Medius is walking down the hall when someone calls her back. The 4th Association Chairman. El Jido. He stood calmly in front of Medius and said, the ability to rewind time. Hearing the same thing over and over must be exhausting for you. You have been through this countless times, have not you? Although this is the first time I am saying it. You have probably heard it a lot already. Medius. There is no room for neutrality in this world. Remember this. After the talk with the world government, Medius met with the heroes, urging them to back her policy. Most heroes agreed to follow Medius, but the biggest problem was Lupus. Medius said. Frustrated. Running her fingers through her hair, she lost patience and spoke up. How many times have we had this talk now? Facing Lupus. Unlike the election day, today she is like a scared little deer. Really? I feel like this is our first conversation. Medius sighed in frustration. She replied. I have argued this countless times too. Someone as strong as you can just ignore that uneasy feeling. Lupus asked. So how do you plan to convince me this time? Medius flatly refused. No need to convince anymore. I respect your opinion, Lupus. But you are still a key player. Please hold on to your beliefs. But I hope you will join this operation. Lupus answered. No need to say that, I will join anyway. The Authority Hero Association greeted warmly. Congrats on being elected the 4th president, Medius accepted happily. Thank you. Authority. He slipped his hand into his pocket and continued. Judging by your expression. Looks like you did not convince that rabbit. A weak woman. Even a traitor can take her down. Media smiled and replied. You could say she is very steadfast in her beliefs. Authority exchanged some small talk before ending the conversation. Get everything done quickly. Fourth President. I am looking forward to your first speech. If you need advice, I am always here. She placed her hand behind her head. Thank you. The first speech of the Fourth Hero Association President. Medius. She stood on the podium and addressed. Hello to all members of the Hero Association. I'm Medius, the fourth president. I gathered you today to announce the selection of the third generation equality before launching the campaign. These are the names I have chosen. 3 equalities. Amir. Kafurga. Bin Dean. Mianzi. Giasum. Anto. Rabbit. Lupus. Media scanned the room. And finally, authority. And the team leader will be authority. That is all. He stiffened. Clearly confused. What? Medius choosing the Ico team shook the heroes. Lupus was surprised by the decision. Kafurga seemed more thoughtful. Media stood and asked. Sir Authority, after this speech, could you spare some time for me? I need some advice. Authority looked at her. Sensing something was off, inside the room, Authority sat on the sofa, staring at Medius. Questioning. Looks like you are hiding something. So this is what it is about. Medius sat opposite him. I am not hiding anything. If you ask, I will answer. Authority's tone turned cold. He said gravely. I have no intention of joining Ico. Working with people I do not get along with is just asking for trouble. Medius advised. That is why I asked you to lead. Do you think they would listen to me? Authority still did not get it. Medius gave a solid reason. Sir Authority, if you join Ico and shine in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be much stronger. Authority showed no interest. No need for that. I am definitely winning the next election. That rabbit's no match for me. Medius cut him off. How can you be so sure? If Lupus joins this campaign as an Ico member and makes a big impact, she could become a real threat in the next election. Authority ground his teeth angrily. No way that is happening. Medius ignored his words and continued. What if someone else with variable powers like mine joins the next election? Authority fell silent, deep in thought, piecing everything together. Medius proposed. If you help me in this campaign, I will use my powers to support your victory in the next election. Those words caught Authority off guard. Medius needs his power. Sir Authority, please grant me your strength. If you side with me, your influence over the guild will grow, and that is a huge advantage for you aiming to be the next guild leader. Authority glanced over briefly, then fell silent. Then he spoke. Well, in the timeline you came from, it seems I was already part of the medical team. The way you did not rewind time proves it. Got it. Sitting here talking is just wasting time. Fine. I will back you, but remember your promise to help me in the upcoming election. Medius nodded in agreement. The more we talk, the more interesting you seem. Authority looked at her. Puzzled. What do you mean? Medius shared with him. Most of the heroes, when talking to me, asked if they would survive this campaign, but you never asked that even once. Authority admitted honestly. Because I can picture a future where I die. The only future I see is as chairman. He reminded her. Focus on the mission plan and wrap this up. The next chairman will definitely be me. Medius explained again why she chose the medical team, backing it up with a speech that won the heroes' support. And just like that, the third-generation medical team was formed. Medius named this operation the Campaign of Doom, to counter the Hero Guild's moves. Cinca sent invitations worldwide. But since Medius had intel on who accepted Cinca's invite, heroes were sent to wipe out most of them before the letters even arrived. That is why very few joined Cinca's ranks. Canna stood behind Cinca. Reporting. Fewer than I expected. Suddenly, someone cut in. Hey. Amphigorn. Why are we only ranked tier 3? Terra. Physical type. Physical type. Nucius. Special type. Azilla was not happy either. We do not think we are any weaker than the others. Azilla. Abnormal type. Varus placed both hands on the table, asking, Where's Hong Sung Hwan? Varus. Physical type. Cinca cheerfully spread his hands. Keep up the great work in this battle, and I will boost your ranks. Ada stepped close to Terra, hand on hip. If your effort's truly outstanding, there might be rewards too. Sung Hwan is training separately. Everyone in the room looked at Cinca, but no one said a word. Midnight silence. Above the dark sky, massive fireballs glowed red, lighting up Cinca's base. Mianji stretched out her hands toward the flames. Reda, looks like I am still lucky today. A sea of fire surrounded her. Mid the chaos, a voice called out. Cinca. It was Canna's. Reminding. There are fireballs appearing in the sky. She looked up, and so did I. Countless fireballs appeared in the sky. Like tiny suns, Sinka raised his hand, summoning his power. Ada's power struck toward the fireballs. Suddenly, a gleaming sword appeared, Kafka flying high, sword in hand. He raised the sword, chanting some spell. Areebs. Immediately, thin beams of light appeared in the sky. In an instant, Sinka's protective circle was sliced with countless cuts. With a hiss, the protective circle shattered. The fireballs, unobstructed, plunged fiercely into the city. The entire street was engulfed in flames and smoke. Someone watching this scene clicked their tongue in displeasure. Authority raised his hand to shield his eyes from the fire's glare. If you had triggered meteor and then layered the fireballs, the impact would have been even greater. But she refused to do that. Behind him, Lupus strongly objected. I have told you 100 times. That kind of power would be too much. It would hurt our hero allies. Authority shot back. If your teammates can handle that, maybe they should quit being heroes. Lupus snapped. Maybe you are the one who should quit. I am the team leader here. And that guy is speechless. Anterigo suddenly approaches Authority and Lupus. Come on. Stop arguing. Move to the coordinates the chairman gave us. Authority glances at Anterigo with a cold smile. All right. All right. Everyone ready. Clear out those cancerous cultists. Hero Association. Move out. The purge operation officially begins. In the meeting room, 4 people are present. First Medius. Then Mute. Prove. And Ethiopia. This is the Medius-led strategy council. Mute, a silence-type special ability user. Handles security. She can create soundproof spaces to prevent eavesdropping. Prove, a defense-type special ability user. Is in charge of protection, preventing any assassination attempts on Medius. Ethiopia, a special ability user and mechanical engineering genius. Manages communications and the devices used to relay orders. The council concluded that without intel on where Sinka plans to go, we can T-act. Mute stands in the middle. Arms crossed. Puzzled. Strange. How did they manage to attack you inside Luke prison? Ethiopia leans on the table. Answering. There is a mole. Opposite her. Medius interrupts. That info. After we kill Sinka, we will use mind reading to investigate. Focus on the mission now. She orders. Yep. Chairman of the association. Medius has spent 2 years preparing for this mission. She used that time alone. Thinking. Resting. Eating, and so on. Holding up the documents. She reminds everyone. Try to prevent even one hero's death. That is the driving force behind this plan. She intends to rewind time as soon as danger strikes. Medius puts her hand to her forehead. Complaining. This power is such a hassle. It would be great if I could rewind my own time and keep the memories. It really is an extraordinary power. Aren't you just a bit greedy? Medius keeps rewinding time. Shaping the future she wants with the strategy council. In the middle of battle, a question arises. She has ruined time too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority stands in a ruined street, hands in his pockets. I told her time is fair. Keep rewinding all you want. But the future you want to show up. Media sends strong heroes to fight the enemy. A comms alert sounds. Regional hero. Please handle the level 2 villain who accepted the invitation. What about villains level 3 and above? Someone asks. Lupus looks confused by what Authority just said. Worry shows on her face. I am the villain you are responsible for. The equality members will handle them. Nucius twitches her mouth. So rude. Censorship system. She believes the world needs healthy ideas. Anything she finds inappropriate, she photographs and records it. Nucius shouts. Too rude. Too rude. Too rude. Lupus clenches her fists, staring at her. Isn't Medius here to deal with you? That gives me the advantage. She clearly paired me badly with you. She uses her power. Outside, Lupus wears a long coat with bunny ears. She asks Nudius. So that is okay. Right. Nudius steps back. Lupus puts her hand up. Puzzled. Why not? Standards. She asks Nudius. What are the standards? Nucius opens her mouth wide. It is what I think. How could you understand? It changes depending on how I feel in different situations. She gets angry, crossing her arms. Gathering power. Nudius' eyes lock on Lupus. You have got the kind of body that needs censoring. Why do you wear that stuff everywhere? Are you some kind of pervert? Lupus grits her teeth. Annoyed. You jerk? She lashes out with her power. That is what I wanted. I like that bunny. So what? Lupus raises her hand, speaking into her comms. Medius. You there? On the other end, Medius replies immediately. Yep. Lupus. What is it? You are putting way too much anger into that device. Didn't you say I would have the upper hand here? You are trying to trap me in a losing situation to get me killed. Are not you? Over there. Medius is messing up. You are part of equality. Yet you are struggling so much just handling a level 3 villain. Lupus is losing patience. Quiet now. Medius asked you not to kill the villain. Right. That is why I put you in charge of someone who is hard to kill. She is someone we won't have problems with. Even if you let her live. Lupus 1T back down. You are calling me out. Medius stays silent. But she keeps going. And on top of that, among the photos of her holding people captive, there are civilians. If we kill her recklessly, those civilians will likely die too. That is why I picked you to deal with her. Do you get it now? Lupus lets out an impatient curse. This annoying kid. Medius keeps talking. But now I am the adult here. Shut up. Lupus cuts her off. Above. The full moon shines brightly in the night sky. Coffee Ga, holding his weapon, steps forward slowly when suddenly a voice catches his attention. Lucky break. Coffee Ga freezes. Looks up. And sees Soho sitting suspended on the rooftop. She looks at him and says, I have been wanting to meet that guy. Coffee Ga looks at her. His face unreadable. Amir. Soho jumps down. Didn't he expect to meet both so-called sword gods? Today's definitely special, a good day to die. Though I asked to learn from that sword god. I was turned down because she said she has not mastered the sword style she wants yet. Coffee Ga's face darkens. Amir. Soho's eyes blaze red as she steps toward Coffee Ga. Asking, what is a sword? I have killed countless lives. Yet I still do not understand. If I kill even more, will I finally get it? Coffee Ga meets her gaze. His voice deep and steady. I have also killed countless enemies to reach the insight you seek. I have slain those begging for their lives without mercy. All for that insight. But I found that insight in a place I never expected. His lips dry as he says. The sword. Soho thrusts her fiery red sword forward, eyes burning with fierce intent. Coffee Ga draws his sword too, showing no fear at all. The white in Soho's eyes turns black, with a terrifying red pupil at the center. Coffee Ga slashes across her neck, blood spurting from Soho's throat. With a tense face, he begins. It is not the weapon you fight for yourself with, but the one you fight for others. In the desolate night. Darkness deepens. A prosthetic hand covers the center of his forehead. Authority shields his eyes with one hand, the other in his pocket. Stepping forward. Above. Terra watches every step. That must be the one I am assigned to. He speaks up. You are authority. Right. You are a bit old. But still. Your fighting spirit's impressive. Too bad Amir is not here. But you will do. Authority looks up and interrupts. Hey. Terra freezes. He pulls off his glasses. I hate people who talk sharp like they are big shots. Words are wasted. I kill people. Sharp talker. Authority clenches his fist and punches straight into Terra's gut, causing him pain. Sharp claws reach out. Terra scratches fiercely at Authority, who steps back a pace. Terra taunts. That was a heavy punch, a good one. Just as expected. Speed picks up when time speeds up. Fast. Really fast. Authority looks at Terra. Puzzled like he does not get what he is saying. Terra's power surges, holding a long, sharp sword. Feels like hitting something worthwhile. Authority frowns. What the heck is this sharp talker saying? I have not used any time powers. Terra's eyes darken as he asks. What? Authority continues. Just now. He knees Terra straight in the face. Terra just dodged it. Sharp talker. Terra's knocked flying backward by the blow. He raised his bloodied face. Authority asked flatly. You got the picture and still could not dodge that hit. Even enhanced fighters of ranks. You half-wit. If I really use my time power here. Terra reached out to stop him. And he shouted. Wait. Hold on. Authority did not care. Sped up 4 times. Thrust his hand forward. And swiftly knocked Terra's head off in one strike. He asked. Wait for what? You think having more time means you can counterattack? Get lost. You half-wit. The 3 major equalities went smoothly. Defeating the level 3 prisoner. Lupus stood guard below. While Nudis was being controlled by power above, a voice called out. Catching Lupus' attention. Authority's bloodied face appeared, terrifying her so much even he flinched. After a moment, she recognized him. Authority did not waste words and immediately cursed. Crazy rabbit. I need... Lupus stepped back. A new what? Authority asked her. What about that camera girl? Why did not you ditch her and bring her along? He rolled up his sleeves, dropped his guard. I will send her straight to hell. His tone was furious, dismissing her words. Authority clenched his bloody hand. Then I will blow through that shield too. Lupus extended her hand to absorb power. Challenging him. Go ahead. Try me. Medius' voice crackled through the device. Lord Authority, please stay calm. There are civilians trapped inside her shield. Just take her to the prison first. Handle it later. Authority asked. What if she escapes? Medius replied immediately. Lord Authority. In every future I have seen, that camera girl never becomes a wild card. He pressed further. She will die within a week. Right. I have not seen that yet. Right now. I am not tracking day by day, only hour by hour. Authority snapped angrily. Hour by hour. Medius. How do you map out the future like that? If you are sketching a big picture, no matter the mistakes, you have to keep going until it is done as fast as possible. If you keep drawing a bit, erasing, drawing wrong and erasing again, when will it ever be finished? The comm device crackled again. Even if it takes longer. I won't let a single hero die. He brought the comm closer to his mouth. Medius. No future is perfect. Don't he carry it all alone? Hero deaths are inevitable. Medius was determined. Still. I will do everything I can. He glanced at Nudius, hanging in midair. You are the leader now. So I will follow your orders. Then look at the future a week from now. Based on that, we will decide her fate. Medius narrowed his eyes. Understood. On the ground lay Hassan. Badly wounded, his eyes swollen, facing a bloodied sword-wielding Tatsujin. The horror on their faces. Their eyes. Smiles. The explosion had all played out like a movie. Medius jolted. Eyes wide open at that memory. Through the comm. She continued. Lord Authority. After experiencing the future, she does not become a wild card. After being escorted, she will be locked up without issue. Authority was speechless. Medius said. All right, let us drop this. Do we win the war? Medius kept reporting. Victory looks likely. But if things stay as they are, some heroes will die. Authority replied. That is unavoidable. Medius advised. Authority. If there is a way to save them, I should try even if it costs all my time. Authority did not care anymore. He turned and walked away. Still, save some time for my election. Understood. Medius replied. Behind Lupus. Her face full of worry. Election. What are they talking about? He smirked. Quiet. Rabbit. Get ready to move to the next zone. In the meeting room. After hearing Medius talk with Authority. Prof asked. Lord Leader. Are we sure we will win? Across. Ethiopia answered. Victory seems certain. Mute is involved, so focus on minimizing hero casualties. Medius suddenly recalled something. Looking toward Anne. But there is something strange. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, deep in thought. Even as all the villains from AlphaGo were wiped out in the battle. Stipness. Terrapir, Ahura, Sinka, and Hong Sung-wan were all missing. Stunned, Prof wondered aloud. What? So nearly half the core force did not even join the fight. Mute added. Could they have run off? Ethiopia continued. That is suspicious. Good thing we listened to Authority this time. She ordered. We need to speed things up. Then look further ahead. The heroes followed Medius's orders one by one, wiping out every villain. In the dark alley, Sinka faced everyone and asked, Are you all ready? Executioners. Sir. Surely you have felt it too. Right, the flow of time. Something is off. Medius. She is fooling herself thinking time's on her side. Enough of you. But time is really our ally. Let us move forward and teach them a lesson. Azilla coldly replied to Ada. Yep, sir. Veyros, still puffing on his cigarette, spoke next. Siagangu, the one who beat Hong Sung-hwan. Maledity stretched and asked. When's he getting here? Tatsujin chimed in. It has been a while since we had a real fight. Sinka glanced toward the portal. Amir's here already. For the glory of AlphaGo. 4th floor special ops. Move out. In the dark alley. A hoarse voice rang out, cold and commanding. All right. Hasn't stood there, smirking with smug satisfaction. Got him under control. Next him, Pocket spoke up. Spring yes in the air. Pocket. Oshinia's hero rep. Physical enhancer. She clasped her hands behind her back and asked sharply. Hazen. I really do not have to do anything. Hazen smirked. Yeah. Best if you do not use your powers. Hard to hold back. Pocket potted. Stomped lightly. You are unbelievable. Hazen continued. And the second floor guys are still easy to handle. Pocket replied. I guess the equality crew will handle floors 3 and 4. Hazen nodded. Exactly. His eyes narrowed. And we are probably stuck with the second floor jungle. From afar, Varys' silhouette slowly approached. He exhaled smoke, his voice deep and steady. Pleasure. Heroes. Hazen was surprised by the arrival. Behind him, Pocket's eyes went wide, hand covering her shocked mouth. Varys. Physical enhancer. Member of the villain tragedy site. specializing in hero bounty stories, known as tragedy. Pocket. Puzzled. Asked. Fourth Flora. Hasn't glanced over, a bit annoyed. Calm down. Pocket. We have got Medius here. Plans are set. Fourth or fifth floor. One swing of my hammer and it is over. Varus snapped his fingers. He winked. Let us team up. Somehow. We have got to yank that guy's hat off. Just one good hit right on top of his head. Varus asked. The top? Yeah. That is where you seal powers. Hasn't leaned on one hand. Right. Varus added. What is the hero bounty around here? Pretty generous. Right. I have always wanted to ask what about this. I have 2 cowlicks. He took off his hat and tapped his head. Hazen looked and asked. 2 cowlicks. 2 cowlicks. Yeah. Varus said, tapping his hat back on. Hazen questioned. So what does that have to do with my powers? Varus said what he was thinking. If you have got 2 cowlicks, does not that mean 2 tops? So you gotta hit 2 spots. Hazen found that ridiculous. What are you talking about? People only have 1 top. Varus shot back with a dumb grin. Really? Don't bald guys have no top? Hazen lost patience with his nonsense. Ridiculous. Nobody does not have a top. Actually, I love fighting bald guys because their tops are so obvious. Varus placed both hands on his belt, hat brim shadowing his eyes. Got it. New info. Hazen advised. But before you tease bald guys, maybe get checked out yourself. 2 cowlicks are an early sign of hair loss. Varus froze after Hazen's advice. Then finally muttered. Varus's face tensed up. His eyes locked on Hazen. His voice was cold and firm. I am going to make you suffer before I kill you. Hazen's eyes widened in shock. Well, Varus lowered his hand, ready to strike. You told me something I did not want to know. You humiliated me. Hazen braced himself, ready to fight at any moment. Pocket. Get ready. Pocket stepped back a pace. Yep, sir. A flush of green crept across her face, her expression burning with anger. Hazen and Varus both turned to look at her. Oh man, this is intense. Pocket transformed into a beast-like form, standing in a battle-ready stance. Her tone shifted sharply from before, steady and firm. Army. Varus, cigarette clenched between his lips, smirked. Physical enhancement. This'll be an interesting fight. Kingston explained. Physical enhancement differs from specialty or endurance types, which usually release energy outward. Most with physical enhancement control the energy inside their bodies. Because of that, many believe their powers are fixed at birth, leading to laziness or even giving up training. Kangju listened closely across from him. Kingston continued. But really, it is just that their energy container is too small. When the container's small, energy leaks out. Once it exceeds control, it becomes useless. But if you know how, you can refine and expand that container through training. Who is with me to sharpen theirs? At the same time, you learn to control your energy. And there is one more thing. When you reach a certain level of control, back in the moment, Varus placed his hand on his hip, ready to draw a weapon. Hazen and Pocket watched intently, alert for any surprise attack. Varus pulled out a flintlock pistol, leaned back slightly, and squeezed the trigger. Sparks flew from the barrel. Hazen and Pocket tracked the bullet's path, dodging to either side as it whizzed past and slammed into an abandoned building behind them. The bullet hit with a loud explosion, the high-rise crumbling instantly under its force. Hazen and Pocket glanced back, watching the aftermath. Varus readied the gun again, preparing for a second attack. Kingston's face appeared again. You can channel energy into objects. Varus's gun barrel was right in front of them, one hand raised. He spun a wire above his head. He threw the wire toward Hazen and Pocket. It flew fast and wrapped tightly around them. Holding the wire in one hand, Varus restrained the two. He whispered, Now you are stuck. I have infused energy into this wire. It is harder than steel. Then a familiar voice cut through. Now. I am going to tear your head off. Kangju lunged forward, punching Varus hard in the gut, sending him flying backward. Varus's face twisted in pain. Hazen and Pocket, sitting on the ground, were caught off guard by what just happened. Kangju's expression was calm as his punch sent Varus flying several meters. A pair of old prosthetic hands appeared with a voice saying, Not bad. Your growth speed's pretty quick. Keep feeling the energy in your body and move like that. Kingston said, smiling. He placed a hand on his forehead to get a better look. Me see. This guy's the perfect opponent to get started with. Not bad at all. Now try mixing your specialty system into your attacks. Just like we practiced. If you kill in one hit, that is a failure. You have got to last through at least 3 rounds. Standing nearby, glanced at Kingston and whispered. There Varus is getting up, adjusting his hat, treating him like a punching bag. Typical. Kingston crouched down, Ready to sit? All right. I will watch from here. Go ahead. My disciple. The bounty hunter page. Heroes. The tragedy. When the Hero Association runs the ranking system, bounties are naturally priced by danger level, from rank 5 to rank 1. Varus. The top of this field earns the highest income from Sunkons, a candidate for the equality title. After finishing that mission, Varus retired to a quiet life, only monitoring the bounty page without participating. Varus lounged on a chair watching the news. Looks like some new players just showed up. But then, one day, a name on the website caught his attention. It was Selkangzu, though listed as equality level. There was no bounty amount shown next to the name. Curious, Varus reached out to the secret agency to ask why. But over the phone, a voice echoed back, truly impossible to measure. Selkangzu had never been in battle, so there was no info on him at all. Or maybe, Varus, why do not you try fighting him once to set a price? We will pay you what you deserve. Venus. Impatient. Refused. Back in reality, he seemed to be retelling his own story at the time. He thought the guy was nothing special, just a little curious, then moved on. But when he heard the news that this guy beat Hong Sung-hoon, he decided he had to see for himself. Selkangzu. He placed one hand on his hip, ready to draw his charge. Just how much was this guy worth? Varus did not hesitate. He squeezed the charge immediately. Selkangzu bowed his head, standing still as bullets flew one after another toward him. Selkangzu casually waved his hand a few times. He was gathering his power, unleashing a wild, chaotic attack. Selkangzu charged at Varus with such force. He could not react in time. Varus screamed in pain. That punch tore through his insides, causing severe damage. Selkangzu kept using different moves, unleashing a soul-shattering strike. Varus was lifted off the ground by Selkangzu's power. Blue energy swirled around Selkangzu's hands as he launched another move, Chaotic Soul Assault. Selkangzu's power kept hitting Venus relentlessly. He did not even get a chance to fight back. Now, a thought crossed Venus's mind. Got it. That is why his bounty. Wasn't he clearly stated? As Selkangzu's power suddenly flared up, he was flying down from above. His powerful punch still aimed forward, ready for the next strike. His eyes were ice cold. Selkangzu charged up, unleashing a night drum strike. Varus lay on his back, looking up at Selkangzu, and spoke. See you, Selkangzu. Your bounty value. Truly immeasurable. Selkangzu's power struck Varus like a lightning bolt, strong and direct. Outside, Hassan and Pocket watched with wide eyes, both lost in their own thoughts. But unexpectedly, they learned from Kingston. Hassan and Pocket were stunned on the ground. Hassan turned his head and shouted at him. Kingston, take me as your subordinate. I want that too. Kingston did not understand what Hassan was saying. What is this? Get lost. He sighed. Medius. Sorry for doubting you. Turns out you left him alone for this reason. Pocket glanced over nervously, stammering. I thought we were done for. Suddenly, Hassan shouted. Our chairman really is the best. Kingston was deep in thought. Medius. Kingston. Kingston had assessed Medius' abilities as on par with authority. He had studied Medius Lialig and formed some conclusions about her. Apparently, she can travel through the future and then return to the past. With this, she can shape the future as she wishes. He looked up at the sky, lips twitching slightly. Kingston sighed. That takes all the fun out of it. Should I just find her and take her out? A pair of green eyes glanced thoughtfully for a few seconds. Bees looked up at Kingston. Kingston, I have decided to hand Kangju over to you. If anything uncertain happens, I won't be able to entrust him to you anymore. I hope you understand. Kingston arrogantly sat on a rock, smiling as he replied. You dare threaten me? Bazee bowed his head, not daring to argue. This is not a threat. It is a plea, Kingston asked slowly. You are the world's leader. Yet you bow your head, begging someone else. Don't you find that embarrassing? Bazee kept his head bowed. If it is for the safety of the people, I am willing to do anything. Kingston propped one hand on his knee, ready to stand. Not bad. He stood straight, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on. Fine. I will try to think positively. I will watch a bit longer. If I get tired of it, I will come deal with him myself. Kingston postponed his decision, recalling his promise to Buzz. But when Meteos reversed time by several months, Kingston decided to kill her. After Buzz left, Kingston looked up at the sky. His eyes shadowed with deep thoughts. Clouds drifted lazily above, the sun casting warm rays that eased the soul. Kingston seemed to realize something, speaking quietly to himself. So that is how it is. Behind him, Kangzu sat cross-legged, practicing magic. He asked Kingston, what is it? Kingston glanced over at Kangzu. He thought silently. Has he still not reached the level to sense this? He said to Kangzu. Nothing. Just focus on your training. Turning back, Kingston stared at the sky again. This is as far as it goes. Back in the moment, Kingston praised Kang Zu. Not bad. Your technique's getting sharper. Nothing boosts strength like real combat. Kingston thought. But there is still a long way to go. Because he still can't feel this yet. Maybe he needs more real battles to sharpen that sense. This might turn out more interesting than expected. He turned, hands clasped behind his back. Walking, Kingston said to Kang Zu. Find the next opponent. In the meeting room, Media's voice rang out. Hassan reported that Cell Kang Zu had finished eliminating Varys. Media spoke up. Groove looked skeptical. Fourth floor. And they handled it this fast. Mute stood opposite Medius. Arms crossed behind his back. That is Cell Kang Zu for you. Medius replied calmly. Yeah. Ethiopia asked. If this keeps up, can we really save all the heroes? Medius was deep in thought. Let us keep rewinding time, step by step, like piecing together a puzzle. News of Cell Kang Zu's involvement spread among the heroes. Authority stood in a ruined street, checking his watch. He answered the person opposite. Is that? The voice opposite drawled. Just catch that kid Hong Sung Hon, and it is over. Feels like you are treating us like air. Maladity snapped, spreading his arms as he continued. Suddenly, she gave a cold smile. Long time no see. Former chairman. Authority remained silent. Maladity added. Chairman Liv. To be exact. The equality group was moving through Xuangs when a voice called from Mienzi aside. Long time no see. Mienzi. They waved back. Mienzi again. Ah. Behind them was Han. Hands clasped behind his back. Smiling, Han said to Mienzi. Let me escort you back to the master. She replied. Not bad. But not the time yet, Zakatulu, extending her hands to absorb energy. This time, I will catch you. Egg. She challenged. Try me. Little bunny. Behind her, Pikuno clasped her hands, eyes brimming with tears. Just do not kill me. Lupus looked at Egg and Pikuno. Don't he worry. I won't kill anyone. Cut to an abandoned building. Antorigo slowly approached. The other asked, Are you human? Vidi, holding a notebook, said to Azilla. The number 4 Terapia mentioned. She nodded. Exactly. Vidi and Azilla stared intently at his face. Antorigo growled angrily. You are mistaken. I am not number 4. I am Trigo. Cut to another ruined building. Tatsujin's hair blew in the wind. Opposite her stood Kafi Gare. Holding a sharp long sword, she spoke first. Amir. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Amir replied. With our history, I guess there is no need for questions. Tatsujin and Kafi Gare charged at each other. Sparks flying, two powerful foes faced off. Kingston stood behind Kang Zu, looking at the opponent. Not bad. Still got some sense. Ah. You took off your collars earlier. Kingston raised his hand to stop Kato and Canis. Wait. I need to talk to Seo Kang Zu. Kato looked at him. Who gave you permission? Kingston's voice grew stern, making Kato and Canis uneasy. His eyes showed cruelty as he repeated. Wait. Kato and Canis just exchanged glances. Too afraid to say more, Kingston turned to Kang Zu and said. Let them fight it out a bit longer. This is the perfect exercise. You tell him. I followed your orders. But how long do I have to hold back? Can't I just finish this quickly? Kingston said quietly. Absolutely not. You feel it too. Right. You are way stronger than before, but still not enough. Listen carefully. Here, except for Taza. No one can match you. Just here. Kang Zu stayed silent. Looking confused, he asked Kingston. What do you mean? Kingston clasped his hands behind his back and said. Look around. You still do not feel it. You need to get better at controlling your energy. Kang Zu asked him. What do you feel? Kingston looked up at the sky, then calmly continued. Soon. You will understand soon enough. All right, you can move now. But Kingston charged at Canis, grabbed his neck, then smirked and said, One on. Kato watched Canis struggling against Kingston. She shouted, Canis. The guy lying beneath him tried to respond, but could not move. Kingston looked at Kato and said, Do not worry. I am not here to hurt you. But if you came just to save this guy without fighting Cell Kang Zu, I will kill him immediately. If someone beats Cell Kang Zu, I will let him go. Kato asked him confused. What exactly do you want? Kingston simply said. I just want to see him before I die. Blocking a fight between those who've reached the top, that is an old man's last thrill. He smiled faintly. All right. Fight. Cell Kang Zu. Use every skill you have got. But do not kill him right away. Kang Zu replied sharply. Got it. On the other side. After Kingston's warning, he thought quietly. That is the only way. You are the only one who can win. On top of the skyscraper, Sinka was gliding down, looking over the city. Behind her was Sung Hwan. who asked. Sinka. Xiao Kangzu arrived later. Sinka replied coolly. Seems so. Sungwon smiled with satisfaction. It has been a long time. Probably the others feel the same. Ahura glanced toward his opponent. Sungwon was smiling faintly, a smile full of death. Over here. Kangzu's face was ice cold, ready to strike. Heading back to Sinka's room. Anyem firmly declared, this war is ours. At the same time, Medius on the other side was making the same claim. Both were certain it would be our victory.